Hey there, my tired friends. How is it going? I'm super glad you're here with us to learn a little history while you snooze away to ambience that always makes you feel at peace. We're easing through how everyday life slowly changed from the 1920s into the 1950s and early 60s, not as big moments or headlines, but in the small shifts, homes, routines, habits that quietly reshaped how people lived. So before you sink into that land cloud of a bed, be sure to follow us if you haven't already. Leave us a positive review if the content helps you, and be sure to tell your friends and family. You never know who might need it, even through all the nonsense that happens from time to time. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and be sure to turn on a fan for some noise. Trust me, it is game-changing. Let's begin. Welcome back, my exhausted friends. Tonight you're going to step into the homes and workplaces of ordinary people as they move through 3 transformative decades. You'll feel the textures of their daily routines shift beneath your fingers as technology rewrote the rules of domestic life. Economic collapse reshuffled priorities, war demanded impossible adaptations, and the post-war years delivered a world your grandparents would barely recognize. This is the story of how Americans lived between 1920 and 1960. You wake in your bedroom on a Tuesday morning in 1923. The air smells faintly of coal dust because the furnace in the basement burns anthracite that your husband shoveled in before bed. Your alarm clock sits on the nightstand. It's a wind-up model with a bell on top that sounds like an angry cricket. You reach over and silence it with one firm tap. The bedroom is cold. Central heating exists in your home, but it doesn't reach upstairs efficiently. You can see your breath in the November air. Your nightgown is flannel, thick enough to keep you warm under 3 quilts. You swing your legs out of bed and your bare feet meet the wooden floor. The boards are smooth but unforgiving. You reach for your house slippers, which are lined with rabbit fur. Your house is a modest 2-story structure built in 1910. Historian Ruth Schwartz Cowan noted in her book, More Work for Mother, that homes like yours represented the transitional period between Victorian-era domestic labour and the mechanised household. You live in that gap. Some tasks have become easier, others remain stubbornly manual. You walk to the bathroom and twist the porcelain knob on the sink. Water flows from the tap. This still feels like magic to you because your childhood home had a pump in the yard. Indoor plumbing arrived in your town around 1915, and you remember the day the pipes went in. The bathroom has a clawfoot tub, a toilet with a pull chain, and a small mirror above the sink. The mirror has a crack in the corner from when your son threw a wooden toy last year. You wash your face with cold water because hot water requires firing up the boiler, and that seems wasteful for a Tuesday morning. The soap is a hard yellow bar that smells like lye and lavender. You dry your face with a thin cotton towel that has your initials embroidered in the corner. Your mother made it for your wedding in 1918. Downstairs, you enter the kitchen. This room is the operational centre of your household. The stove is a cast-iron behemoth that burns either coal or wood. You choose coal today because it burns hotter and more evenly. The stove has 6 burners on top and an oven chamber that requires constant temperature monitoring. You open the firebox and use an iron poker to arrange the coals. The heat hits your face immediately. It smells like metal and carbon. The icebox sits in the corner near the back door. According to food historian Andrew F. Smith, iceboxes in the 1920s were wooden cabinets lined with zinc or porcelain. Yours has 3 compartments. The top holds a 25-pound block of ice. The middle shelves hold perishables. The bottom has a drip pan that you empty twice daily. The iceman comes every other day. He carries the block with iron tongs and leaves it on your porch. You tip him a nickel. You make breakfast for your family. Your husband works at the textile mill downtown. Your son is 7 and attends the elementary school 4 blocks away. Your daughter is 3 and stays home with you. You crack 4 eggs into a cast-iron skillet. The eggs come from a neighbour who keeps chickens. You fry them in bacon grease that you store in a tin can near the stove. The grease solidifies when cool and liquefies when heated. It smells like salt and smoke. The bread is from yesterday. You baked it yourself using flour, yeast, water and a pinch of sugar. The dough rose in a ceramic bowl covered with a damp cloth. You kneaded it for 15 minutes, and your forearms ached afterward. The bread came out dense and slightly uneven, but it tastes better than anything from the bakery. Your husband comes downstairs at 6 in the morning. He wears wool trousers, a cotton shirt and a vest. His work boots are leather, scuffed and stained with machine oil. He eats quickly without much conversation. The newspaper sits folded beside his plate. The headline mentions prohibition enforcement efforts in Chicago. He shakes his head and mutters something about government overreach. After breakfast, you clear the dishes. The sink has a hand pump that draws water from the well in the backyard. You fill a basin with hot water from the kettle on the stove and add soap flakes. The dishes go into the basin one at a time. You scrub them with a bristle brush. The grease resists at first, but hot water and persistence win. You rinse each dish in a second basin of clean water and stack them on a wooden rack to dry. Laundry happens on Mondays. You fill a copper tub with water heated on the stove. The clothes go in with soap and a washing dolly, which is a wooden plunger with a long handle. You push the dolly up and down for 20 minutes until your shoulders burn. The clothes come out clean but soaking wet. You wring them by hand and hang them on a line in the backyard. In winter they freeze stiff and you bring them inside to finish drying near the stove. The vacuum cleaner in your hall closet is a new purchase. You bought it last year for $18, which represented 2 weeks of your husband's wages. It's an upright model with a cloth bag that collects dust. The motor sounds like an angry hornet. You use it once a week on the parlour rug. The rest of the house gets swept with a corn broom. Your daughter plays with wooden blocks on the kitchen floor while you work. She's building a tower that keeps falling over. She laughs each time it collapses. The blocks are hand-carved and painted in primary colours. Your husband made them in his workshop in the basement. At 10 in the morning you walk to the market. Your daughter comes with you. The market is 6 blocks away in the commercial district. You carry a wicker basket and a list written on the back of an envelope. The list includes flour, sugar, coffee and canned tomatoes. You also need thread because you're mending your son's school trousers tonight. The market is crowded. Other women move between stalls selecting vegetables and haggling with vendors. The air smells like sawdust and citrus. You buy potatoes from a farmer who grows them 20 miles outside town. They're still covered in dirt. You'll scrub them at home. The greengrocer has winter apples that came from Michigan. They're small and slightly bruised, but they're cheap. You buy a dozen. The butcher knows your name. You've been buying meat from him for 5 years. He suggests pork chops for dinner. They're on sale because he needs to move inventory before the weekend. You buy 4 chops wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. The paper darkens where the blood seeps through. At home, you prepare lunch. Your daughter eats bread with butter and jam. You have leftover soup from yesterday. The soup is vegetable-based with barley and a ham bone for flavour. It tastes better on the second day after the flavours have had time to marry. In the afternoon, you iron clothes. The iron is a solid piece of cast metal that heats on the stove. You test its temperature by spitting on the surface. If the spit sizzles and evaporates immediately, the iron is ready. You press your husband's work shirts with careful attention to the collar and cuffs. The fabric is cotton and wrinkles easily. Steam rises as you work. The smell is clean and slightly scorched. Your son comes home from school at 3. He's carrying a book about American history and a composition notebook. His teacher assigned an essay about Abraham Lincoln. He sits at the kitchen table and begins writing in careful cursive. His tongue sticks out slightly when he concentrates. Dinner preparation starts at 4. You peel potatoes at the sink. The peels fall into a bowl that you'll feed to the neighbour's pigs later. You slice the potatoes thin and layer them in a casserole dish with butter and milk. The pork chops go into the skillet with a bit of lard. They sizzle and spit when they hit the hot surface. The smell is rich and meaty. Your husband arrives home at 5:30. The mill whistle blew at 5, and the walk home takes 25 minutes. He's tired. His face is streaked with lint from the cotton fibres. He washes up at the kitchen sink and changes into clean clothes. Dinner is ready at 6. The family eats together at the kitchen table. The conversation is light. Your son talks about a game he played at recess. Your daughter shows everyone a drawing she made with crayons. Your husband mentions that the mill is running double shifts to meet a large order. That means overtime pay, which means you might finally afford new curtains for the parlour. After dinner, your husband reads the newspaper in the parlour. Your son does homework. Your daughter plays with her doll near the stove. You wash dishes again and pack lunches for tomorrow. The kitchen smells like dish soap and pork fat. At 8, you light the oil lamps in the parlour and the bedrooms. Electric lights exist in your town, but they're expensive to install and run. You're saving for electrification, but it will take another 2 years. The oil lamps cast a warm, flickering light that makes shadows dance on the walls. The smell is kerosene and warmth. You put your daughter to bed first. She wears a cotton nightgown and sleeps with a stuffed bear that's missing one eye. You read her a story from a picture book about farm animals. Her eyes close before you finish. You kiss her forehead and pull the quilts up to her chin. Your son goes to bed at 8:30. He's old enough to wash up and change into pyjamas without help. You check on him before he turns out his lamp. He's reading a book about pirates under the covers. You tell him 5 more minutes. He grins and promises to sleep soon. You and your husband sit together in the parlour for an hour. He smokes a pipe filled with cherry tobacco. The smoke curls up toward the ceiling and dissipates slowly. You work on mending. The trousers have a tear in the knee. You patch it with a square of denim from an old work shirt. Your stitches are small and even. At 10, you bank the fire in the stove. This means covering the coals with ash so they smoulder slowly through the night. In the morning, you'll stir them back to life. You check the locks on the doors and blow out the lamps one by one. Upstairs, you change into your nightgown and slide under the quilts. Your husband is already snoring softly. The house creaks and settles around you. Outside, you can hear a dog barking 3 streets over. The world is dark and quiet. Tomorrow will be another Tuesday, and it will look almost exactly like today. You remember where you were on October 29th, 1929. The day started like any other. You were peeling apples in the kitchen for a pie. Your daughter was colouring at the table. The radio was playing music from a station in Pittsburgh. Then the programme stopped. The announcer's voice came on. He sounded shaken. He said the stock market had collapsed. You didn't own stocks. Most people you knew didn't own stocks. But your husband's cousin worked at a bank in Philadelphia, and he'd been talking about investments at Sunday dinner just 2 weeks earlier. He'd sounded confident. He'd said everyone who mattered was buying shares. The market only went up. The next few weeks felt like watching a building collapse in slow motion. The bank in town closed on a Wednesday in November. People lined up on the sidewalk demanding their money. The bank manager stood behind locked doors and shook his head. There was nothing to give them. The money was gone. Historian David M. Kennedy wrote in Freedom from Fear that nearly 9,000 banks failed between 1930 and 1933. Your town's bank was one of the early casualties. Your husband still had his job at the mill, but the hours got cut. Instead of 6 days a week, he worked 4. Instead of 10-hour shifts, he worked 6. His paycheck shrank by 40%. You sat at the kitchen table together and looked at the bills. The mortgage payment was due in 2 weeks. The grocer needed to be paid. Your son needed new shoes because his toes were poking through the leather. You started making changes, small ones at first. You stopped buying coffee and started reusing the grounds twice before throwing them out. The coffee got weaker, but it was still hot and brown. You watered down the milk to make it stretch further. You baked bread every other day instead of buying it. The flour was cheaper than the finished loaves. The iceman still came, but you asked him to bring smaller blocks, a 15-pound block instead of 25. You kept fewer perishables in the icebox. Vegetables that could sit on the counter stayed out. Apples, potatoes, onions, things that didn't spoil quickly. Meat became a luxury. You bought pork chops once a month instead of once a week. You started making soup with neck bones and chicken backs. The butcher sold them cheap because most customers didn't want them. You boiled them for hours until the cartilage dissolved and the broth turned thick and gelatinous. The soup tasted rich even though it cost almost nothing. Your garden expanded. The small plot behind the house that used to grow tomatoes and beans now held 12 different crops. You planted carrots, lettuce, radishes, peas, squash, and cucumbers. Your daughter helped you weed. Your son learned to identify potato beetles and pick them off the leaves. You canned everything you could. The pantry shelves filled with glass jars sealed with wax, tomatoes, green beans, pickles, applesauce. You joined a neighbourhood exchange system. 6 families on your street agreed to share resources. If someone had extra eggs, they traded for flour. If someone needed a cup of sugar, they borrowed it and paid it back later. Money rarely changed hands. The whole system ran on trust and careful record-keeping in a notebook that lived on your kitchen counter. Your husband looked for additional work. He walked door to door asking businesses if they needed help. Most said no. Some said maybe later. One evening he came home with a small handyman job. A widow 3 blocks away needed her porch steps repaired. She couldn't pay cash, but she offered to trade. She was a seamstress. She would make winter coats for your children in exchange for the carpentry work. He fixed her steps on a Saturday. He came home with the measurements for the coats. The widow used wool fabric she'd been saving. The coats were dark blue and slightly too large so your children could grow into them. They lasted 4 years. The radio became your primary source of both news and entertainment. You couldn't afford to go to the picture show anymore. A ticket cost 25 cents, and that was 25 cents you needed for food. Instead, the family gathered around the radio in the evening. You listened to comedy programs and music shows. The laughter was free. Your daughter's birthday came in April of 1931. She turned 6. You couldn't afford a store-bought present. Instead, you made her a doll from fabric scraps and buttons. The doll had yarn hair and a simple dress. Your daughter loved it more than any toy you'd ever bought her. Your son outgrew his school shoes. You took them to a cobbler who put new soles on them for 35 cents. They lasted another 6 months. When they finally fell apart, your husband cut pieces from old tires and fashioned makeshift soles. They weren't pretty, but they kept your son's feet dry. You stopped throwing anything away. Newspaper became fire starter for the stove. Bacon grease went into the tin can for cooking. Worn-out clothes got cut into cleaning rags. Vegetable scraps went into the soup pot. Glass jars got reused until they cracked. Nothing had permission to be waste. The church started a soup kitchen in the basement. They served dinner 3 nights a week to anyone who needed it. You volunteered to help cook on Tuesdays. You peeled potatoes and stirred massive pots of stew. The line of people waiting for food stretched around the block. You recognized neighbors, your son's teacher, the man who used to own the hardware store. Everyone looked tired and thin. Winter was the hardest time. Coal prices stayed high even as everything else collapsed. You learned to burn less and wear more layers. Your children slept in wool socks and flannel pajamas under piles of quilts. You heated only the kitchen and the parlour. The upstairs bedroom stayed cold. Ice formed on the inside of the windows overnight. Your husband's mill cut production again in 1932. He went down to 3 days a week. The paychecks barely covered the mortgage. You stopped paying the electric bill. The power company shut off service in March. You went back to oil lamps. The house felt like it had travelled backward in time. You got creative with meals. Beans became a staple. Navy beans, pinto beans, kidney beans. You soaked them overnight and cooked them with a ham hock if you had one, or just onions and salt if you didn't. They were filling and cheap. A pound of beans cost 8 cents and fed the family for 2 days. Breakfast became oatmeal, lunch became leftover beans or bread with lard and salt. Dinner was whatever you could assemble from the pantry and the garden. Some nights it was vegetable soup, other nights it was fried potatoes and onions. Once a week you made a pot pie with scraps of chicken and root vegetables under a biscuit crust. Your children understood without being told. They stopped asking for treats. They ate what you served without complaint. They wore patched clothes without embarrassment. They learned to make toys from sticks and stones and imagination. The simplicity was a kind of dignity. The neighbourhood changed. Houses sat empty after families moved away looking for work. You never knew where they went. California, maybe. Or back to wherever their people came from. The empty houses got boarded up. Sometimes transient men broke in and slept there for a few nights before moving on. You left food on your back porch sometimes. A sandwich wrapped in newspaper, an apple. It was always gone by morning. You started cutting your own hair and your daughter's hair. Your husband cut your son's hair with scissors from the sewing kit. The results were uneven but functional. Haircuts cost money you didn't have. The postman brought letters from relatives asking for help. Your husband's brother in Ohio had lost his job. Could you send money? You wrote back explaining you had none to send. Your own situation was precarious. The letter felt cruel to write, but it was truthful. Sometimes you lay awake at night doing mathematics in your head. The mortgage payment, plus the grocer's bill, plus the coal for winter, plus shoes for the children, plus the doctor if anyone got sick. The numbers never added up favourably. You'd start over, trying different configurations. The answer remained the same. You were one bad month away from disaster, but disaster never quite arrived. You held on. Your husband kept working his reduced hours. You kept the garden growing and the pantry stocked. The children stayed healthy. The house stayed yours. Each month felt like a small victory snatched from the jaws of catastrophe. By 1933, you'd become an expert in survival. The initial panic had faded into a grinding routine of deprivation and adaptation. You knew exactly how far a dollar could stretch. You knew which merchants gave credit and which demanded cash. You knew the difference between actual hunger and mere appetite. Your kitchen had transformed into a laboratory of invention. Food writer M.F.K. Fisher wrote about Depression-era cooking as an art form born from necessity. You understood this intimately. You could make a meal from almost nothing. Flour and water became dumplings. Stale bread soaked in milk became bread pudding. Wilted vegetables got chopped fine and added to omelettes. You discovered that chicken feet, which the butcher practically gave away, made excellent broth when simmered for hours. The collagen from the skin and bones created a rich gelatinous stock that added body to soups and gravies. You learned to love organ meats. Liver was cheap and nutritious. You fried it with onions until it was tender. Your family ate it without complaint. The government program started appearing in 1933. The Works Progress Administration put men to work building roads and bridges. Your husband didn't qualify because he still had mill work, even if it was reduced. But your neighbour's husband got hired for a WPA crew. They paved the street 3 blocks over. The family celebrated like they'd won the lottery. Government surplus commodities arrived at the church basement once a month. You stood in line with your ration card and received canned beef, powdered milk and blocks of yellow cheese. The cheese was dense and salty. You melted it over bread or stirred it into macaroni. It tasted like benevolent bureaucracy, which is to say it tasted like survival. You joined a sewing circle with 5 other women from the neighbourhood. Every Thursday afternoon you gathered at someone's house. Each woman brought fabric scraps, thread and whatever needed mending. You worked together, sharing needles and scissors. The conversation was the real currency. You traded recipes and strategies for stretching budgets. Someone knew where to buy day-old bread for half price. Someone else knew which farmer sold eggs for 7 cents a dozen instead of 10. Your daughter started school in 1934. The schoolhouse needed repairs. The roof leaked. The windows were cracked. The PTA organised work parties where parents donated labour. Your husband spent 2 Saturdays patching the roof with donated shingles. You brought sandwiches and thermoses of weak coffee for the workers. The school couldn't afford new textbooks. Your daughter's reader was from 1918. Pages were missing. The spine was held together with tape. She shared it with another student. They took turns bringing it home. You helped her practice reading by candlelight in the evening. Your son was 13 now and looking for work. He found a job delivering newspapers before school. He woke at 4 in the morning and rode his bicycle through dark streets, throwing papers onto porches. He earned $3 a week. He gave you 2 and kept 1 for himself. His contribution made a tangible difference. The grocer's bill got paid on time for the first time in months. Entertainment became increasingly homemade. You couldn't afford radio batteries, so music came from your own voices. Your husband played harmonica. You sang old songs your mother had taught you. The children learned the words and harmonised. The sound filled the kitchen on winter evenings. It cost nothing and felt like wealth. The library became your children's favourite destination. Books were free. You could borrow them for 2 weeks. Your daughter read everything she could reach on the shelves. Adventure stories, fairy tales, books about children in other countries. The library was warm in winter, which was an additional benefit. You sometimes sent the children there on cold Saturday afternoons just so they could sit in heated rooms for a few hours. The garden expanded again. You dug up part of the front yard and planted vegetables. Aesthetics mattered less than calories. Neighbours did the same. The whole street became a patchwork of productive plots. Tomatoes grew next to front porches. Bean poles stood where decorative shrubs used to be. The neighbourhood looked scrappier but more alive. You learned to preserve food in new ways. A neighbour taught you how to make sauerkraut. You shredded cabbage and packed it in a crock with salt. It fermented over 3 weeks. The smell was pungent but not unpleasant. The finished kraut lasted all winter. It tasted sharp and satisfying next to boiled potatoes. Your husband started keeping rabbits in a hutch behind the house. Rabbits bred quickly and ate kitchen scraps. They converted garbage into meat with impressive efficiency. You tried not to think of them as pets. Every 6 weeks your husband butchered one. You made stew or roasted it with vegetables. The meat was lean and mild. It tasted like resourcefulness. Clothing became a constant challenge. Your children grew relentlessly. You let out hems and added fabric panels to extend the life of dresses and trousers. You turned shirt collars inside out when they frayed and got another year of wear. You darned socks until there was more darning than sock. Only then did they become cleaning rags. You learned to cut down adult clothes to fit children. Your husband's old work shirt became a school shirt for your son. A dress you'd worn in the 1920s got remade into 2 dresses for your daughter. Nothing stayed in its original form for long. Everything got repurposed. The barter system expanded beyond your immediate neighbours. A network of informal exchange spread across the whole town. The blacksmith fixed tools in exchange for eggs. The seamstress made clothes in exchange for firewood. The carpenter built shelves in exchange for canned goods. Money was scarce, but goods and services flowed freely through handshake agreements and mutual need. Your husband found side work fixing appliances. He'd always been handy with tools. Word spread that he could repair toasters, irons, and small motors. People brought broken items to your back door. He charged $1 for most repairs. The parts usually cost 50 cents. He cleared 50 cents per job. It wasn't much, but it added up. Some months he earned an extra $5 or $6 this way. You took in mending for other families. A woman across town worked at a dress shop. She sent torn and damaged garments your way. You repaired them for 30 cents apiece. Your stitches were invisible. The shop owner was pleased. She sent more work. You spent evenings with needle and thread, squinting in lamplight, turning ripped seams into invisible repairs. The milk delivery stopped. The dairy couldn't afford to keep routes running in neighbourhoods where too many people had stopped paying. You bought milk directly from a farmer at the edge of town. Once a week you walked there with your children. It was 3 miles each way. You carried glass jars. The farmer filled them from a bulk tank. The milk was still warm from the cow. You paid him 30 cents for 2 gallons. The walk home was slow and careful. Spilled milk was not just a cliché, but a genuine tragedy. Your daughter learned to knit. You taught her using scrap yarn and needles your grandmother had owned. She made a scarf for her brother. It was lumpy and irregular, but it was warm. He wore it all winter and thanked her sincerely. The phonograph sat silent. You'd sold most of your records to a second-hand shop for $1. You kept 3 favourites. You played them rarely to preserve the needles. Music became something precious and occasional. Holidays shrank but didn't disappear. Christmas of 1935 involved a small tree cut from the woods outside town. You decorated it with paper chains the children made from newspaper. Presents were practical: new socks, a pocket knife, a book from the second-hand store. Everyone understood. The joy was muted but genuine. Your son graduated from 8th grade in 1936. High school was free, but it required books and supplies. The family held a meeting. Could he continue school, or should he find full-time work? He wanted to study. You wanted him to have opportunities you'd never had. The decision was made. He would attend high school. The family would find a way. Finding a way meant your husband took a second job as a night janitor at an office building downtown. He worked the mill from 6 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. He slept for 2 hours. Then he walked to the office building and cleaned from 6 in the evening until midnight. He came home exhausted and slept 4 more hours before starting again. This schedule continued for 2 years. He never complained. He started taking in boarders. A single room upstairs that had been used for storage got cleared and furnished with a bed and a chair. You advertised in the church bulletin. A travelling salesman rented it for $3 a week. He was rarely home. He paid on time. The income covered your son's school expenses with a little left over. The mill began hiring again in 1937. Production increased. Your husband went back to 5 days a week. The paycheck grew. It felt like surfacing after being underwater. You caught your breath and looked around. The worst seemed to be passing. You paid off debt slowly, the grocer first, then the coal supplier, coal, then the accumulated small borrowings from neighbours and friends. Each payment felt like shedding weight. By 1938, you owed no one. Your pantry was full. Your children were clothed and fed. The crisis wasn't over, but you'd found your footing. The Depression had taught you things you'd never forget. How to make something from nothing. How to identify what mattered and discard what didn't. How to work until your body ached and then work more. How to look at a problem from 6 angles before finding the 7th that solved it. These lessons stayed in your bones. They'd serve you well in the years ahead. You heard about Pearl Harbor on the radio. December 7th, 1941. You were making Sunday dinner, pot roast with carrots and potatoes. The announcer broke into the music program. His voice was tight with controlled panic. Japanese planes had bombed Hawaii. Casualties were unknown but significant. America was at war. Your first thought was for your son. He was 18. The draft would come for him. You looked at your husband. His face had gone grey. Neither of you said anything for a long time. The pot roast burned slightly while you stood frozen in the kitchen. Your son enlisted 3 weeks later. He didn't wait for the draft. He walked into the recruitment office downtown and signed papers. He came home in uniform a month after that. The wool was scratchy and new. He looked older. You hugged him and tried not to cry. He left for basic training in February. The war changed everything faster than the Depression had. Your neighbourhood transformed almost overnight. Men disappeared into military service. Women took their places in factories. The mill where your husband worked switched to producing fabric for military uniforms and tents. The shifts went back to 6 days a week, 10 hours a day. Overtime was mandatory. The paychecks were larger than they'd been in a decade. Rationing started in 1942. You registered for ration books at the school gymnasium. Every family member got a book filled with stamps. Different stamps for different goods. Red stamps for meat and butter. Blue stamps for canned goods. You planned meals around stamp availability. Historian Amy Bentley documented in Eating for Victory that rationing fundamentally altered American foodways. You felt this change in your kitchen every single day. Sugar was rationed first. Each person got 8 ounces per week. Baking changed. You reduced sugar in recipes by half. You used molasses and honey as substitutes when you could get them. The coffee cake you used to make every Sunday became a monthly treat. Meat rationing hit harder. 28 ounces per person per week. You bought cheaper cuts. Liver, heart, tongue, oxtail. You made them tender through long, slow cooking. You extended meat with beans and vegetables. A pound of ground beef mixed with breadcrumbs and egg could make a meatloaf that fed 6. You saved bacon grease religiously. It was liquid gold for flavouring vegetables. Butter was severely restricted. You switched to margarine. It came white in a plastic bag with a yellow dye capsule. You kneaded the capsule until it burst and coloured the margarine. It looked almost like butter. It tasted like patriotic compromise. Coffee was rationed to 1 pound every 5 weeks. You learned to make it weak. 1 tablespoon of grounds per cup instead of 2. You reused grounds. The coffee got progressively weaker through the week, but it was still hot and caffeinated. Your daughter was 15. She joined the Junior Red Cross. She spent afternoons at the community centre rolling bandages and packing care packages for soldiers. She knitted socks with government-issue wool. The socks were olive drab and monotonous to make. She produced 3 pairs a week. They shipped overseas in batches. The government launched scrap drives. You donated metal, rubber and paper. And your children went door to door collecting old pots, worn-out tyres and stacks of newspaper. The metal went to munitions factories. The rubber became parts for military vehicles. The paper became packaging material. Nothing was too small to contribute. You planted a victory garden. The government encouraged it through posters and radio campaigns. Grow your own food and free up commercial produce for the troops. Your garden doubled in size. Every inch of the yard became productive. You grew tomatoes, beans, lettuce, carrots, beets and squash. Your daughter planted flowers between the vegetable rows, marigolds to deter pests. The garden was beautiful and functional. Canning became a competitive sport. You and your neighbours tried to outpreserve each other. Shelves filled with glass jars, tomato sauce, pickled beets, green beans, peaches in syrup. You counted your jars with pride. 58 jars one summer, 63 the next. Each jar represented security, food that would last through winter when gardens were frozen. The aircraft factory opened on the edge of town in 1943. It employed 3,000 workers. Most of them were women. Your neighbour took a job there. She'd never worked outside her home before. Suddenly she was riveting aluminium sheets on bomber fuselages. She wore overalls and a kerchief on her hair. She came home tired and empowered. Her paycheck was larger than her husband's had ever been. You considered factory work yourself. The pay was tempting. But your husband worried about the house and your daughter. Who would manage things if you were gone 10 hours a day? The decision was fraught. You compromised. You took a part-time job at the ration board office. You processed applications and distributed stamps 3 mornings a week. The pay was modest but helpful. The character of your neighbourhood shifted. Families with men in service displayed blue stars in their windows. 1 star per service member. Some houses had 2 or 3. You hung a single star for your son. The star was fabric on a white background inside a red border. You placed it in the front window where everyone could see it. Letters from your son arrived irregularly. The censors blacked out information about his location and activities. You read between the lines. He was somewhere in Europe. He was alive. He missed home. He asked about the garden and the weather and whether his old dog was still kicking around. You wrote back weekly. You told him everything was fine. You didn't mention your worry. Gasoline rationing, limited driving. Your husband's car sat in the driveway most days. He rode his bicycle to work. You walked everywhere or took the bus. The bus was crowded. You stood shoulder to shoulder with other passengers. Factory workers, office clerks, elderly women going to market. Everyone was patient. You were all in it together. Your daughter started working as a nurse's aide at the hospital after school. The hospital was short-staffed. Nurses had joined the military or moved to cities for higher-paying work. Your daughter changed bedpans and delivered meals to patients. She earned 50 cents an hour. She saved most of it for college. She wanted to be a real nurse someday. The war news came through the radio and newspapers. You followed it obsessively. Battles in North Africa, invasions in Italy, the grinding push across France. Each victory felt personal. Each setback brought anxiety. You listened to Edward R. Murrow's broadcast from London. His voice was calm and authoritative. It helped you believe the war could be won. Holidays became bittersweet. Thanksgiving 1943 without your son. Christmas without him. His empty chair at the table was conspicuous. You set a place for him anyway. A symbolic gesture. Your daughter cried quietly. Your husband stared at his plate and said little. The neighbourhood lost its first son in 1944, a boy 2 streets over, killed in action in France. His mother hung a gold star in the window. Gold meant death. The whole block attended the funeral. The church overflowed. The grief was communal and enormous. You hugged his mother. You had no words that helped. Your own son was wounded in Germany in early 1945. Shrapnel in his leg. The telegram arrived on a Tuesday. He was alive. He was recovering. He'd be sent home when stable. You collapsed into a chair and wept. Relief and fear mixed into something overwhelming. Victory in Europe came in May. The town erupted. People flooded the streets. Strangers hugged. Car horns blared. Church bells rang for hours. You walked downtown with your daughter and husband. You stood in the crowd in front of the courthouse. Everyone was crying and laughing simultaneously. The war in Europe was over. Your son came home in June. He walked with a limp. His eyes were different, harder, distant. You hugged him on the porch. He smelled like antiseptic and old sweat. He didn't talk about what he'd seen. You didn't ask. He slept in his old room. Sometimes you heard him wake in the night. You didn't intrude. He needed to find his own way back. Victory in Japan came in August. The celebrations were more subdued. Everyone was exhausted. The relief was profound but quiet. The war was over. The world could begin rebuilding. You could begin rebuilding. Rationing continued into 1946. The recovery took time, but the stamps started flowing more freely. Butter became available in larger quantities. Meat portions increased. Sugar loosened up. Your cooking slowly returned to pre-war patterns. Cakes got sweeter. Roasts got bigger. The scarcity mindset persisted, but the actual scarcity began to fade. Your son got a job at the hardware store. He wasn't ready for college. He needed to work with his hands and be around normal people doing normal things. The store owner was patient. He gave your son space to adjust. Slowly, over months, your son started to resemble the boy who'd left in 1942. The war had aged everyone. Your husband's hair had gone completely grey. Your daughter had grown from a child into a young woman. You'd developed deep lines around your eyes, but you'd survived. Your family was intact. Millions of others could not say the same. You counted yourself fortunate. The war years compressed time strangely. Days felt long, but years evaporated. You measured progress in ration stamps and letters from the front. Life became a series of small adaptations and constant vigilance. Your morning routine changed during the war. You woke earlier to listen to the news before breakfast. The radio crackled to life at 5:30. Reports came from European theatres and Pacific Islands. You needed to know what was happening before your day began. The information helped you feel connected to your son, even though you had no idea where he actually was. Breakfast was simpler than it had been. No bacon because of rationing, oatmeal instead. You cooked it with water and added a small spoonful of sugar. Sometimes you had dried fruit if you'd preserved apples or peaches the previous summer. Coffee was weak but hot. You drank it black because milk was precious. The kitchen took on new importance as a space of strategic planning. You kept a notebook where you tracked ration stamps and meal plans. Each week required mathematical precision. How many red stamps for Sunday's roast? Could you stretch it across 3 meals? Which blue stamps would buy canned vegetables to fill out dinners? The notebook became your tactical manual. Shopping happened multiple times a week because you couldn't buy large quantities with limited stamps. You went to the butcher on Monday for the week's meat ration, the grocer on Wednesday for canned goods, the farmer's market on Saturday for fresh produce that didn't require stamps. Each trip required your ration book and careful planning. The butcher knew his customers' stamp situations. He suggested cuts based on what you could afford with your stamps. Some weeks you bought hamburger. Other weeks you got a small chicken. Occasionally you splurged on pork chops. He wrapped everything in brown paper and marked the weight with a pencil. You thanked him sincerely. His job had become complicated. Dinner preparation became creative problem solving. How could you make 4 ounces of ground beef feed a family of 4? You extended it with breadcrumbs soaked in milk. You added diced onions and celery. You shaped it into a loaf and baked it with tomato sauce on top. The result looked substantial. It tasted satisfying. The meat was there but not dominant. Vegetables carried meals. You roasted root vegetables until they caramelized. Carrots, parsnips, turnips. The sugars concentrated and intensified. They became sweet and savoury. You mashed potatoes with margarine and evaporated milk. They were creamy and filling. You sautéed cabbage with onions until it wilted and browned slightly. It tasted better than you'd expected. You made casseroles that combined small amounts of protein with starches and vegetables. Tuna noodle casserole with canned tuna, egg noodles, cream sauce and peas. Shepherd's pie with ground beef, vegetables and mashed potato topping. These dishes stretched ingredients efficiently while providing comfort. The whole neighbourhood shared tips for making rations stretch. Your neighbour showed you how to make mock apple pie from crackers soaked in sugar syrup with cinnamon. It tasted surprisingly apple-like. Another friend demonstrated egg-free cake recipes that used vinegar and baking soda for leavening. The results were denser than traditional cakes, but still sweet and satisfying. You saved cooking fats religiously. The government ran campaigns asking housewives to donate grease for munitions manufacturing. The glycerin in animal fats was used to make explosives. You poured cooled bacon grease and meat drippings into tin cans. When you accumulated a pound, you took it to the butcher. He gave you 4 cents and 2 red ration points in exchange. You felt like you were contributing directly to the war effort through your kitchen waste. Baking changed. White flour was in short supply. You bought whole wheat flour and mixed it with white to make bread. The loaves were denser and darker. They tasted nutty and wholesome. You told yourself they were probably healthier anyway. Sugar restrictions meant fewer cookies and cakes. When you did bake sweets, they were special occasions. Your daughter's birthday, Christmas, Easter. The neighbourhood organised a food-sharing co-op. 10 families pooled ration stamps to buy bulk goods. You went in on £50 sacks of flour and sugar. Everyone got their share based on stamps contributed. The system was efficient and built community solidarity. You took turns hosting the monthly distribution. The kitchen would fill with neighbours dividing supplies into labelled bags and jars. Your victory garden became more sophisticated in its 2nd and 3rd years. You learned crop rotation to maintain soil health. You planted nitrogen-fixing beans one season, then followed with heavy-feeding tomatoes. You experimented with companion planting. Basil near tomatoes to repel pests. Marigolds throughout to deter beetles. The garden's yield increased each year. Preserving food became a summer obsession. You canned tomatoes in August. The kitchen filled with steam as you boiled jars and processed quart after quart of tomato sauce. You pickled cucumbers in September. The brine was vinegar, water, dill and garlic. The cucumbers transformed into crisp dill pickles that lasted all year. You made apple butter in October. Apples cooked down with cider and spices until they became thick and spreadable. Your daughter became an expert canner. She handled the pressure canner fearlessly. Green beans went into jars with salt and water. The pressure canner hissed and rattled on the stove. 20 minutes at 10 pounds of pressure. She timed it precisely. The jars sealed with satisfying pops as they cooled. Waste was criminal. Vegetable scraps went into the soup pot to make stock. Chicken bones got boiled twice. Bread that went stale became breadcrumbs or bread pudding. Apple peels and cores made jelly. Nothing got thrown away if it had any possible use. The war years taught you to see abundance differently. A full pantry was luxury. Fresh eggs were celebration. Real butter was treasure. You developed gratitude for ordinary things that had previously seemed unremarkable. Community grew tighter. Neighbours helped neighbours. If someone's son was coming home on leave, the whole block contributed ration stamps so the family could make a proper welcome home dinner. If someone was sick, others brought soup and bread. The war created hardship but also solidarity. The scrap drives continued throughout the war. Your children collected everything. Tin cans with labels removed and both ends cut out. Aluminum foil washed and rolled into balls. Newspapers tied with string. Old rubber boots and worn-out tyres. The collection centre filled with mountains of material that would be transformed into weapons and vehicles. Your daughter's Red Cross activities intensified. She wrote letters to soldiers on behalf of people who couldn't write themselves, the elderly, the illiterate. She filled out forms and organised care package drives. She felt useful. Purpose mattered during the war. Everyone wanted to contribute. Your part-time work at the ration board office gave you insight into the system's mechanics. You saw how carefully the government tried to distribute scarce resources fairly. You also saw how some people tried to game the system. Black market dealings, counterfeit stamps. You reported violations when you found them. Fairness mattered. Everyone was sacrificing. No one should cheat. The war news consumed everyone's attention. Maps hung in living rooms with pins marking battle lines. You moved pins as fronts advanced or retreated. The European theatre, the Pacific Islands. Each pin represented unimaginable violence. But from your kitchen, the war was abstract, except when letters stopped coming from your son. The worst moments were between letters, weeks of silence. Your imagination ran wild. Was he injured? Captured? Dead? When an envelope finally arrived with his handwriting on it, you cried with relief. The letters themselves were mundane. He was well. The food was terrible. It rained constantly. He missed your cooking. These ordinary details were precious beyond measure. VE Day brought euphoria and anxiety. The European war was over, but your son was still there. He wouldn't be home immediately. The military needed time to demobilize. Meanwhile, the Pacific War continued. Other mothers' sons were still in danger. The celebration was genuine but incomplete. When the telegram came about your son's injury, the world stopped. You read it 20 times, wounded in action, recovering, stable. You focused on stable. He was alive. He would come home. The relief was physical. Your knees weakened. You sat down hard. The months waiting for his return were strange. The war in Europe was over. Rationing was loosening. Life was returning to something resembling normal. But your son was still overseas in a hospital. You existed in limbo between war and peace. VJ Day felt different, complete this time. All the wars were over. Everyone could come home. The celebrations were universal. The relief was total. The future opened up. Whatever came next, at least it wouldn't be war. Your son came home changed. The limp was permanent but manageable. The real injuries were invisible. He startled at loud noises. He went quiet sometimes, retreating into himself. But he was alive and home, and that counted for everything. The post-war economy exploded. Factories that had made tanks and planes retooled for consumer goods. Suddenly you could buy things that hadn't been available in years. Refrigerators, washing machines, automobiles, the stores filled with products. Your ration books gathered dust in a kitchen drawer. Your husband's wages increased. The mill was busy producing fabric for a population ready to buy new clothes after years of making do. Overtime was optional now, but still available. He worked it occasionally when you needed extra money for something specific. You bought a refrigerator in 1947. It replaced the old icebox that had served for decades. The refrigerator was white enamel with chrome handles. It hummed constantly. The Iceman stopped coming. You didn't miss him. The refrigerator made its own ice in metal trays. You twisted the trays to break the cubes free. The ice was clean and plentiful, and the refrigerator changed your food storage completely. Milk lasted a week instead of 2 days. Vegetables stayed crisp. Leftovers could be saved safely. You cooked less frequently because food didn't spoil as quickly. The liberation was profound. A washing machine came next. You'd been washing clothes by hand for 30 years. The machine was a revelation. You loaded wet clothes, added soap, and turned it on. The agitator swished everything clean in 20 minutes. You still hung clothes to dry, but the physical labour of washing was eliminated. Your hands stopped cracking from constant immersion in water. Your daughter enrolled in nursing school in 1948. The GI Bill made education accessible for returning veterans, and some of that attitude toward education spread to everyone. She lived at home and took the bus to the hospital for classes and clinical rotations. She studied at the kitchen table in the evenings. You brought her tea and left her alone. Your son married in 1949. His bride was a quiet girl from the next town over. They'd met at a dance at the VFW Hall. The wedding was small, 20 people at the church. Reception in the parish hall with cake and punch. They rented a small apartment above a drugstore downtown. You helped them furnish it with hand-me-downs and items from second-hand stores. The television arrived in 1950. Your son bought it as a gift for you and your husband. It was a massive wooden cabinet with a small screen. The picture was black and white and sometimes snowy. You gathered around it in the evenings. Milton Berle, I Love Lucy, the news. The programming was limited but mesmerising. The world came into your parlour. The television changed family dynamics. Conversation decreased. Everyone faced the screen instead of each other. You noticed this but didn't object. The novelty was too powerful. Besides, your children were grown and gone. The house was quiet. The television filled the silence. Food abundance felt surreal after years of scarcity. The grocery store stocked items you hadn't seen since before the war. Bananas, chocolate, real coffee in unlimited quantities. The first time you bought a pound of butter without ration stamps, you felt like you'd gotten away with something illicit. Your cooking expanded. You made layer cakes with real sugar and butter. You roasted chickens and beef roasts. You bought convenience foods that were starting to appear. Cake mixes in boxes, frozen vegetables, canned soup. These products saved time, though you still preferred making things from scratch. The suburbs started growing on the edges of town. New developments with identical houses in neat rows. Young families bought them using VA loans. The developments had names like Meadowbrook and Pleasant Valley. They represented the future, clean, modern, optimistic. Your son and his wife bought a house in one of these developments in 1952. It was a small ranch-style home with 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The kitchen had built-in cabinets and Formica countertops. Everything was new and efficient. They invited you for dinner. You marvelled at the modern conveniences. The automatic oven, the garbage disposal, the dishwasher. Your grandson was born in 1953. You became a grandmother. The baby was healthy and loud. You visited weekly, bringing food and help. You changed diapers and rocked him to sleep. Being a grandmother was different from being a mother. Less pressure, more pure joy. The economy continued expanding. Jobs were plentiful. Wages rose. Consumer goods multiplied. The standard of living improved yearly. Sociologist Elaine Tyler May wrote about the post-war domestic boom as a period of unprecedented material comfort for the middle class. You lived this transformation directly. Your husband retired from the mill in 1955. He was 62 and tired. His pension was modest but adequate. Social Security had started paying benefits. Combined, you had enough to live comfortably. He spent his retirement puttering in the garage and watching television. He seemed content. Your daughter graduated from nursing school and got a job at the hospital. She worked the day shift in the surgical ward. She wore a white uniform with a cap pinned to her hair. She looked professional and capable. You were proud of her. The supermarket opened on the edge of town in 1956. It was enormous. Aisles upon aisles of products. Shopping carts instead of baskets. The prices were lower than the corner grocer. You started shopping there once a week. You bought enough food to last 7 days. The refrigerator made this possible. Frozen foods became popular. Fish sticks, pot pies, TV dinners in aluminum trays. You tried them skeptically. They were convenient but not delicious. You used them occasionally when you didn't feel like cooking. Your husband didn't complain. The kitchen got remodelled in 1957. New cabinets, a double sink, linoleum flooring in a cheerful yellow pattern. The stove was gas now instead of coal. You turned knobs and flames appeared instantly. The oven temperature was controlled by a dial. Baking became predictable. Cakes rose evenly. Bread browned uniformly. The neighbourhood changed. Older residents died or moved to smaller places. Young families with children moved in. The sound of kids playing filled the street. The atmosphere was hopeful. Everyone believed things would keep getting better. Your life had settled into a comfortable routine. You shopped on Tuesdays. You visited your son's family on Thursdays. You played bridge with friends on Friday afternoons. You attended church on Sundays. The structure was reassuring after decades of instability. You sometimes thought about the Depression years. They felt distant now, almost like they'd happened to someone else. But the habits persisted. You still saved everything. You still reused containers and mended clothes. You still felt guilty about waste. The scarcity mindset never completely left. Your grandson started kindergarten in 1958. The school was new and modern, large windows, bright colours, play areas with jungle gyms and swings. The teachers were young and enthusiastic. Education was different now, less rigid, more focused on creativity and individual development. Your daughter met a doctor at the hospital. He was kind and intelligent. They dated for 6 months and got engaged. The wedding was larger than your son's had been. 100 guests. A reception at a hotel. You wore a new dress. Your husband wore a suit. You danced together for the first time in years. The neighbourhood threw block parties now. Everyone contributed food. Children played games. Adults talked and laughed. The parties lasted into the evening. Paper lanterns hung from trees. The atmosphere was convivial. The war felt far away. The Depression felt like ancient history. Your house was paid off in 1959. The mortgage that had haunted you for decades was finished. You owned the home free and clear. Your husband framed the final payment receipt and hung it in the basement. You understood the gesture. It represented security, stability, victory over decades of financial anxiety. The 1950s had been good to you. Your family was healthy and thriving. Your grandchildren were growing. Your finances were stable. The world felt safe. The future seemed bright. You could rest. You turned 60 in 1960. The decades stretched before you with a promise of ease. Retirement meant time. Time to read. Time to garden for pleasure instead of necessity. Time to simply exist without the constant pressure of survival. Your grandson was 7 now and full of questions. He asked about the old days. What was it like before television? Before refrigerators? You tried to explain, but the world you described sounded exotic to him. He couldn't imagine an icebox or washing clothes by hand. The past was a foreign country. Your neighbourhood fully modernised. Every house had a refrigerator. Most had washing machines. Several had dryers. Air conditioning units appeared in windows during summer. The physical labour of household maintenance decreased dramatically. Women had time for activities beyond domestic chores. Your bridge club met weekly. 4 women rotating hosting duties. You played in living rooms while sipping coffee and eating cake. The conversation ranged widely. Grandchildren, recipes, television shows, local gossip. The gatherings were social lubrication, friendship maintenance, connection. The library became your frequent destination. You read novels you'd never had time for during the working years, historical fiction, mysteries, biographies. You consumed books the way you'd once consumed food during lean times, hungrily, gratefully. Your garden became ornamental. You still grew tomatoes and beans, but you also planted roses and peonies. The flowers served no practical purpose. They were beautiful and fragrant. That was enough. The shift from necessity to aesthetics felt luxurious. Your son's family bought a second car in 1961, 2 cars for one family. The excess seemed remarkable, but they needed it. Your daughter-in-law had started working part-time at a department store. She needed transportation. The second car solved the problem. The grocery store introduced more convenience foods, instant mashed potatoes, cake mixes, frozen dinners, canned everything. You tried them all with curiosity. Some were acceptable. Others were crimes against cooking. You formed opinions and preferences. Television expanded to 3 networks. Programming ran most of the day. You watched game shows in the afternoon, news at 6, dramas in the evening. The television was companion and window. It showed you a world larger than your neighbourhood. Your husband's health began declining. Small things at first. Shortness of breath. Fatigue. The doctor diagnosed heart disease. Not immediately dangerous, but requiring attention. Your husband took pills. He reduced salt. He walked daily for exercise. You walked with him. Your grandson entered 3rd grade. He was learning cursive writing and multiplication tables. The education he received was more comprehensive than yours had been. He took art classes and music lessons. The school system valued well-rounded development. You approved. The space program captivated the nation. President Kennedy promised to land a man on the moon. The goal seemed fantastical. You watched rocket launches on television. The technology was incomprehensible but thrilling. The future was arriving faster than you could process. Your daughter had a baby in 1962, a girl, your second grandchild. The birth happened in a hospital with modern obstetric care. Nothing like your own experiences birthing babies at home with a midwife. Progress was evident in every generation. The Cuban Missile Crisis terrified everyone. The world held its breath for 2 weeks. Nuclear war seemed imminent. You watched the news compulsively. Your husband built a fallout shelter in the basement. He stocked it with canned goods and water. The crisis passed. The shelter remained. A monument to Cold War anxiety. Your daily routine in the early 1960s was gentle. You woke when your body was ready. You made coffee in the percolator. You ate toast with butter and jam. You read the newspaper. You watched morning television. You did light housework. You prepared simple lunches. You visited friends or received visitors. You made dinner for your husband. You watched evening television. You read in bed. You slept. The simplicity was earned. Decades of hard labour and anxiety had purchased this ease. You didn't take it for granted. You remembered hunger. You remembered fear. The current comfort was precious because you knew its opposite. Shopping became leisure. The supermarket was vast and climate-controlled. You pushed a cart through aisles, examining products, comparing prices, reading labels. The abundance was still startling. 50 varieties of cereal, 20 brands of coffee. The choices were almost overwhelming. Your kitchen was fully electric now. The refrigerator, the stove, the mixer, the toaster, everything plugged in. You'd gone from coal and ice to electricity and automation. The transformation had happened over 40 years, but it felt sudden in retrospect. You cooked less elaborately than you once had. Simple roasts, basic vegetables, store-bought bread. The artistry had drained from the necessity. Cooking was no longer creative problem-solving. It was maintenance. You didn't mind. Your bridge club took a trip to Atlantic City in 1963. You rode together in one-woman station wagon. You stayed in a motel near the boardwalk. You walked on the beach. You ate at restaurants. You played cards in the motel room. The trip was your first vacation in decades. The freedom was intoxicating. The Kennedy assassination shocked the nation. You watched the news coverage for days. The funeral, the flag-draped coffin, Jackie Kennedy in black. The whole country mourned together through television. The shared grief was mediated by screens but felt genuine. Your husband passes away in 1964. Heart attack. The doctor said it was quick and painless. You hoped that was true. The funeral was well attended. He'd known many people. You sat in the front pew and accepted condolences. Your children sat beside you. Your grandchildren were too young to understand. Being a widow took adjustment. The house was quiet. You cooked for one. You watched television alone. You maintained routines because structure prevented collapse. Your daughter visited frequently. Your son checked on you daily. Your grandchildren provided purpose. You persevered. The world in 1965 looked nothing like the world of 1920. Technology had rewritten every aspect of daily life. Prosperity had replaced scarcity. Comfort had replaced struggle. You'd lived through the transformation. You'd adapted repeatedly. You'd survived. Your grandson turned 12. He was interested in science and space exploration. He talked about becoming an astronaut. You encouraged him. The world he was inheriting had possibilities you couldn't have imagined at his age. The future was his to shape. You thought sometimes about the young woman you'd been in 1920. She woke in a cold bedroom and lit coal fires. She washed clothes by hand and walked miles to market. She worried constantly about money and food. You felt both connected to her and distant from her. She'd been resilient. She'd endured. She'd gotten you here. The modern conveniences that filled your house in 1965 were miracles to that young woman. Refrigeration, electric lights, television, automobiles, airplanes. The pace of change had been relentless. Each decade brought innovations that transformed daily experience. But some things hadn't changed. Family still mattered. Community still provided support. Work still gave purpose. Love still hurt and healed. The fundamentals of human experience persisted beneath the technological surface. You settled into a chair one evening in late 1965. The television was on, but you weren't watching. You were thinking about the 45 years since 1920. The struggles and joys, the losses and gains, the constant forward motion of time and history. Your house was warm, your belly was full, your family was healthy. These were victories worth celebrating. You'd lived through economic collapse, world war, and a massive social transformation. You'd raised children and gained grandchildren. You'd contributed to your community and supported your family. The young woman in 1920 who woke in a cold bedroom would be proud of the life you'd built. She'd recognise your resilience because it was hers too. You'd carried her forward through decades of change. She'd given you the strength to adapt and endure. Outside your window, the neighbourhood was quiet. Streetlights illuminated empty sidewalks. Inside, the house hummed with electricity. The refrigerator, the television, the furnace. The modern world pulsed with invisible power. You stood and walked to the kitchen. You made tea in a kettle on the electric stove. You poured it into a china cup. You added milk from the refrigerator. You sat at the table and sipped slowly. The tea was hot and sweet. The moment was peaceful. Tomorrow would bring its own tasks and pleasures. Grocery shopping, a visit from your grandson, television in the evening. Your life had simplified to essential rhythms. You found comfort in the routine. The past was behind you. The future belonged to your children and grandchildren. You occupied the present moment fully. This was enough. This had always been enough. A warm house, people to love, work that mattered, food to eat, safety, security. These were the real treasures. You finished your tea and rinsed the cup. You turned off the kitchen light. You walked upstairs to bed. The house creaked familiarly around you. Tomorrow would arrive on schedule. You would meet it with the same resilience that had carried you this far. And so, my tired potatoes, your own day is nearly done. If tonight's story helped you appreciate the daily lives that shape the modern world, perhaps you'll return tomorrow night for another chapter of history. Until then, rest well. Tonight, you will journey back to a time when humans first looked up at the night sky and wondered if those distant points of light could tell them when to plant their crops. Before smartphones and wall calendars, before printed almanacs and mechanical clocks, people relied entirely on the heavens to mark the passing seasons. What began as simple observations of sunrise and moonrise eventually transformed into sophisticated astronomical systems that still influence how we measure time today. The year is around 15,000 years before the Common Era. Ice still covers much of the northern world. Your people have no written language. They have no cities. They do not even have agriculture yet. But they have noticed something interesting about the sky. Every morning the sun rises from roughly the same direction. Every evening it sets on the opposite horizon. During the warm months it climbs higher in the sky and stays visible longer. During the cold months it barely makes it above the horizon before disappearing again. This pattern repeats itself with reliable consistency. You cannot read or write, but you can count. You can observe. You can remember. The oldest evidence of astronomical observation comes from bones. In the Dordogne region of France, archaeologists discovered a piece of eagle bone covered in tiny carved marks. The bone dates back roughly 32,000 years. At first, researchers thought these marks were decorative. Then someone counted them. There were exactly 29 marks arranged in a specific pattern. 29 is not a random number. It represents the number of days in a lunar month. The moon goes through its complete cycle of phases in approximately 29.5 days. Someone carved these marks deliberately. They were tracking something. This bone is not unique. Similar marked bones and antlers have been found across Europe and Asia. Some display groups of marks that correspond to lunar cycles. Others show patterns that might represent seasonal changes. The people who made these marks had no telescopes. They had no mathematics as we understand it. They simply watched the sky night after night and recorded what they saw. You might wonder why anyone would bother. The answer involves survival. If you live in a world without supermarkets or refrigerators, knowing when food will appear becomes critically important. Certain plants produce edible roots in spring. Specific animals migrate through your territory during particular months. Fish spawn in rivers at predictable times. Getting these timings wrong means going hungry. Getting them right means your family eats. The sky offered clues. When certain stars appeared on the horizon at dawn, spring was approaching. When the moon reached a particular phase, the salmon would start running upstream. When the sun set at a specific point between two distant mountains, winter was coming and you needed to prepare. These early observers had no idea they were doing astronomy. They were simply trying not to starve. The moon seems like it would make a perfect calendar. It changes in obvious ways that anyone can see. New moon becomes crescent, becomes half moon, becomes full moon, becomes half moon again. The cycle is clear and regular. Many early cultures based their calendars entirely on lunar months. Then they ran into a problem. 12 lunar months add up to approximately 354 days. But the solar year, the time it takes Earth to orbit the Sun once, lasts approximately 365.25 days. This means a purely lunar calendar falls short by roughly 11 days every year. This might not seem like much, but those 11 days accumulate. After 3 years, your lunar calendar is off by an entire month. After 10 years, it is out of sync with the seasons by nearly 4 months. If you plant your crops based on the lunar calendar, you will eventually find yourself planting wheat in autumn when you should be harvesting it. Ancient cultures discovered this discrepancy the hard way. They would carefully track the moon, create a calendar based on those observations, and then watch in confusion as their calendar slowly drifted away from reality. The moon said it was planting season, but the weather remained cold. The moon indicated summer, but leaves were falling from the trees. Something else had to be incorporated into the system. They needed to track both the moon and the sun simultaneously. This turned out to be considerably more complicated than it sounds. The Babylonians eventually solved this problem by adding extra months. When their lunar calendar drifted too far from the solar year, they simply inserted an additional month to bring everything back into alignment. This system required careful observation and record keeping. Someone had to track both calendars and determine when they had diverged enough to require correction. The solution worked, but felt inelegant. Adding random months whenever things got too out of sync seemed like admitting defeat. Surely there was a better way. Different cultures approached this puzzle from different angles. Some emphasized lunar months. Others focused primarily on solar years. A few ambitious societies tried to create systems that perfectly balanced both. None of them found it easy. Around 5,000 years ago, people in various parts of the world started building permanent structures aligned with celestial events. These were not observatories in the modern sense. They were more like gigantic three-dimensional calendars carved into the landscape itself. The most famous of these structures sits on Salisbury Plain in southern England. You have probably heard of Stonehenge. You might picture it as a mysterious ring of massive stones standing in a field. You're correct. But that description barely captures what the monument actually does. Stonehenge was built in stages over roughly 1,500 years. The earliest version consisted of a circular earthwork ditch and bank. Over subsequent centuries, builders added timber posts, stone monoliths, and elaborate arrangements of massive sarsen stones transported from quarries nearly 20 miles away. The largest stones weigh about 25 tons each. Moving them without wheels, without metal tools, and without modern machinery represented an extraordinary feat of engineering. But why go to all that trouble? If you stand in the centre of Stonehenge on the morning of the summer solstice, something remarkable happens. The sun rises directly over a stone called the heel stone, which sits outside the main circle. From your vantage point, the sun appears to balance perfectly on top of this marker. This alignment is not coincidental. The entire structure was designed to capture this moment. The summer solstice represents the longest day of the year. After this date, days gradually grow shorter until the winter solstice, when the process reverses. For agricultural societies, knowing the exact date of the solstice provided crucial information. It told them where they were in the annual cycle. It helped them plan planting and harvesting. It marked the turning points of the year. Stonehenge also tracks the winter solstice, though this alignment is less famous. On the shortest day of the year, the sun sets between two of the largest trilithons, the paired vertical stones topped with horizontal lintels. Standing inside the circle on this evening, you would watch the sun descend precisely through this stone gateway. Other stone circles and earthworks dot the British and Irish landscape. Newgrange in Ireland features a passage tomb built around 3200 BCE. Once a year, on the morning of the winter solstice, sunlight streams through a specially designed opening above the entrance. This beam of light travels down the 60-foot passage and illuminates the central chamber. For exactly 17 minutes, the otherwise dark interior fills with golden light. Then the sun moves, and the chamber returns to darkness for another year. These structures required immense communal effort. Organising the labour, transporting materials and maintaining construction over decades or centuries demanded sophisticated social organisation. People do not invest that much collective energy into projects unless those projects serve essential purposes. The monuments were not mere art or religious symbolism, though they were probably those things too. They were functional tools for tracking time. Across the Atlantic Ocean, other cultures built their own astronomical monuments, using completely different architectural styles. In the southwestern United States, the ancestral Puebloan people carved spiral petroglyphs into cliff faces. At Chaco Canyon in New Mexico, one such spiral sits behind 3 stone slabs positioned to cast shadows. On the summer solstice, a dagger of sunlight appears vertically through the spiral's centre. On the winter solstice, 2 daggers of light frame the spiral on either side. During the equinoxes, when day and night are equal, one dagger cuts precisely through the spiral's centre, while another illuminates a smaller spiral nearby. These sun daggers demonstrated that people on opposite sides of the planet, with no contact between them, independently recognized the importance of tracking solar cycles. The specific methods varied, but the underlying motivation remained constant. Everyone needed to know what time of year it was. Around 4,000 years ago, in the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, Babylonian astronomers began creating written records of celestial observations. These were not casual notes. They were systematic, detailed, and maintained continuously for centuries. Babylonian scribes tracked everything visible in the night sky. They recorded the positions of planets against background stars. They documented lunar eclipses with precise descriptions of timing and appearance. They noted which constellations rose and set at particular times of year. They measured the movements of Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn with impressive accuracy. Most importantly, they wrote all this information down. They used cuneiform script pressed into clay tablets. These tablets were then baked hard, which made them essentially indestructible. Thousands of these astronomical tablets survive today in museum collections. We can read their observations and marvel at the patience required to maintain such records, generation after generation. One particular set of tablets, called the Enuma Anu Enlil, represents one of humanity's first attempts at predictive astronomy. This series contains roughly 70 tablets covering omens associated with celestial events. If the moon appeared red at rising, certain consequences would follow. If Venus appeared in a specific position relative to certain stars, other outcomes could be expected. Modern scientists sometimes dismiss these omen texts as superstition, but embedded within the supposedly mystical predictions are genuine astronomical observations and calculations. The Babylonians could predict lunar eclipses decades in advance. They calculated the length of the solar year to within minutes of the correct value. They identified the repeating patterns of planetary motion. Their calendar system became the foundation for many later calendars, including the one eventually adopted by the Hebrews and early Christians. The Babylonian calendar was lunar, consisting of 12 months that alternated between 29 and 30 days. To keep this lunar calendar synchronized with the solar year, they added an extra month 7 times every 19 years. This 19-year cycle, called the Metonic cycle, works because 19 solar years almost exactly equal 235 lunar months. The match is not perfect, but it is close enough that the calendar stays reasonably aligned with the seasons. The pattern repeats reliably, which made it useful for long-term planning. You might recognize elements of this system. The Jewish calendar still uses it today. The dates of Easter in the Christian calendar are calculated using a modified version of this same cycle. The Islamic calendar, by contrast, uses a purely lunar system without any solar corrections, which is why Islamic holidays drift through the seasons over time. Babylonian astronomers also divided the sky into sections. They identified 12 constellations arranged along the ecliptic, the apparent path of the sun through the heavens. These became the zodiac. Each constellation corresponded to roughly 1 month of the year. When the sun appeared to pass through Aries, spring was beginning. When it moved into Cancer, summer had arrived. These constellation names and their associations with specific months spread throughout the ancient world. Greeks, Romans, Persians, and Indians all adopted modified versions of this system. The influence of Babylonian astronomy reached across continents and persisted for thousands of years. Egyptian civilization developed along the Nile River, and the Nile dictated everything about Egyptian life. Every year, the river flooded. These floods deposited nutrient-rich silt across the floodplain, creating extraordinarily fertile agricultural land. Farmers planted crops in this fresh soil and harvested abundant yields. Without the annual flood, Egypt would have been nothing but desert. The timing of the flood mattered enormously. If you planted too early, the water would wash away your seeds. If you planted too late, you missed the optimal growing window. Egyptian farmers needed to predict when the flood would arrive. They discovered that a particular star provided reliable advance notice. We call this star Sirius, but the Egyptians called it Sopdet. The Greeks called it the Dog Star because it forms part of the constellation Canis Major, the Great Dog. For several weeks each year, Sirius disappears from the night sky. It rises too close to the sun to be visible. Then, on one morning each year, it reappears briefly on the eastern horizon just before sunrise. This moment, called the heliacal rising of Sirius, marked the Egyptian New Year. The heliacal rising of Sirius occurred shortly before the Nile began to flood. This was not coincidence, it was a dependable correlation. When Sirius appeared at dawn, farmers knew the flood was coming. They prepared their fields, they repaired irrigation channels, they made ready for the growing season. The Egyptian calendar had 12 months of 30 days each, plus 5 extra days at the end of the year. This created a 365-day year, but the actual solar year lasts approximately 365.25 days. The Egyptians knew about that extra quarter day. They chose not to include it in their civil calendar. This decision seems odd until you consider the alternatives. Adding an extra day every 4 years, the leap year system we use now, was complicated for a society without extensive written bureaucracy. It meant some years would have different lengths than others. The Egyptian solution was simpler. Let the calendar slowly drift. Eventually it would cycle back to alignment. The Egyptian civil calendar drifted forward by 1 day every 4 years. After 1460 years, it would complete a full cycle and realign with the seasons. This period became known as the Sothic cycle, named after Sirius. Egyptian astronomers understood this cycle and could calculate where their civil calendar stood relative to the natural year at any given time. Egyptian temples oriented themselves according to astronomical alignments. The Temple of Karnak at Luxor aligns with the winter solstice sunrise. The small temple of Abu Simbel in southern Egypt was positioned so that twice each year, on what are believed to be the pharaoh's birthday and coronation day, sunlight penetrates the entire length of the temple and illuminates statues of gods at the far end. These alignments required sophisticated mathematical and astronomical knowledge. The architects had to calculate the sun's position at specific dates. They had to account for the slow precession of Earth's axis, which causes the position of sunrise to shift slightly over centuries. They accomplished all this without computers, without calculators, and without modern astronomical instruments. Egyptian astronomy influenced later Greek and Roman knowledge. When Julius Caesar needed to reform the Roman calendar, he consulted with Alexandrian astronomers who had inherited Egyptian astronomical traditions. The result was the Julian calendar, which introduced the leap year concept and formed the basis for our modern calendar. While Mediterranean and Middle Eastern cultures developed their astronomical systems, Chinese astronomers worked independently on the same fundamental problems. The solutions they found were uniquely Chinese, but the questions were universal. Chinese astronomy began as oracle bone divination during the Shang dynasty, around 3,500 years ago. Priests would inscribe questions on animal bones or turtle shells, apply heat, and interpret the resulting cracks. Many of these inscribed questions concerned astronomical phenomena. When would the next lunar eclipse occur? What did the appearance of a comet portend? Where would Jupiter appear in the sky next month? By the time of the Zhou dynasty, Chinese astronomers were maintaining detailed written records of celestial events. They documented comets, meteors, supernovae, and eclipses. A Chinese text from 1054 CE provides the earliest detailed description of what we now know was a supernova explosion in the Crab Nebula. No European source mentions this event because apparently no one there bothered to write it down. Chinese astronomers not only noticed it but recorded its position, brightness, and duration with careful precision. The Chinese calendar combined lunar months with a solar year in a complex system that required constant adjustment. They used a 19-year cycle similar to the Babylonian Metonic cycle, but they also divided the solar year into 24 solar terms. Each solar term lasted about 15 days and marked specific points in the agricultural cycle. Spring begins, insects awaken, grain rain falls, summer solstice arrives. These solar terms provided farmers with guidance that did not depend on lunar months. Chinese astronomers were particularly interested in planetary motion. They calculated the orbital periods of the 5 visible planets with remarkable accuracy. They noticed that these planets occasionally appeared to move backward against the background of stars, a phenomenon called retrograde motion. They proposed mechanical explanations for this behaviour centuries before European astronomers tackled the same problem. The Chinese also developed sophisticated instruments for astronomical observation. Bronze armillary spheres with rotating rings allowed astronomers to measure the positions of celestial objects with considerable precision. Water clocks regulated timing. Gnomons, vertical poles that cast shadows, provided a simple but effective way to track the sun's daily and seasonal movements. One particular Chinese invention deserves special mention. Around 2,000 years ago, during the Han Dynasty, astronomers created detailed star catalogues that mapped the positions of over 1,400 stars. They organised these stars into constellations that served similar purposes to those in Babylonian and Greek systems, though the Chinese constellations had different names and arrangements. These star catalogues allowed for the creation of sophisticated celestial globes and star charts. Unlike Babylonian clay tablets, which recorded observations but did not provide spatial maps, Chinese star charts gave viewers a visual representation of the entire night sky. You could look at a chart, identify a constellation, go outside, and find that same constellation in the actual sky. The Chinese government maintained an official astronomical bureau staffed with professional astronomers. These astronomers held important positions because the emperor's legitimacy partly depended on his harmony with celestial patterns. An accurately predicted eclipse demonstrated that the emperor understood heaven's will. A failed prediction suggested the opposite. Astronomy was not merely academic, it was political. Across the Pacific Ocean, Mesoamerican cultures developed what many scholars consider the most sophisticated pre-modern calendar systems ever created. The Maya, in particular, became obsessed with measuring time. Maya civilization flourished in what is now southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras. They built cities with massive stone pyramids and ornate palaces. They developed a complete writing system capable of expressing complex ideas. They created detailed astronomical tables and mathematical calculations. And they counted days. They counted every single day. The Maya actually used several different calendar systems simultaneously. The Tzolk'in was a ritual calendar of 260 days. The Hab was a solar calendar of 365 days. These two calendars meshed together like interlocking gears. A date specified in both systems, such as 4 Ahau, 8 Kumku, would only repeat once every 52 years. This 52-year period was called the calendar round. It functioned similarly to our century. When a calendar round completed, it was a major event worthy of elaborate ceremonies. But the calendar round had a limitation. Once it cycled back to the beginning, you could not distinguish between dates from the previous cycle and dates from the current cycle. The Maya solved this problem with the long count, a calendar that counted days from a fixed starting point in the distant past. The long count used a modified base 20-number system. 20 days made one uinal, 18 uinals made one tune, 20 tons made one katoon, 20 katoons made one baktoon. The long count starting date corresponds to August 11th, 3114 BCE in our modern calendar. The Maya chose this date for mythological reasons related to their creation stories. They then counted forward from this point, recording dates in a format that looks something like this: 9.1, 5.1, 0.0.0. This meant 9 baktoons, 15 katoons, 10 tons, 0 uinals, and 0 days had elapsed since the starting point. With the long count, Maya scribes could record dates that would not repeat for over 5,000 years. This allowed them to reference historical events unambiguously. A stela erected in 731 CE could mention an event from 200 BCE, and anyone reading that stela would know exactly which date was meant. Maya astronomers made calculations that still impress modern researchers. They calculated the length of the solar year as 365.2420 days. The actual length is 365.2422 days. The Maya were more accurate than the Julian calendar that Europe was using at the same time. They tracked Venus with particular care. Venus appears as both the morning star and the evening star, and early observers sometimes mistook it for two different objects. The Maya understood it was a single planet. They calculated its synodic period, the time it takes to return to the same position relative to Earth and the Sun, as 583.92 days. Modern measurements give 583.92 days. The Maya numbers are exact. How did they achieve this accuracy? Through centuries of patient observation and meticulous record-keeping. Maya astronomers did not have telescopes. They sighted celestial objects using crossed sticks or architectural alignments. But they recorded their observations on bark paper books called codices, on stone monuments called stelae, and on the walls of buildings. Generation after generation of astronomers added to this collective knowledge. Maya buildings incorporated astronomical alignments. At Chichen Itza, the pyramid called El Castillo creates a serpent shadow during the spring and autumn equinoxes. Sunlight illuminates the pyramid in such a way that triangular shadows descend the stairs, connecting with a carved serpent head at the base. This effect draws thousands of tourists today, but it was originally a functional demonstration that the equinox had arrived. At Uxmal, the governor's palace aligns with the southernmost rising point of Venus. Every 8 years, Venus reaches this position on the horizon, and someone standing at a specific spot in the palace doorway would see the planet rise directly over a distant pyramid. This alignment combined architectural planning with astronomical knowledge with long-term calendrical calculations. The sophistication of Maya astronomy came from practical necessity combined with religious significance. Knowing when to plant and harvest crops remained critically important, just as it was for every agricultural society. But the Maya also believed that time itself was divine. The days were gods, the calendar cycles were sacred. Understanding the movements of celestial bodies meant understanding the will of the gods. As different cultures expanded and came into contact with each other, their various calendar systems began to interact. This created confusion, frustration, and occasional comedy. The Roman calendar was, to put it kindly, a mess. It started as a 10-month lunar calendar attributed to Romulus, the legendary founder of Rome. This calendar began in March and ended in December. January and February did not exist yet. Winter was just an undefined stretch of time between years. Eventually the Romans added January and February, creating a 12-month year of 355 days. But 355 days is far too short for a solar year. The calendar drifted badly. To fix this, Roman priests were supposed to insert extra months when necessary. These intercalary months were added at the whim of priests and politicians, who sometimes manipulated the calendar for political advantage. Extra months could extend a favoured politician's term in office, or delay inconvenient elections. By the time Julius Caesar came to power, the Roman calendar was a shambles. The months bore little relationship to the seasons. January sometimes fell in autumn. Summer festivals occurred in spring. Something had to be done. Caesar recruited an Alexandrian astronomer named Sosigenes to fix the problem. Sosigenes proposed a solar calendar of 365 days, with an extra day added every 4 years. This system, which became known as the Julian calendar, was more accurate than anything Rome had used before. But implementing it required a transitional year of extraordinary length. The year 46 BCE lasted 445 days, while the old calendar was brought into alignment with the new one. Romans called it the Year of Confusion. They were not wrong. The Julian calendar worked well for over 1,000 years, but it had a small error. The solar year is not exactly 365.25 days. It is approximately 365.2422 days. This means the Julian calendar was about 11 minutes too long per year. That seems trivial, but those minutes accumulate. After 128 years, the Julian calendar was a full day ahead of the seasons. By the 16th century, this drift had become noticeable. The spring equinox, which was supposed to occur around March 21st, was happening on March 11th. Easter, which is calculated based on the spring equinox, was drifting earlier in the year. Church officials found this unacceptable. Pope Gregory XIII commissioned scholars to create a better calendar. The solution they proposed was elegant. Keep the leap year system, but skip 3 leap years every 400 years. Specifically, century years would only be leap years if they were divisible by 400. So 1700, 1800, and 1900 would not be leap years, but 2000 would be. This adjustment brought the calendar almost perfectly into alignment with the solar year. The Gregorian calendar, as it became known, loses only 1 day every 3,236 years. That was close enough for practical purposes. Implementing the Gregorian calendar required another one-time correction. On October 4th, 1582, Pope Gregory declared that the next day would be October 15th. 10 days simply disappeared from the calendar. People went to bed on Thursday and woke up on Friday, but it was somehow 10 days later. Catholic countries adopted this change immediately. Protestant countries were suspicious of anything coming from Rome and resisted for decades or even centuries. Great Britain did not switch until 1752, by which point they had to delete 11 days to catch up. Russia held out until 1918. Greece waited until 1923. During the transition periods, different countries used different calendars. A merchant travelling from London to Paris in 1650 would cross the English Channel and suddenly find himself 10 days in the future. Letters would be dated differently depending on where they were written. International diplomacy required carefully specifying which calendar system was being used for any given date. Today, almost the entire world uses the Gregorian calendar for civil purposes, though many cultures maintain traditional calendars for religious or agricultural purposes. The Chinese New Year does not fall on January 1st. Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, occurs in September or October. Diwali, the Hindu festival of lights, shifts dates each year according to the Hindu lunar calendar. We ended up with a global calendar not because it is perfect, but because international coordination required standardization. Trains, ships, and telegraphs made time synchronization necessary. You cannot run an international railway system if different countries cannot agree on what day it is. You're lying on your back in a field. It is a clear night with no moon. Far from city lights, the stars fill the sky with such density that you can barely distinguish individual constellations. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a river of light. For thousands of years, every human who looked up saw essentially this same view. The stars were constant companions. Children learned constellation names from their parents. Farmers navigated by celestial landmarks. Sailors crossed oceans using only the stars and sun to guide them. Modern electric lighting has changed this relationship. Most people living in cities today have never seen the Milky Way. The stars are still there, of course, but artificial light overwhelms them. We have traded our connection to the night sky for the convenience of illumination. This represents a profound shift in human experience. For almost all of human history, people were intimately familiar with celestial patterns. They knew which stars rose when. They recognized the phases of the moon without checking a calendar. They oriented themselves using the sun's position almost unconsciously. Ancient astronomical knowledge was not the domain of specialists. Everyone knew the basics because everyone needed to. A farmer who could not read the sky would fail at farming. A traveller who could not find north by the stars would get lost. This was practical, survival-relevant information that passed from generation to generation as naturally as language itself. The calendar systems developed by ancient astronomers represent humanity's first sustained scientific endeavour. Long before chemistry or physics or biology existed as disciplines, people were making careful observations of natural phenomena, looking for patterns, creating models to explain those patterns, and testing those models against reality. They made mistakes, certainly. They mixed astronomy with astrology, empirical observation with mystical interpretation. But the fundamental approach was sound. Watch carefully. Record what you see. Look for repeating patterns. Use those patterns to make predictions. Check whether your predictions come true. This is the scientific method in embryonic form, and it started with people looking up at the night sky and wondering. The stone circles, the clay tablets, the bark paper codices, the star charts and calendar systems all represent the same human impulse. We want to understand the world around us. We want to find order in apparent chaos. We want to anticipate what comes next. Calendars gave us power over time, or at least the illusion of such power. We cannot stop the seasons from changing. We cannot prevent the sun from rising and setting. But we can measure these changes, predict them, mark them, and organize our lives around them. In doing so, we transformed ourselves from creatures who merely experienced time into creatures who could conceptualize it, manipulate it, and plan across it. The farmer who could predict the arrival of spring 6 weeks in advance had an enormous advantage over the farmer who simply waited for warm weather. The society that could schedule festivals, rotate crops, and organise long-term construction projects around a shared calendar could accomplish things that societies without calendars could not. The calendars created by ancient astronomers still structure your daily life in ways you probably do not think about. You know, there are 7 days in a week because ancient Babylonian astronomers assigned each day to one of the 7 celestial bodies visible to the naked eye. Sunday belongs to the sun, Monday is the moon's day. The other 5 days were assigned to Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. You know there are 12 months in a year because the Babylonians divided the sky into 12 zodiac constellations. The number 12 appears throughout calendrical systems because it is mathematically convenient. It can be evenly divided by 2, 3, 4, and 6. This makes it useful for organising time into smaller units. You celebrate New Year on January 1st because the Roman Senate, way back in 153 BCE, decided to move the start of the civil year from March to January. This allowed newly elected magistrates to take office and travel to their provinces before the spring campaign season began. The change had nothing to do with astronomy. It was a purely administrative decision that happened to stick. Your year starts in the middle of winter, rather than at a natural turning point like the spring equinox or the winter solstice, because of bureaucratic convenience 2,000 years ago. And you probably never questioned it. The names of the months contain their own history. September, October, November, and December come from the Latin words for 7, 8, 9, and 10. But they are the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th months. This is because the original Roman calendar began in March. When January and February were added to the beginning of the year, no one bothered to rename the later months. The names no longer match the numbers, and this has caused confusion for over 2 millennia. July and August were named after Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar. Before that, they were called Quintilis and Sextilis, meaning 5th and 6th. The emperors essentially renamed months after themselves, which is why you're probably familiar with their names even if you have never studied Roman history. February has only 28 days most years, because the Romans considered it an unlucky month and wanted it to be as short as possible. When they added the leap day every 4 years, they stuck it in February because that month was already weird and unlucky, so one more oddity would not matter. None of this is logical. It is historical. Your calendar is not designed. It has accreted over thousands of years, picking up quirks and irregularities from dozens of different cultures. You live with a Roman framework that was adjusted by a Christian pope to fix problems created by a Greek astronomer's imperfect measurements. And yet it works. You can schedule appointments months in advance with confidence that you and the other person will show up on the same day. Airlines can publish flight schedules that travellers in different countries can all interpret correctly. International businesses can coordinate activities across continents. This coordination is possible only because we all agree to use the same, admittedly strange calendar system. The ancient astronomers who first started tracking the sun and moon would be amazed by this. They would recognise some of what we do. They would understand that we still count days and months and years. They would nod approvingly at our continued use of 7-day weeks and 12-month years. But they would be baffled by our indifference to the actual sky. Most modern people could not name a single constellation. Many cannot find north by the stars. The idea of using the heliacal rising of Sirius to predict anything would seem bizarre. We have inherited their calendar systems while losing the astronomical knowledge that created those systems. We use the tools without understanding how they work or why they were built in particular ways. The calendar on your wall or in your phone is a technological artifact separated from its technological context. This is not necessarily bad. You do not need to understand internal combustion engines to drive a car. You do not need to know how transistors work to use a computer. Division of knowledge is a feature of advanced civilizations. Specialists handle specialized things. But something has been lost. The direct connection between humans and the sky, which existed for tens of thousands of years, has weakened. We no longer need to watch the sunset to know what time it is. We no longer need to track the moon to plan next month's activities. Clocks and smartphones provide all the temporal information we require. The calendar has become transparent in a way it never was for ancient peoples. It is so much a part of the background of life that we hardly notice it. We glance at dates without thinking about where those dates came from or how they are calculated. We plan years ahead without marvelling at our ability to project ourselves into the future with such confidence. Ancient astronomers would envy this casual relationship with time. They struggled for generations to create systems that would remain accurate for a single lifetime. We have systems that will remain accurate for thousands of years. They watched the sky anxiously, worried they might miss the crucial sign that planting season was approaching. We check our phones and see exactly what date it is and how many days remain until any future event we care about. But they had something we have lost. They had a direct, unmediated relationship with the cosmos. They knew the rhythms of the sky the way you know the layout of your home. They could read time in the stars the way you read time from a screen. Their knowledge was built from observation, passed down through generations, refined over centuries. Every culture that created a calendar system did so by watching the same sun, the same moon, the same stars. They found the patterns, they figured out the cycles, they built systems to track and predict astronomical events. They did all this without ever leaving the ground or understanding what celestial objects actually were. The sun was not understood as a massive nuclear fusion reactor 93 million miles away. It was simply the bright thing that rose and set each day. The moon was not known to be a rocky satellite orbiting Earth. It was the changing light that moved through the night sky in predictable patterns. The stars were not recognized as distant suns. They were fixed points of light that slowly wheeled overhead. And yet, despite this limited physical understanding, ancient astronomers created functional predictive models. They could tell you when the next eclipse would occur. They could predict the seasons years in advance. They could calculate the movements of planets with impressive accuracy. This is what makes their achievements so remarkable. They worked backward from effects to causes. They saw patterns in the sky and built systems to explain those patterns. When their systems failed to predict observations, they revised the systems. This iterative process of observation, hypothesis, and refinement is recognizably scientific, even though the people doing it would not have used that word. You probably check the date several times a day without thinking about it. You glance at your phone, your computer, or your watch. The current date appears instantly, accurately, and with no effort required on your part. This availability would have seemed miraculous to someone living even 200 years ago. For most of human history, knowing the exact date required education, access to written calendars, and enough social standing to care about such things. Peasant farmers rarely knew what day of the month it was. They knew the seasons, they knew approximately how far through the growing cycle they were. They could judge time by the sun's position. But specific dates, those were for merchants, priests, and nobility. The spread of mechanical clocks in the 14th century began to change this. Clocks were initially enormous, expensive, and installed in public spaces like church towers. These clocks rang bells at regular intervals, marking the hours for everyone within earshot. The bells created a shared temporal experience. Everyone in town heard the same signal at the same moment. As clocks became smaller and cheaper, they moved into homes. Pocket watches allowed individuals to carry time with them. Wristwatches made time even more accessible. Today, most people carry smartphones that display not just the time, but also the date, the day of the week, and the phase of the moon if you want it. This democratization of temporal information has changed how we think about time. Ancient people experienced time as cyclical. The seasons repeated, the moon waxed and waned, the sun traced the same path year after year. Each cycle was functionally identical to the previous one. Time was an endless repetition of familiar patterns. Modern people tend to experience time as linear and progressive. Today is different from yesterday. Tomorrow will be different from today. We mark time by dates rather than by cycles. We think about history as a sequence of unique events stretching from the past into the future. January 15th, 2024 will never happen again. It is a distinct moment, forever distinguishable from every other moment. This linear conception of time emerged from calendar systems that count continuously from fixed starting points. The long count of the Maya was one early example. The Common Era dating system used in most of the world today is another. We count years from an arbitrary starting point, and each year has a unique number. Year 500 is not the same as year 1500 or year 2500. They are different years with different dates, and history happened in a particular order between them. Ancient astronomical knowledge made this possible. Without calendars, without methods for tracking and recording dates, you cannot build a linear historical narrative. Everything collapses into vague generational time. Things happened during your grandfather's grandfather's time. Other things happened in the age of the Great King. Events cannot be precisely ordered or accurately dated. Written history as we understand it depends on calendars. When historians say the Persians invaded Greece in 480 BCE, or that Columbus reached the Americas in 1492, or that the First World War began in 1914, they are using calendar systems to pin events to specific moments. These dates are arbitrary, in that we made up the numbering system, but they are also precise and universally interpretable by anyone using the same system. Imagine trying to coordinate a conference call with people in 5 different countries without a shared calendar system. How would you specify when the call would occur? You could reference the sun's position, but that is different depending on where you are on Earth. You could say Tuesday, but when does Tuesday begin in each location? You could count days from some agreed upon starting point, but you would need everyone to agree on that point first. This is the problem ancient cultures faced when they came into contact with each other. Different calendars meant different temporal frameworks. Trade, diplomacy, and warfare all became more complicated when you could not even agree on what day it was. Today you can schedule a meeting for March 15th at 3 in the afternoon, and everyone knows exactly what you mean. Give or take time zone differences. This works only because we have all agreed to use the same calendar system for civil purposes. The coordination problem that plagued ancient civilizations has been solved through standardization. But standardization came at a cost. Regional calendars, with their local variations and cultural significance, have largely been pushed aside. The Chinese calendar is still used for traditional festivals, but official government business follows the Gregorian calendar. The Islamic calendar determines religious holidays, but international flights and business contracts use Western dates. We gained coordination, but lost diversity. The calendar systems developed by different cultures each represented unique solutions to the problem of measuring time. They reflected local conditions, cultural values, and astronomical priorities. Some emphasized lunar cycles, others focused on solar years. A few tried to balance both. Some included ritual cycles alongside astronomical ones. The Gregorian calendar won not because it is objectively superior to all alternatives, but because the cultures that used it became economically and politically dominant. When Europeans colonized much of the world, they brought their calendar with them. Local populations had to adopt European dates for legal, economic, and administrative purposes, even if they maintained traditional calendars for personal and religious use. This is how you ended up checking a Gregorian calendar on your smartphone while sitting in China, Brazil, Egypt, or India. The calendar is functionally Western, but practically universal. It is the temporal equivalent of English as an international language. Not necessarily better than alternatives, but widespread enough to be useful everywhere. Step outside on a clear night. Give your eyes time to adjust to the darkness. Look up. You're seeing almost exactly what people saw 10,000 years ago. The stars have moved slightly due to the precession of Earth's axis, but the overall pattern remains recognizable. The same constellations wheel overhead. The moon waxes and wanes. The planets wander against the background of fixed stars. Every person who has ever lived has looked up at this same sky. The Babylonian astronomer recording observations on clay tablets saw these stars. The Egyptian farmer watching for the heliacal rising of Sirius saw this moon. The Maya astronomer calculating Venus's orbit saw these planets. They did not understand what they were looking at the way you do. They did not know about nuclear fusion or gravitational dynamics or electromagnetic radiation. They did not know that light from distant stars takes years or centuries to reach Earth. They did not understand that they were seeing the past every time they looked at the night sky. But they paid attention. They watched carefully. They noticed patterns. They recorded observations. They developed systems to explain what they saw, and those systems worked well enough to predict future astronomical events with remarkable accuracy. The calendar you use daily is built on their work. The 7-day week, the 12-month year, the concept of leap years, the division of day into 24 hours, all of these structures emerged from ancient astronomical observation. They were refined over millennia, adjusted by countless cultures, and eventually standardized into the system you now take for granted. You're using tools created by people who have been dead for thousands of years. Every time you check the date, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to the very beginning of civilization. The calendar is one of humanity's oldest collaborative projects, and it is still ongoing. Astronomers continue to refine their measurements. They track slight variations in Earth's rotation. They monitor the precession of the axis. They calculate leap seconds to keep atomic clocks synchronized with Earth's actual rotation. The calendar is not finished. It is not perfect. It will continue to be adjusted as our measurements become more precise. But the fundamental insight remains unchanged. By watching the sky carefully, by recording what we see, by looking for patterns in apparent randomness, we can understand the rhythms of the cosmos. We can predict the future, at least in this limited astronomical sense. We can measure time, organize our lives around that measurement, and coordinate with others using shared temporal frameworks. This is what the ancient stargazers gave us. Not just a calendar, but a way of approaching the unknown. Not just dates and months, but a methodology for finding order in complexity. Not just seasonal markers, but confidence that the universe follows rules we can discover if we are patient and observant enough. The next time you glance at a calendar, remember that you are looking at one of humanity's greatest achievements. Those 12 boxes filled with numbers represent thousands of years of careful observation, mathematical calculation, and collaborative refinement. Every culture that developed astronomical knowledge contributed something to the system you now use without thinking. The ancient astronomers would be pleased perhaps to know their work continues. They would recognize what you are doing even if they would be baffled by how you do it. They would understand that you are still, in your own way, trying to make sense of time and organize your life around celestial cycles. And they might encourage you to occasionally look up, to see the moon with your own eyes rather than as an icon on a screen, to watch the sun set and mark where it touches the horizon, to find a truly dark place and see the Milky Way stretching overhead like it did for them. Because the sky is still there, the patterns still exist, the cycles continue, the calendar works because the cosmos is reliable, the sun will rise tomorrow, the moon will complete its phases, the seasons will turn. These things will happen regardless of whether you notice them. But noticing them, understanding them, tracking them, that is what made us human in a new way. That is what transformed us from creatures who merely experienced time into creatures who could measure it, predict it, and shape our lives around it. The ancient stargazers started something remarkable when they first scratched marks on bones to track the moon. They began a process that has continued unbroken for 30,000 years. You are part of that process now. Every time you make an appointment for next week or plan a vacation for next summer, you're exercising a cognitive capacity that those early observers helped develop. They looked up at the night sky and saw the future, not in a mystical sense, but in the practical realization that celestial patterns could be used to anticipate earthly events. They saw that the cosmos follows rules. They worked out some of those rules. They passed that knowledge forward through generations. And now you carry that knowledge in your pocket, displayed on a screen, reduced to a grid of numbers that tells you exactly where you are in the eternal cycle of days and months and years. The ancient astronomers would call that magic. We call it a calendar. Both descriptions are true. Sleep well. The sun will rise tomorrow just as it always has, right on schedule. We know because someone somewhere is keeping track. Tonight you will journey through the quiet history of the tools we use to eat. From the earliest carved spoons to the gleaming silverware on modern tables, these simple objects have witnessed thousands of years of human ingenuity and social change. Settle in as we explore how humanity learned to dine with grace. You are sitting at a table right now, or perhaps lying in bed, and within arm's reach there are probably utensils. A fork rests in your kitchen drawer. A spoon sits in your sink. These objects are so ordinary that you barely notice them anymore. But there was a time when eating with your hands was not just acceptable. It was the only option humanity had. Picture yourself 60,000 years ago. You're hungry. The fire has just finished cooking a piece of meat. You reach toward the flames and immediately pull back. The heat is too intense. Your fingers cannot grasp the food without burning. This is a problem that needs solving. You look around and spot a stick. A simple piece of wood lying on the ground. You pick it up and use it to spear the meat, pulling it away from the fire. In this moment, you have just invented one of humanity's first eating tools. This stick is not elegant. It has no name yet. But it works. Archaeological evidence from sites across Africa and Europe shows that early humans used pointed sticks and sharp stones for eating. These were not specialized tools made specifically for dining. They were multi-purpose implements that served many functions throughout the day. The same stick that speared your dinner might have been used earlier to dig for roots or defend against animals. As humans developed more sophisticated hunting techniques, the tools became more refined. Sharp flint blades could cut through tough meat and animal hide. Hollowed-out shells served as crude bowls for water or soft foods. Flat stones worked as primitive plates. These innovations happened slowly over thousands of years, spread across different continents and cultures. The interesting part is not just what early humans used to eat, it is how they shared food. Communal eating was essential for survival. A successful hunt meant dividing the meat among the group. Everyone ate together, often directly from a shared carcass or cooking pit. The concept of individual portions did not exist yet. Neither did the idea that each person needed their own set of eating implements. Your hands remained the primary tool for most foods. Fingers could tear soft bread, scoop porridge, and pinch small morsels. Archaeological research by Kathleen Sterling at Binghamton University found evidence that even when early tools existed, hands were still preferred for many types of food. The tactile connection between hand and mouth felt natural. It still does today in many cultures around the world. But hands had limitations. Hot foods were difficult to manage. Liquids could not be transported easily. Sticky or greasy foods made a mess. These practical problems pushed humans to innovate. The solutions they developed would eventually become the spoons, knives, and forks we recognize today. The transition from hands to tools was not uniform across different societies. Some cultures adopted eating implements earlier than others, based on the types of food they ate and the resources available to them. Groups that consumed more soups and stews needed scooping tools sooner. Societies that hunted large game required better cutting implements. The environment shaped the evolution of dining tools just as much as human creativity did. Fascinating archaeological finds from Paleolithic cave sites in Spain have revealed collections of shells with worn edges, suggesting repeated use as spoons. These shells date back approximately 30,000 years. Someone found them, cleaned them, and used them regularly enough to wear down the natural ridges. This tells us that even in prehistoric times, humans recognized the value of keeping useful tools rather than discarding them after a single use. The concept of ownership also began to develop around these early tools. A well-made cutting stone or a particularly good scooping shell might belong to a specific person within a group. This represented one of the first instances of personal property related to eating. Your shell was yours. Someone else had their own. This small distinction would eventually grow into elaborate systems of individual place settings thousands of years later. Fire changed everything about how humans ate. Cooked food was softer, easier to chew, and safer to consume. But it also created new challenges. Hot foods burned fingers. Ashen embers got mixed into meals. Cooking over open flames required ways to manipulate food without getting too close to the heat. Sticks evolved into longer implements with various ends designed for specific tasks. A forked stick could flip food. A flattened piece of wood could scrape out the contents of a cooking vessel. You can still see echoes of these early innovations in modern cooking tools. Tongs, spatulas, and serving spoons all trace their ancestry back to those first modified sticks used around prehistoric cooking fires. The basic mechanical advantage of extending your reach with a tool is as useful today as it was tens of thousands of years ago, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Before specialized dining implements could develop, humans needed to establish settled communities with more complex social structures. That process took thousands of years and happened at different rates across the globe. Let us move forward in time to when the first true spoons began to appear. The spoon is probably the oldest specialized eating utensil that humans deliberately crafted for dining. Unlike a knife, which served many purposes, a spoon had one primary function. It moved liquid or soft food from a container to your mouth. This simple tool appears independently in multiple ancient civilizations, suggesting that it solved a universal human problem. The earlier spoons were made from materials readily available in nature. Shells were popular in coastal regions. Their natural concave shape required minimal modification. A hole drilled near the base allowed a cord to pass through for hanging or carrying. Wooden spoons appeared in forested areas where suitable wood could be carved. Animal bones, particularly the shoulder blades of large mammals, were shaped into spoon-like implements in regions where herding was common. Egyptian tomb paintings from around 3,000 years before the Common Era show servants holding long-handled spoons. These were not the small spoons you use for tea. They were substantial implements designed for serving food from large communal vessels. The handles stretched 2 feet long or more. The bowls were wide and shallow. Archaeological excavations at various Egyptian sites have recovered actual examples made from wood, ivory and stone. The wealthy Egyptians had decorative spoons carved from hippopotamus ivory or precious metals. These were status symbols as much as functional tools. A particularly elaborate example in the British Museum features a handle carved into the shape of a swimming girl, pushing a duck-shaped bowl in front of her. This spoon was probably never used for eating. It may have held cosmetics or incense instead. But it shows how early humans understood that utilitarian objects could also be beautiful. Greek and Roman civilizations took spoon design further. The Romans developed 2 distinct types. The larger one was called a ligula. It had a pointed handle that could be used to extract shellfish from shells or reach into narrow-necked bottles. The smaller version, called a cochlea, had a handle with a sharp end specifically designed for eating eggs and shellfish. This dual-purpose design showed sophisticated thinking about how eating tools could serve multiple functions. Roman spoons were made from various materials depending on the owner's wealth. Bronze was common among middle-class families. Silver was reserved for the wealthy. The poorest Romans made do with wooden spoons or simply used bread to scoop their food. Archaeological sites across the former Roman Empire have yielded thousands of spoon examples, telling us that these implements were widespread and commonly used. But here is something interesting. Romans did not use spoons for everything. They still ate much of their food with their hands, even at elaborate banquets. The spoon was specifically for foods that could not be easily managed otherwise. Thick stews, porridge, eggs, and certain sauces required a scooping tool. Everything else was finger food. The idea that all food should be eaten with utensils was still many centuries away. Chinese civilization developed spoons independently and much earlier than Western cultures. Archaeological evidence from the Shang dynasty, roughly 3,500 years ago, shows bronze spoons being used at royal courts. These spoons had deeper bowls and shorter handles than their Western counterparts. The design made sense for the types of food eaten in Chinese cuisine. Rice porridge, soups, and other liquid-based dishes were staples of the diet. Chinese spoons were also made from ceramic materials, which was unusual for the time. Pottery technology in ancient China was highly advanced. Glazed ceramic spoons could be mass-produced more easily than metal ones. They did not rust or corrode. They were smooth and pleasant to put in your mouth. The main drawback was fragility, but clay was abundant and cheap enough that broken spoons could be easily replaced. The shape of Chinese spoons remained remarkably consistent for thousands of years. The wide, shallow bowl and short handle became the standard design. Even today, traditional Chinese soup spoons maintain this ancient form. This continuity suggests that the design was so well suited to its purpose that improvement was unnecessary. Sometimes the first solution really is the best one. In medieval Europe, spoons became more common but were still not universal. Most households had only a few spoons, usually made from wood or horn. These were communal items shared by everyone at the table. The idea of each person having their own spoon was a luxury reserved for wealthy families. Travellers often carried their own personal spoons when journeying, since they could not count on inns or hosts to provide them. The materials used for spoon making reflected regional resources and social class. English spoons from the medieval period were frequently made from horn, which was plentiful from the cattle industry. The horn was heated until soft, pressed into moulds, and then cooled to set the shape. These spoons were durable and reasonably water-resistant. They had an unfortunate tendency to taste like horn if not properly treated, but they were affordable for common people. Wealthier medieval households owned pewter spoons. Pewter is an alloy of tin with small amounts of copper and other metals. It was cheaper than silver, but still represented a significant investment. A set of pewter spoons might be listed in a will as valuable property to be inherited by the next generation. Church records from the period document disputes over spoon ownership between family members after someone died. The handles of medieval spoons became increasingly decorative over time. English spoons from the 14th and 15th centuries often featured ornate finials on the end of the handle. These decorative tops came in many forms. Some depicted saints, others showed secular figures or abstract designs. The finial served no functional purpose, but it added beauty to an everyday object. It also helped identify ownership when multiple families ate together at large gatherings. The word spoon itself comes from an Anglo-Saxon term meaning a chip or splinter of wood. This etymology reminds us that spoons started as simple carved implements before evolving into more sophisticated tools. The linguistic connection to wood persists, even though most modern spoons are made from metal. Language often preserves these historical memories long after the original context has been forgotten. Religious significance attached itself to spoons in various cultures. In medieval Christianity, spoons were sometimes blessed and used in baptism ceremonies to give the holy water to infants. Special apostle spoons featuring carved figures of the 12 apostles were popular christening gifts in England. Wealthy godparents would give a complete set of 12, while more modest gifts might include just 1 or 2 spoons bearing the saint after whom the child was named. But most spoons throughout history were humble, functional objects with no particular significance beyond their utility. A wooden spoon stirring porridge in a peasant cottage was just a tool for eating. It became worn and stained with use. Eventually it cracked or broke and was replaced with another carved from the same materials. These ordinary spoons do not survive in museum collections, but they were the implements that most humans actually used for most of history. The spoon was revolutionary in its own quiet way. It allowed humans to consume foods that would otherwise be impossible to eat neatly. It reduced waste by enabling complete consumption of liquids and semi-liquids. It permitted hot foods to cool slightly in the bowl of the spoon before reaching your mouth. These advantages seem obvious now, but they represented genuine improvements in the human dining experience when they were first adopted. The knife holds a strange position in dining history. It was essential yet dangerous, utilitarian yet threatening. Unlike the peaceful spoon, the knife carried violent connotations. The same blade that carved your dinner could just as easily be turned into a weapon. This dual nature shaped how knives were used at the table and what rules developed around them. Early humans used sharp stones and flint blades for cutting food. These tools were indistinguishable from hunting and butchering implements. There was no separate category of dining knife. A blade was a blade. If you needed to cut something, you used whatever sharp edge was available. The idea that eating knives should be different from other knives had not yet developed. Bronze Age cultures began producing metal knives around 5,000 years ago. These were stronger and held an edge better than stone tools. They could be resharpened repeatedly. The wealthy owned knives with decorated handles made from bone, horn, or precious materials. The poor made do with simpler implements. But regardless of social class, most people carried a knife with them as an everyday tool. Medieval Europe elevated knife carrying to a social expectation. A man without a knife was unprepared for life. You needed a knife to eat, to work, to defend yourself, and to perform countless daily tasks. Historical records show that knife ownership was so common that specific legal distinctions developed between knives that were tools and knives that were weapons. The difference often came down to blade length and whether the knife was designed primarily for stabbing. At medieval dining tables, each person brought their own knife. Hosts did not provide cutlery. You were expected to arrive with your personal eating knife already tucked into your belt or hanging from your clothing. This knife was yours. You maintained it, sharpened it, and were responsible for its use. The concept of matched sets of dining knives provided by the host came much later. The design of eating knives gradually changed to distinguish them from fighting knives. Blades became shorter, tips became less pointed. Some cultures, particularly in France, mandated that table knife points be rounded to reduce the possibility of using them as weapons. This happened in 1637, when Cardinal Richelieu reportedly became disgusted by dinner guests picking their teeth with the sharp points of their knives. He ordered that all pointed knives be ground down and that all new table knives be made with rounded ends. This change took time to spread across Europe. English table knives maintained pointed tips well into the 18th century. Regional variations persisted based on local customs and manufacturing traditions. But the general trend was clear. Eating knives were becoming specialized tools designed specifically for dining, rather than multi-purpose blades suitable for any task. The blade materials reflected technological advances in metallurgy. Iron knives were common but prone to rust. Steel offered better performance but cost more. Silver knives appeared on wealthy tables, though silver is too soft to hold a sharp edge well. These were more about display than function. The truly wealthy might use silver-handled knives with steel blades, combining beauty with practicality. Knife handles became increasingly elaborate. Craftsmen carved handles from staghorn, which was durable and attractive. Ivory was prized for high-end knives despite being expensive and difficult to work. Wood remained the most common handle material for ordinary people. Different woods offered different properties. Dense hardwoods like oak were durable but heavy. Softer woods were lighter but wore out faster. The matching of knives to specific tasks developed gradually. Large knives for cutting meat, smaller knives for fruit, specialized fish knives with broader, shorter blades, butter knives with rounded edges and no sharp point at all. Each variation represented a refinement of purpose. As dining became more formal, the number of specialized knives at a place setting increased. But here is what often gets overlooked in histories of table knives. For most people through most of history, one knife did everything. The proliferation of specialized knife types was a luxury of the wealthy. A farmer's family might own 2 or 3 knives total for the entire household. These knives cut bread, meat, vegetables, and anything else that needed cutting. The idea that you needed a separate knife for fish would have seemed absurd. Social rules around knife use became increasingly complex. Medieval etiquette books warned against pointing knives at other diners, cleaning your nails with your knife at the table, or picking your teeth with the point. These prohibitions tell us that people were doing all these things regularly enough to require explicit rules against them. Human behavior at the table was apparently much more casual than later generations imagined. The way knives were positioned on the table carried meaning. Knife blades pointing inward toward your plate showed peaceful intent. Blades pointing outward could be interpreted as threatening, or at least rude. In some cultures, laying your knife down with the blade facing toward another person was considered an insult. These subtle rules of knife placement persisted into the modern era in modified forms. Women and knives had a complicated relationship throughout history. Genteel women in medieval and early modern Europe were often discouraged from carrying large knives or using them too vigorously at table. This was tied to broader ideas about feminine delicacy and appropriate behavior. Cutting your own meat was sometimes considered unfeminine. A proper gentleman would cut meat for the ladies at his table. This custom seems ridiculous now, but was taken seriously for centuries. The sharpening and maintenance of dining knives was an important household task. Dull knives made eating difficult and appeared slovenly. Skilled knife sharpeners travelled from house to house, offering their services. Some wealthy households employed servants specifically to maintain cutlery. A well-kept knife indicated a well-run household. The condition of your dining knives reflected your social status and domestic competence. Regional blade styles developed based on local food preferences. German knives tended to be heavier with curved blades suitable for cutting thick sausages and dense bread. French knives became lighter and more delicate, reflecting the evolution of French cuisine toward more refined preparations. English knives maintained practical, sturdy designs appropriate for traditional British fare. These national styles persisted even as international trade in cutlery increased. The knife's role at the table began to diminish somewhat with the eventual widespread adoption of forks. When you had a fork to hold food steady, you needed your knife less frequently. But knives never disappeared from dining tables. They remain essential tools today, though modern steak knives are probably the least threatening implements ever designed to cut flesh. The fork arrived late to the European table and faced surprising resistance. This seems strange from our modern perspective, where forks are as essential as spoons or knives. but for centuries the fork was considered weird, foreign, and even sinful by many Europeans. The story of how forks overcame this prejudice is one of the oddest chapters in dining history. Ancient civilizations knew about forks. Archaeological evidence shows that both Greek and Roman cultures used large two-pronged forks for cooking and serving. These were not eating implements. They were kitchen tools for manipulating food over fires or transferring large pieces of meat from serving platters. The idea of using a small fork to bring food to your own mouth had not yet taken hold in Western culture. The earliest known use of individual dining forks comes from the Byzantine Empire. Wealthy Byzantines in the 7th and 8th centuries used small forks made from precious metals. These were luxury items associated with imperial courts and high nobility. The practice did not spread widely even within Byzantine society, remaining confined to the upper levels of the aristocracy. The famous introduction of the fork to Western Europe came in 1104. Theodora Anna Ducaina, a Byzantine princess, married Domenico Selvo, the Doge of Venice. She brought her Byzantine customs with her, including the use of a golden fork to eat her food. Venetian society was scandalized. Contemporary accounts describe her eating habits with a mixture of fascination and horror. One chronicler wrote that she refused to eat with her fingers like normal people, and instead had a eunuch cut her food into small pieces that she then speared with a golden fork with 2 prongs. The tone of the account makes clear this was not admiring. The writer thought her behaviour was pretentious and unnatural. When Theodora died of plague a few years later, some religious figures claimed it was divine punishment for her prideful eating habits. This story illustrates the deep cultural resistance to forks in medieval Europe. The objections were partly practical. Forks seemed unnecessary when fingers worked perfectly well for most foods, but the resistance was also moral and religious. God gave humans fingers for eating. Using a metal implement instead seemed to reject divine design. This argument sounds absurd now, but it carried real weight in medieval religious thought. Forks also suffered from association with the devil. Medieval artwork sometimes depicted Satan holding a pitchfork or trident. The visual similarity to dining forks created unfortunate associations. Some preachers warned that using forks invited demonic influence. Whether these religious authorities actually believed this, or were simply conservative about changes to traditional customs, is unclear. Either way, their opposition slowed fork adoption significantly. Despite the initial rejection, forks slowly gained ground in Italy over the following centuries. By the 1400s, wealthy Italian families were using forks regularly. The implements were still luxury items made from silver or gold with decorative handles, but they were no longer seen as strange or sinful, at least not in sophisticated Italian circles. The rest of Europe remained sceptical. France adopted forks in the 1500s, primarily through Italian influence. Catherine de' Medici, who married the future King Henry II of France, brought her Italian dining customs with her to the French court. This included the use of forks. The French aristocracy gradually adopted the practice, seeing it as fashionable and refined. By the 1600s, forks were established at noble French tables. England resisted forks even longer. Thomas Curiat, an English traveller who visited Italy in 1608, wrote about the strange Italian custom of using forks. He noted that Italians thought it bad manners to touch food with fingers and instead used small forks. Curiat brought some forks back to England and tried to popularise them. His friends mocked him mercilessly, calling him ridiculous for imitating foreign affectations. The English eventually came around to forks in the mid-1600s, partly through French influence. King Charles II spent years in French exile and returned with continental tastes, including the use of forks. The royal court adopted forks, and the practice gradually filtered down through British society. By 1700, forks were common among the English middle and upper classes, though working people continued eating primarily with their hands and knives for decades longer. Early forks had only 2 prongs or tines. This made them somewhat awkward to use. Food could slip between the tines. Stabbing food required careful aim. The 2-tined fork was better than nothing, but not dramatically superior to using fingers or bread to convey food to your mouth. This partly explains why adoption was so slow. If forks had been obviously better, resistance would have crumbled faster. The development of 3- and 4-tined forks in the early 1700s made the implements much more practical. Multiple tines could hold food more securely. The fork could scoop as well as stab, making it useful for a wider variety of foods. The improved design helped overcome the remaining resistance to fork use. By the late 1700s, forks with 3 or 4 tines had become standard across Europe. Americans adopted forks later than Europeans. Colonial America in the 1600s relied mainly on spoons and knives. Forks were rare and considered unnecessary luxuries. Benjamin Franklin supposedly did not use a fork regularly until he spent time in France as an ambassador. Thomas Jefferson was an early American fork enthusiast, having developed a taste for them during his time in Paris. He helped popularize forks among American elites in the late 1700s. The materials used for forks reflected social status, just as with other utensils. Silver forks were for the wealthy. Steel forks served middle-class households. Tin or brass forks were affordable for working people who could afford forks at all. The poorest Americans continued eating with their hands, knives, and spoons well into the 1800s. Forks were the last utensil to achieve universal use across all social classes. The design details of forks became surprisingly important. Handle shapes, decorative patterns, the curve of the tines, the weight and balance of the implement. All these factors influenced how pleasant a fork was to use. Silversmiths and other craftsmen competed to produce forks that were both beautiful and functional. The fork evolved from a strange foreign curiosity into a showcase for craftsmanship and taste. Regional differences in fork design persisted. French forks tended to have longer, narrower tines. English forks were sturdier with shorter, thicker tines. German forks were heavier overall. These variations reflected different food cultures and eating styles. There was no single correct way to make a fork, only different solutions to the same basic problem of moving food from plate to mouth. The fork's journey from rejected oddity to essential utensil took roughly 600 years in Europe, and even longer in other parts of the world. This extended timeline reminds us that technological and cultural changes often happen much more slowly than we expect. Something that seemed obviously useful in hindsight was not obvious at all to the people actually living through the transition. The fork's slow adoption is a lesson in human resistance to change, even beneficial change. Medieval dining was a communal, messy, loud affair that would shock modern sensibilities. The elaborate table manners we associate with formal dining developed later. Medieval people had rules about eating behaviour, but those rules were very different from what came after. Understanding medieval dining practices helps us appreciate how much table customs have changed over the centuries. Most medieval meals happened around a shared table, though not everyone had an actual table. Poorer households used boards laid across trestles that could be taken down after the meal. The word board as a synonym for meals comes from this practice. You sat at the board to eat. The table as permanent furniture in a dedicated dining room was a later development for most people. Seating arrangements at medieval meals were carefully organised by social status. The lord of the household sat at the head, or in the centre of the high table, often on a raised platform. Important guests sat near him. Less important people sat farther away. Servants and very low-status individuals might stand while eating, or sit at separate tables entirely. Your physical position at the meal announced your social position to everyone present. Food arrived at the table in large shared containers. There were no individual portions. Everyone reached into the common dishes to take what they wanted. Spoons helped with liquids and soft foods. Knives cut meat. But fingers did most of the work of conveying food from the shared dishes to your mouth. This required a certain degree of skill and courtesy to avoid colliding with other hands reaching into the same bowl. Bread played a crucial role in medieval dining beyond just being food. Thick slices of stale bread called trenchers served as edible plates. You placed meat and other foods on your trencher. The bread soaked up juices and sauces. At the end of the meal you ate the trencher itself, now flavoured with everything that had been on it. This system meant fewer dishes to wash. The poor often gave leftover trenchers to beggars or fed them to animals. Wooden or metal plates did exist, but they were expensive and not universally used. Wealthy households had pewter plates. Very wealthy families might own silver or even gold plates for special occasions. But for everyday meals, trenchers were practical and sufficient. The transition from bread plates to permanent dishes happened gradually as wealth increased and social expectations changed. Sharing drinking vessels was common. A large cup or horn might circulate around the table, with multiple people drinking from it. This seems unhygienic by modern standards. But medieval people had different ideas about cleanliness and disease transmission. Sharing a cup was a sign of fellowship and trust. Refusing to drink from the common vessel could be interpreted as an insult. The etiquette books from the medieval period reveal what behaviours needed to be corrected. These books existed precisely because people were doing impolite things that needed to be discouraged. One popular text warned against putting already bitten food back into the shared dishes. Another cautioned against wiping your greasy hands on the tablecloth. These prohibitions tell us that both behaviours were common enough to require explicit rules against them. Blowing your nose at the table was apparently a significant concern. Multiple etiquette manuals address this issue, usually advising you to turn away from the table if you must blow your nose and to avoid using the tablecloth as a handkerchief. The frequency with which this comes up suggests it was a persistent problem. Medieval dining apparently included a lot of nose blowing. Spitting was also regulated by dining etiquette, though not banned entirely. The advice was to spit discreetly and away from the table. Some texts suggest spitting under the table rather than on top of it. The goal was not to eliminate spitting, which was seen as sometimes necessary, but to manage where and how it happened. Modern readers find this disturbing, but context matters. Medieval ideas about bodily functions differed from ours. Belching was treated more permissively than we might expect. Some medieval sources suggest that suppressing a belch was unhealthy and potentially dangerous. Loud or excessive belching was discouraged as rude, but moderate belching was acceptable or even expected after a good meal. This contrasts sharply with modern Western etiquette, where any audible belching is considered embarrassing. Hand-washing before and during meals was emphasized in medieval etiquette. Servants circulated with basins of water and towels so diners could rinse their fingers between courses. This makes sense given that hands were the primary eating implements. Greasy fingers needed frequent cleaning. The ritual of hand-washing also provided breaks in the meal and opportunities for conversation. Table conversation had its own rules. Speaking with your mouth full was discouraged, though the definition of full may have been different than ours. Talking too loudly or dominating the conversation was considered rude. Discussing unpleasant topics during meals was frowned upon. Religious discussions were encouraged as appropriate table talk. Political gossip was popular but risky, depending on who was listening. Medieval banquets could last for hours with multiple courses. Entertainment between courses was common at noble households. Musicians played, jugglers performed, poets recited verses. The meal was not just about eating, but about demonstrating wealth, power, and cultural refinement. The food itself was secondary to the social spectacle. The types of food served at medieval meals varied dramatically by social class. Nobles ate roasted meats, game birds, and elaborate dishes with expensive spices. Common people ate porridge, bread, vegetables, and occasional small pieces of meat. The variety of dishes at a noble table would seem overwhelming today. 10 or 12 different meat dishes at a single meal was not unusual. Most diners would taste only a few of these, with leftovers going to lower status household members and servants. Seasonings and sauces in medieval cuisine were much stronger than we might expect. Heavy use of spices, vinegars, and sharp flavours characterised upper-class cooking. This partly reflected the need to preserve and disguise the taste of meat that was not quite fresh. But it also showed wealth. Expensive imported spices from Asia were status symbols as much as flavour enhancers. The more heavily spiced your food, the richer you appeared. Desserts existed but were different from what we think of today. Sweet dishes might be scattered throughout the meal rather than saved for the end. Fruits, nuts, and sweetened wine appeared between savoury courses. The firm division between savoury and sweet courses had not yet been established. Medieval palates apparently enjoyed more variety and contrast within a single meal. Table manners in medieval times were about demonstrating your social status and respect for others at the table. The specific rules mattered less than the underlying principle of orderly hierarchical dining. Everyone needed to know their place and behave accordingly. The rise of the middle class in later centuries would complicate this system as more people aspired to dine like nobles. This created demand for clear published rules about proper table behaviour. The modern etiquette book was born from this need. The making of utensils was a skilled trade that combined artistic vision with practical engineering. A well-made spoon or knife required knowledge of materials, design principles, and the needs of users. The craftspeople who made dining implements were part of long traditions of metalworking, wood carving, and material science that stretched back generations. Silver was the most prestigious material for fine utensils. Pure silver is too soft for practical use, so silversmiths created alloys with small amounts of copper to increase hardness. Sterling silver, which contains 92.5% silver, became the standard for quality silverware. The term sterling itself may derive from the Easterling merchants who brought high-quality silver to England in the Middle Ages. Making a silver spoon required multiple steps. The smith first melted the silver and poured it into a mould to create a rough blank. Then came the careful work of hammering the blank into shape on an anvil. Each strike had to be precise. Too much force in the wrong place could crack the silver. The bowl of the spoon needed to be hammered gradually thinner and curved to the right depth. The handle had to maintain enough thickness for strength while being comfortable to hold. Decoration was added through various techniques. Engraving involved cutting designs directly into the silver with sharp tools. This required steady hands and artistic skill. A single slip could ruin hours of work. Embossing pushed designs up from the back of the silver, creating raised patterns on the front. This technique was used to add coats of arms, initials, or decorative motifs to spoon handles. Some silversmiths combined multiple decoration methods on a single piece. Hallmarks stamped on silver utensils told you important information about the piece. The maker's mark identified who made it. The assay mark certified the silver content. The date letter showed when it was made. The town mark indicated where it was assayed. These marks helped prevent fraud and established accountability. A piece of silver with proper hallmarks was guaranteed to meet certain standards. Pewter served as an affordable alternative to silver for middle-class households. This alloy of tin with small amounts of copper, antimony, or bismuth could be cast in moulds much more easily than silver. A pewterer could produce multiple identical spoons or plates from the same mould. This made pewter utensils cheaper and more available than hand-forged silver. But pewter had significant drawbacks. Early pewter alloys sometimes contained lead, which we now know is poisonous. The lead made the pewter easier to work, but leached into acidic foods. Wealthy customers preferred lead-free pewter despite the higher cost. Regulations eventually banned lead in pewter, used for dishes and utensils, but enforcement varied by region and period. Pewter also had aesthetic limitations. It looked duller than silver and tarnished more easily. Repeated use left visible wear marks. The soft metal bent and dented with modest force. A pewter spoon might last only a few years with heavy use before needing replacement. Despite these problems, pewter remained the standard material for ordinary table utensils from medieval times through the 1800s. Wooden utensils were even more common than pewter for working people. A skilled carver could make a wooden spoon from a single piece of hardwood in an hour or two. The wood needed to be properly seasoned and free of cracks. Different woods offered different properties. Boxwood was ideal for spoons because of its fine grain and durability. Maple was popular in regions where boxwood was unavailable. Fruit woods like apple and cherry produced attractive spoons with pleasant handling characteristics. Carving wooden spoons required specific tools. A draw knife shaved away waste wood to rough out the basic shape. Gouges hollowed the bowl of the spoon. Knives refined details and finished surfaces. The final step was often sanding with progressively finer abrasives to create a smooth surface that would not irritate the mouth. Some carvers finished their spoons with oil or beeswax to protect the wood and make it water-resistant. Wooden utensils had the advantage of not conducting heat. A wooden spoon could stir boiling liquids without becoming too hot to hold. The material did not react with acidic foods. Wood was renewable and readily available. But wooden implements absorbed moisture and stains. They could harbour bacteria in cracks and grain lines. They eventually wore out and needed replacement. The trade-off between cost and longevity made wooden utensils the rational choice for most households through most of history. Horn was another common material for spoons and other utensils. Cow horn and sheep horn could be softened with heat and shaped in moulds. The result was a smooth, water-resistant material that held its shape when cooled. Horn spoons were tougher than wooden ones and did not crack as easily. The main disadvantage was the taste and smell. New horn utensils could impart unpleasant flavours to food until they were thoroughly cleaned and used enough times to wear off the outer layer. Bone served similar purposes to horn. Cattle bones, particularly the leg bones, provided solid material that could be carved or worked. Bone was harder than horn and did not soften with heat the same way. This made it more difficult to work, but also more durable in the finished product. Bone handles on knives were common. Entire spoons carved from bone were less common, but did exist. The handles of knives received special attention from craftspeople. A good handle needed to fit comfortably in the hand and provide secure grip even when wet or greasy. The material had to withstand moisture without rotting or warping. It should be attractive, but not so ornate that it interfered with function. Handle makers became specialists in selecting and working materials like stag antler, ivory, hardwoods, and various synthetics in later periods. Stag antler was prized for knife handles because of its natural beauty and excellent handling qualities. Each piece of antler was unique with its own grain and colour variations. The dense outer layer provided durability while the inner core could be worked more easily. Antler handles aged well, developing a patina from use that many people found attractive. The main limitation was size. Antler pieces were relatively small, limiting handle designs. Ivory, despite being expensive and ethically problematic from a modern perspective, was valued for high-end utensil handles and decorative elements. Elephant ivory was the most prized, being dense, smooth, and capable of taking extremely fine carving. Walrus ivory served similar purposes in northern regions. Hippopotamus ivory was used in Africa and by those with access to African trade. All these materials are now rightly banned or heavily restricted, but they played significant roles in historical utensil craftsmanship. The joinery where blade met handle was a crucial technical detail. A poorly attached handle could come loose during use, rendering the utensil useless or even dangerous. Tang construction involved extending the blade metal into the handle material and securing it with pins or adhesive. Full tang designs, where the metal extended the full length of the handle, provided maximum strength. Partial tang designs were cheaper but less robust. Some knife makers used alternative construction methods. Stick tang designs had a thin metal extension that inserted into a hole drilled in the handle. These were easier to make but provided less strength. The handle could potentially spin on the tang or pull off entirely if not properly secured. Quality makers avoided this construction for anything but decorative pieces not intended for hard use. The forging and grinding of blades was its own specialized skill. Iron and steel had to be heated, hammered, shaped, and heat-treated to develop the right combination of hardness and flexibility. A blade that was too hard would be brittle and could snap. A blade too soft would not hold an edge. The balance point depended on the carbon content of the steel and the exact temperature cycles during forging and tempering. Sharpening techniques varied by region and period. Grinding wheels powered by foot treadles allowed controlled shaping of blade edges. Whetstones with different grits refined edges to razor sharpness. Honing with leather strops gave final polish. Professional sharpeners travelled from town to town offering their services. A skilled sharpener could extend the useful life of a knife or other edge tool by years. The craft guilds that regulated utensil making enforced quality standards and protected trade secrets. Apprentices spent years learning the trade under master craftsmen. Journeymen travelled to gain experience in different workshops before potentially becoming masters themselves. This system ensured that traditional skills passed from generation to generation. It also restricted competition and kept prices high, which benefited established craftspeople, but made fine utensils expensive for consumers. Regional styles developed based on local materials and traditions. English silversmiths favoured certain handle shapes and decorative motifs. French makers preferred different proportions and ornamental styles. German metalworkers had their own distinctive approaches. These regional differences were recognisable to educated consumers who could identify a spoon or knife's origin by its design characteristics. The Industrial Revolution transformed utensil manufacturing. Mechanised production made standardised utensils much cheaper and more available. Drop forging could shape metal quickly without extensive hand hammering. Rolling mills produced uniform sheets and blanks. Electroplating allowed base metal utensils to be coated with thin layers of silver, giving the appearance of solid silver at a fraction of the cost. These innovations democratised access to decent utensils, but reduced the distinctiveness of individual pieces. The dinner table as we know it today emerged gradually from the late 1700s through the 1800s. The idea that each person should have their own complete set of matched utensils was relatively new. So was the concept of specific utensils for specific foods. The modern place setting is the result of increasing formality, social competition, and manufacturing capabilities that made elaborate table settings possible. The matched set of utensils developed as a marker of good taste and household order. Rather than each family member having their own personal spoon, knife, and fork with no particular relationship to each other, the ideal became sets where all the pieces shared the same pattern and style. Manufacturers began producing utensils in matching patterns, specifically marketed as complete sets. The number of pieces in a proper set expanded dramatically. A basic setting might include a dinner knife, dinner fork, salad fork, soup spoon, and teaspoon. More elaborate services added fish knives and forks, dessert spoons and forks, serving pieces, and specialized implements for specific foods. By the late 1800s, a complete formal service could include dozens of different utensil types. This proliferation of specialized utensils was partly functional. Different foods genuinely benefited from different tools, but it was also about social signaling. Knowing which utensil to use for which course demonstrated education and refinement. The complexity of the rules served to separate those who knew from those who did not. Table settings became a form of social gatekeeping. The fish knife provides an excellent example of specialization that was more about etiquette than necessity. Fish knives appeared in the mid-1800s with broad, flat blades and no sharp edge. The shape supposedly helped lift fish without breaking it apart. The lack of sharp edge was based on the theory that cutting fish was unnecessary since it was naturally tender. In practice, regular knives worked perfectly well for fish, but using them marked you as ignorant of proper form. The asparagus tongs, lobster forks, snail tongs, and other highly specialized implements represent the peak of this trend. These tools solved minor problems in eating particular foods, but they also made dining more complicated and exclusive. Wealthy Victorian households might own sets of utensils they used only a few times per year, kept in special storage to prevent tarnish. The arrangement of utensils on the table followed increasingly rigid rules. Forks went on the left side of the plate, knives and spoons on the right. Utensils were placed in the order they would be used, working from the outside toward the plate. Dessert utensils might be placed above the plate. These conventions varied slightly by country, with European and American practices diverging in some details, but the basic principle of ordered arrangement became universal in formal dining. The practice of eating European style versus American style created another layer of rules. European diners kept the fork in the left hand throughout the meal, with tines pointed downward. Americans cut food with knife and fork, then switched the fork to the right hand with tines pointed upward to convey food to the mouth. Both styles worked perfectly well, but each culture considered its own method obviously correct and natural. Stainless steel revolutionized utensil manufacturing in the early 1900s. This alloy of steel with chromium and nickel resisted rust and tarnish, far better than traditional steel or silver. Stainless steel utensils could be washed roughly and required no special care. They made practical, everyday flatware accessible to everyone regardless of social class. The metal had only one significant drawback for manufacturers and retailers. Stainless steel utensils lasted so long that customers rarely needed replacements. The appearance of stainless steel initially disappointed some consumers. Early stainless alloys had a dull greyish appearance compared to the bright shine of silver. Manufacturers worked to develop stainless formulations and finishing techniques that more closely resembled silver's appearance. The material's practical advantages eventually overcame aesthetic concerns. By the mid-20th century, stainless steel had largely replaced silver for everyday dining in most households. Silver retained its prestige for formal occasions and as an indicator of wealth. Sterling silver flatware remained a traditional wedding gift and family heirloom. The care required for silver, regular polishing to prevent tarnish, careful storage, hand washing rather than dishwasher use, became part of the appeal. Owning silver flatware signalled that you had time and resources to maintain it properly. Patterns in flatware became another element of personal expression and social identity. Manufacturers offered hundreds of pattern choices from simple and modern to ornately traditional. Your choice of pattern supposedly reflected your taste and personality. Brides registering for flatware faced pressure to select patterns they would still like decades later, since matching pieces were essential to a proper set. The informal movement in mid-20th century America challenged some of these rules. Casual dining became more acceptable even for dinner parties. Paper plates and plastic utensils appeared for picnics and informal gatherings. The full formal place setting with multiple specialized utensils became reserved for increasingly rare occasions. Young people questioned whether knowing which fork to use really mattered. But while the rules relaxed, the basic structure of the modern place setting persisted. Even casual meals typically involve each person having their own fork, knife, and spoon. The idea of individual utensils for each diner has become so embedded that communal eating from shared dishes with shared implements seems unhygienic or uncivilized to many Western diners, despite this being standard practice for most of human history and remaining common in many cultures today. Asian dining traditions maintained different relationships with utensils. Chopsticks developed as the primary eating implement in China, Japan, Korea, and Vietnam. These two-stick tools required different skills than Western utensils but were equally effective once mastered. Chopsticks could pick up small morsels, break apart larger items, and even serve as mixing tools. The cultural divide between chopstick and fork cultures persisted into modern times, with each group sometimes viewing the other's eating implements as strange or difficult. The globalization of the late 20th and early 21st centuries brought chopsticks and Western utensils into closer contact. Many Asian restaurants in Western countries provided both chopsticks and Western utensils, allowing diners to choose. Some Western restaurants serving Asian cuisine pushed customers to use chopsticks as part of an authentic experience, though this occasionally veered into cultural performance rather than practical necessity. The mingling of utensil traditions continues to evolve. Environmental concerns have recently influenced utensil choices. Disposable plastic utensils, once seen as convenient and hygienic, are now recognized as problematic waste products. Many consumers have returned to carrying reusable utensils, echoing the medieval practice of bringing your own eating implements. The specific concerns have changed, but the pattern of people adapting their utensil use to broader social values continues. The future of utensils remains open to innovation. Specialized tools for specific dietary needs continue to appear. Adaptive utensils help people with disabilities eat independently. Material science may produce new substances that combine the best properties of existing materials, but the basic forms of spoon, knife, and fork seem likely to persist. These shapes solve fundamental problems so effectively that radical changes appear unnecessary. The modern table setting represents the accumulated decisions of thousands of years of human experience with dining. The specific arrangement of knife, fork, and spoon beside your plate connects to medieval European practices, ancient Roman habits, and prehistoric innovations. When you sit down to eat with utensils tonight, you participate in an unbroken chain of human attempts to eat more effectively and gracefully. The tools may have changed, but the fundamental goals remain the same. You have journeyed through thousands of years of utensil history, from the first sharp stone used to cut meat to the gleaming stainless steel on modern tables. The path was not straight or simple. Innovations arose independently in different cultures. Some tools spread quickly, while others took centuries to gain acceptance. Social class, religious beliefs, and practical necessity all shaped how humans learned to eat with tools rather than hands alone. The spoon emerged early as a universal solution to eating liquids. The knife transitioned from weapon to dining implement through gradual design changes and social rules. The fork overcame surprising resistance to become essential. Each tool has its own story of human creativity responding to needs. As you rest tonight, perhaps you will notice the ordinary utensils around you with fresh appreciation. These simple metal objects represent accumulated wisdom, craftsmanship, and social evolution stretching back to the beginning of human civilization. They are humble tools, but they carry history in their forms. Sleep well. Tomorrow you will use your utensils again without thinking much about them. That casual familiarity is itself a kind of success. The tools work so well that they disappear from conscious attention. Generations of humans refined these implements until they became nearly perfect for their purposes. That achievement deserves recognition, even if only in quiet moments before sleep. The story of utensils is not finished. Innovations continue. New materials and designs appear. But the basic task remains unchanged. Humans need to eat, and tools make eating easier and more pleasant. This simple truth has connected every human society across time and space. As you drift towards sleep, you are part of that long story, carrying forward traditions that stretch back before recorded history began. You're standing in a library in 1871, running your fingers along leather-bound volumes that smell of must and possibility. Outside, gaslight flickers against London's fog, but here in this quiet corner you've stumbled upon something that makes your pulse quicken just slightly. A German businessman named Heinrich Schliemann has published claims so outrageous that scholars dismiss them with barely concealed contempt. He insists that Troy, the legendary city from Homer's ancient poems, actually existed as a real place you could visit, touch, and excavate from Turkish soil. The academic establishment considers this laughable. Troy belongs to mythology, they insist. No more real than unicorns or dragons. Homer's epic tales served as entertainment, moral instruction perhaps, but certainly not as geographical guidebooks. You can almost hear the scoffing echoes through university halls as professors wave away Schliemann's theories with the same casual dismissal they'd give to claims of Atlantis or El Dorado. But Schliemann possesses something more valuable than academic credentials. He has Homer's text, a fortune from his business ventures, and an unshakable conviction that stories preserve truth. While others read the Iliad as pure fiction, he notices the specific details, the descriptions of landscape features, the mentions of distances between locations, and the careful accounting of geographical markers that seem too precise for pure invention. You follow his journey in your mind's eye. He arrives at a hill called Hisarlik in northwestern Turkey, where local farmers graze their sheep across what appears to be nothing more than unremarkable terrain. The soil feels ordinary beneath his boots. The wind carries the same salt smell from the nearby Dardanelles Strait that it has carried for thousands of years. Nothing announces itself as extraordinary. Yet he begins to dig. The first days yield pottery shards and broken walls that could belong to any forgotten settlement. The workers he's hired probably wonder about this foreigner's obsession with their dusty hillside, but as the excavation deepens, layers reveal themselves like pages in a book written in soil and stone. Each stratum tells a story of habitation, destruction, and rebuilding. The hill contains not one city but many, stacked atop each other in archaeological succession. When Schliemann's team uncovers fortification walls of massive limestone blocks, fitted together with techniques that speak of significant engineering knowledge, the shape of something magnificent begins to emerge. These aren't the modest remains of a simple farming village. The defensive structures suggest a city that expected attack, that prepared for siege, and that mattered enough to defend with substantial resources. You can imagine running your hands along those ancient stones, feeling the tool marks left by Bronze Age masons who shaped each block with patient precision. The walls curve and angle according to strategic military principles that wouldn't feel out of place in much later fortifications. Someone designed these defences with careful thought about sightlines, defensive positions, and the psychology of attackers facing seemingly impenetrable barriers. The discovery of a massive treasure trove, golden diadems, silver vessels, copper shields, creates an international sensation, though Schliemann's methods of removing these artefacts would make modern archaeologists wince. But the treasure itself matters less than what it represents. Proof that this location housed a wealthy, significant city during exactly the period when Homer's Troy would have flourished. Critics scramble to explain away the findings. Perhaps this is a city, they concede, but surely not the Troy of legend. The connection to Homer's epic remains speculation, they insist, even as more evidence accumulates. The site's location matches Homer's descriptions with eerie accuracy. The strategic importance of controlling the Dardanelles, the narrow strait connecting the Mediterranean to the Black Sea, explains why such a city would have existed here, and why others might have waged war to control it. As you settle deeper into your imaginary exploration of these discoveries, you realise that Schliemann's vindication teaches something profound about the relationship between story and truth. Legends don't materialise from nothing. They emerge from real events, real places, and real people whose accomplishments impressed their contemporaries so deeply that the tales survived centuries of retelling. The conspiracy wasn't really about Troy's existence. The real hidden truth was that oral traditions and epic poetry could preserve accurate geographical and historical information across vast stretches of time, something that scholarly convention insisted was impossible. Ancient storytellers weren't simply entertaining their audiences with fanciful tales. They were encoding and transmitting genuine knowledge about their world, wrapping facts in narratives so compelling that people would remember and repeat them for generations. Later excavations would reveal even more layers. More complexity and more confirmation that this site witnessed the rise and fall of significant civilizations. Modern archaeologists, working with better techniques and more careful documentation than Schliemann employed, continue to uncover evidence that makes the connection between this Turkish hillside and Homer's descriptions increasingly difficult to dismiss. You can almost smell the dust of excavation, that particular scent of disturbed earth that hasn't felt sunlight in millennia. The workers' tools scrape against stone and pottery, each sound potentially announcing another revelation. The patient work of archaeology proceeds in careful increments, brushing away dirt to expose what previous generations tried to preserve or simply left behind when circumstances forced them to abandon their homes. The story of Troy's rediscovery reminds you that sometimes the wildest sounding theories deserve serious consideration. The conspiracy theorists of Schliemann's era, those who insisted that legends contained historical kernels worth investigating, turned out to understand something that conventional wisdom missed. Ancient people weren't primitive fabulists. They were sophisticated observers who encoded their knowledge of the world into stories designed to survive. Now you're hiking through dense Peruvian jungle, machete in hand, pushing aside vegetation that seems determined to reclaim every inch of ground from human intrusion. The year is 1915, and you're following rumours that most serious scholars consider beneath their attention. Local people speak of ancient roads running through impossible terrain, connecting distant sites in the Andes with engineering that supposedly rivals anything modern civilization has achieved. The academic consensus dismisses these stories. Yes, the Inca built some impressive structures, experts acknowledge, but the claims about vast road networks spanning thousands of miles strain credulity. The terrain in this part of South America presents challenges that would defeat even contemporary engineers. Mountains rise so steeply that constructing sustained routes seems physically impossible. Jungles grow so thick that maintaining any kind of pathway would require constant, exhausting labour. But Hiram Bingham, the explorer whose footsteps you're retracing, keeps hearing consistent stories from people who live in these mountains. They describe pathways that run from Ecuador to Chile, crossing some of the most hostile landscape on Earth. They mention bridges spanning gorges so deep that you couldn't see the bottom even on the clearest day. They talk about rest stations positioned at precise intervals, allowing travellers to make predictable progress through terrain that should have been impassable. You're climbing now, following what looks like nothing more than a slightly elevated ridge through the forest. Then you notice that the slope beneath your feet feels too consistent, too carefully graded to be natural. Pushing aside centuries of plant growth, your fingers encounter carefully fitted stones, forming a surface designed for travel. The road emerges from its camouflage of vegetation, like a secret revealing itself reluctantly. The construction technique makes you pause in admiration. These builders didn't simply pile stones randomly. They selected each piece for specific characteristics, shape, size, and weight distribution, and fitted them together so precisely that mortar became unnecessary. The road surface drains water effectively, preventing the erosion that would have destroyed lesser construction centuries ago. The grade never exceeds certain limits, suggesting that the engineers understood the relationship between slope and sustainable travel. As you continue following this route, the full scope of the achievement becomes apparent. This isn't a crude path worn by repeated foot traffic. It's an intentionally designed transportation infrastructure that required surveying, planning, and organised labour on a scale that challenges assumptions about pre-Columbian American civilizations. The road adjusts to terrain changes with sophisticated solutions. Staircases carved into cliff faces where slopes become too steep, retaining walls preventing landslides, and drainage systems channeling water away from the travel surface. You reach a section where the road clings to a mountainside suspended above a valley floor so far below that it disappears into haze. Looking at the engineering required to create this passage makes you slightly dizzy. Workers would have needed to secure themselves with ropes while chiseling foundations into solid rock. They would have hauled massive stones up slopes that exhaust you even without carrying anything. They achieved this without wheels, without draft animals larger than llamas, and without iron tools to cut through stone. The conspiracy theory that scholars mocked was simple. Indigenous American civilizations had developed sophisticated engineering knowledge and organisational capacity without European influence. The conventional wisdom of the early 20th century couldn't accommodate this possibility. It seemed more reasonable to attribute any impressive pre-Columbian achievements to lost European visitors or even extraterrestrial intervention than to accept that Andean peoples had independently developed advanced technical skills. You're resting now at one of the way stations the locals mentioned. The structure still stands, partially ruined but recognisable, positioned exactly one day's travel from the previous station. The spacing reveals careful planning based on realistic assessments of human endurance in high-altitude conditions. Travellers could rely on finding shelter at predictable intervals, transforming a potentially deadly journey through hostile terrain into a manageable expedition. The road network you're discovering stretches approximately 25,000 miles at its maximum extent, connecting regions as climatically different as tropical coastal areas and frigid mountain passes above 14,000 feet. The Inca didn't merely build paths between nearby settlements. They created an integrated system that united an empire spanning much of western South America, allowing rapid communication, military deployment and economic exchange across distances that would have taken months to traverse through unimproved terrain. Running your hands along the stone surface worn smooth by countless feet over centuries, you can almost feel the history embedded in these rocks. Messengers called chasqui once sprinted along these routes, carrying information through a relay system that could transmit news faster than seemed physically possible. Armies marched these roads, their footsteps echoing against mountain walls. Merchants transported goods, salt from coastal areas, potatoes from highland farms, and tropical fruits from jungle regions, creating economic integration that wouldn't exist again in South America until the modern era. The bridges prove even more impressive than the roads themselves. The Inca engineers mastered suspension bridge construction, weaving cables from grass fibers that could support significant weight, while spanning distances that stone construction couldn't achieve. You encounter the remains of one such crossing, where anchor points carved into cliff faces once held cables, stretching across a gap that makes your stomach tighten just looking at it. Modern testing of reconstructed Inca bridges reveals engineering principles that wouldn't feel out of place in contemporary textbooks. The cables distribute weight efficiently. The deck design provides stability against wind that whips through these mountain passes with terrifying force. The whole structure flexes rather than resisting movement, allowing it to survive stresses that would snap more rigid constructions. The conspiracy wasn't about roads existing. Every society creates paths between settlements. The hidden truth was that pre-Columbian American civilizations had achieved engineering sophistication that European scholars insisted required knowledge transmitted from the Old World. The roads proved that indigenous peoples had independently developed technical skills, organizational methods, and scientific understanding that conventional wisdom refused to acknowledge. As you continue your journey along these ancient routes, you notice smaller details that reveal the depth of planning involved. The Inca positioned their roads to minimize exposure to landslides and avalanches. They routed paths to take advantage of natural shelter where possible. They created drainage systems that still function after 5 centuries of neglect. Every decision reflected accumulated knowledge about how to build infrastructure that could survive in some of Earth's most challenging environments. You're descending now, following switchbacks that demonstrate another aspect of the engineer's skill. Rather than attempting impossibly steep grades, the road zigzags down the mountainside in a pattern that makes the descent manageable for travellers and cargo carriers. The turns bank slightly, like curves on a modern highway, reducing the risk of losing footing on corners. Even the width of the road varies strategically, wider on straight sections where multiple travellers might pass each other, narrower through difficult terrain where construction costs mattered more than convenience. The discovery of these road networks didn't just reveal impressive engineering, it demonstrated that the Americas before European contact hosted complex organised societies capable of sustained, large-scale projects requiring planning across generations. The roads couldn't have been built quickly by small populations. They required centralised authority that could mobilise labour, engineers who could solve technical problems, and societies stable enough to invest resources in infrastructure that might take decades to complete. You're sitting in a monastery library in 16th century Spain, examining manuscripts that monks have carefully preserved from the burning and destruction that followed conquest. The leather-bound pages smell of age and secrets. Outside, the Inquisition's influence still shapes what knowledge people dare to pursue and what questions they risk asking. But here, in this quiet room, you're looking at evidence that challenges everything Europe believes about mathematical sophistication. The documents before you contain Mayan astronomical calculations that predict celestial events with accuracy that European science won't match for centuries. You trace your finger along columns of dots and bars, the elegant Mayan number system that includes a concept European mathematics still struggles to fully embrace. 0 as a placeholder and number in its own right. The conspiracy theory that most Europeans wouldn't accept was straightforward. People in the Americas had independently developed advanced mathematics, astronomy, and calendar systems without any influence from European, Asian, or African civilizations. The conventional wisdom insisted that such sophisticated intellectual achievements must have spread from a single source, presumably somewhere in the Mediterranean or Middle East, because surely humanity couldn't have discovered these concepts multiple times in isolation, but the evidence before you tells a different story. The Mayan number system works in base 20, rather than the base 10 that dominates European counting. This wasn't a primitive choice or a sign of mathematical confusion. It represented a different but equally valid approach to representing quantities, one that actually offers certain advantages for specific types of calculations. You're examining a calendar calculation now, watching how the Mayan system tracks multiple overlapping cycles with precision that makes your head spin slightly. They maintained a sacred calendar of 260 days, a solar calendar of 365 days, and a long count that could track dates across thousands of years. The mathematical sophistication required to keep these systems synchronized while using them for practical purposes, agricultural planning, religious ceremonies, political events, reveals minds as sharp as any in European universities. The astronomical observations prove even more impressive. Mayan mathematicians calculated the lunar month to within seconds of what modern instruments reveal. They predicted solar eclipses with accuracy that European astronomers couldn't match until they gained access to better tools and techniques centuries later. They tracked Venus's movement through the sky so precisely that their calculations remain useful to contemporary astronomers studying that planet's cycles. You can imagine Mayan observers on pyramid platforms watching the night sky with patient attention across generations. They didn't have telescopes, but they had time, dedication, and sophisticated mathematical tools for analysing what they observed. Each generation refined the previous generation's observations, accumulating knowledge that eventually allowed them to predict celestial events years in advance. The conspiracy extended beyond mathematics into writing systems. European scholars initially refused to accept that Mayan glyphs represented a true writing system rather than simple pictographs. The idea that indigenous Americans had independently invented complex written language, complete with phonetic elements, grammatical structures, and the ability to express abstract concepts, contradicted assumptions about the unique brilliance of old world civilizations. But the glyphs clearly functioned as genuine writing. You're looking at a text that records historical events, royal genealogies, and mythological narratives with the same sophistication that Latin or Greek achieved. The writing system combines logographic and phonetic elements, allowing it to represent both concrete objects and abstract ideas with equal facility. Scribes could record sounds, meanings, and subtle grammatical distinctions that turned their language into permanent readable form. The mathematical achievements embedded in Mayan construction provide another layer of evidence. You're examining architectural drawings now, or rather, proportions preserved in surviving structures that reveal the mathematical principles underlying their design. Mayan builders used sophisticated geometry to create buildings aligned to astronomical events. Pyramids oriented so that sunlight creates specific shadow effects during equinoxes. Doorways positioned to frame particular stars at significant dates. The conspiracy theorists of the colonial period, those few Europeans who insisted on taking Mayan intellectual achievement seriously, faced ridicule and professional consequences, acknowledging that people in the Americas had independently developed advanced mathematics and astronomy, challenged theological certainties about human origins and dispersal. It complicated narratives about European cultural superiority. It raised uncomfortable questions about what else indigenous peoples might have discovered that conquest and disease are destroyed before it could be properly documented. You're examining a mathematical text dealing with what we'd call calculus, the mathematics of continuous change. Mayan mathematicians didn't develop this exactly as Europeans would centuries later, but they clearly grasped concepts about tracking changing quantities over time, calculating areas under curves, and understanding accumulation in ways that anticipate later mathematical developments. The zero itself deserves special attention. Mayan mathematicians developed this concept independently, using it both as a placeholder, making positional notation work, and as a number in its own right. European mathematics wouldn't fully embrace zero until well after contact with Arabic mathematical traditions. Yet here it functions naturally in a system developed in complete isolation from old world influences. You can almost hear the scratch of a Mayan scribe's brush against paper made from tree bark, carefully recording calculations that would preserve astronomical knowledge for future generations. The concentration required for this work and the understanding that you're contributing to an accumulating body of knowledge that transcends individual lifetimes creates a connection across centuries. Those scribes knew they were building something that mattered, preserving discoveries that took generations to accumulate. The architectural evidence speaks to practical applications of this mathematical knowledge. Mayan builders created structures that still stand centuries after construction, despite earthquakes, hurricanes, and the weight of jungle vegetation trying to pull them down. The proportions of these buildings reflect a sophisticated understanding of structural engineering, load distribution, and the relationship between form and function. You're studying the remains of an astronomical observatory now, or what scholars have identified as such based on alignments that couldn't have occurred by chance. The structure tracks solar and lunar cycles with precision that required both mathematical sophistication and patient observation across many years. The builders positioned windows and doorways to frame specific celestial events, turning architecture into a permanent record of astronomical knowledge. The conspiracy wasn't just about mathematics existing in isolation from European influence. The deeper hidden truth was that human intelligence develops sophisticated solutions to complex problems wherever people have time, resources, and motivation to pursue knowledge systematically. The Mayan mathematical achievements demonstrated that intellectual advancement doesn't require specific cultural lineages or divine inspiration limited to particular regions. It emerges from human capacity to observe patterns, test ideas, and build on previous generations' discoveries. You're walking through a rainforest in the Amazon basin, your boots squelching through mud that smells of decomposition and growth occurring simultaneously. The air wraps around you like a warm, damp blanket carrying 1,000 different plant scents. Indigenous guides lead you to trees and vines that European-trained doctors insist couldn't possibly contain the medicinal properties that local people claim. The medical establishment in the early 20th century maintains firm positions about indigenous knowledge. Native peoples might have stumbled upon a few useful plants through trial and error, doctors acknowledge grudgingly, but the sophisticated pharmacological understanding they claim seems implausible. Real medicine requires laboratory research, controlled testing, and scientific rigor that supposedly couldn't exist in cultures without formal academic institutions, but your guides demonstrate knowledge that makes you question these dismissive assumptions. They identify specific plants for particular ailments with confidence born from generations of careful observation. They explain preparation methods, which parts of a plant to use, how to extract active compounds, and what dosages prove effective without causing harm. They discuss contraindications and interactions between different medicines with the same careful attention to detail that European pharmacists claim as their exclusive domain. You're examining cinchona bark now, the source of quinine that European doctors reluctantly admitted could treat malaria after centuries of indigenous use in South America. Your guide explains how our ancestors identified this particular tree species among thousands in the forest, how they discovered that bark from specific elevations proved more effective than others, and how they developed extraction techniques that maximize the active compound's concentration. The conspiracy theory that medical professionals refused to accept was that indigenous peoples had developed genuine pharmacological knowledge through systematic observation and experimentation. The conventional wisdom insisted that effective medicine required written records, formal education, and scientific methodology that supposedly didn't exist in oral cultures. Therefore, any effective indigenous remedies must represent lucky accidents rather than true medical science. But the evidence suggests otherwise. You're learning about ayahuasca now, not the recreational substance that would later attract tourists, but the medicinal compound that indigenous healers developed for specific therapeutic purposes. The preparation requires combining two plants that separately don't produce the desired effects. Together, they create a substance whose mechanism of action involves chemical interactions that European pharmacology couldn't fully explain for decades after Western scientists first encountered it. The sophistication required to discover this combination makes your head spin slightly. The Amazon contains approximately 80,000 plant species. The probability of randomly combining these two specific plants in the right proportions seems astronomically small, yet indigenous healers not only made this discovery but also understood the conditions under which the medicine worked most effectively, who should receive it and who shouldn't, and how to manage the experience to achieve therapeutic rather than merely disorienting effects. You can imagine the generations of careful observation this knowledge required. Someone noticed that particular plants produce specific effects. Others experimented with different preparations, different combinations, and different dosages. Knowledge accumulated as people compared experiences, refined techniques, and developed increasingly sophisticated understanding of how these medicines interacted with human physiology. The guides are showing you wound treatment techniques now using plants that prevent infection with effectiveness that European medicine wouldn't match until antibiotics became available in the mid-20th century. They explain how to identify the right plants even when they're not flowering, how to prepare poultices that prevent bacterial growth, and how to assess whether a wound requires additional intervention beyond botanical treatment. The conspiracy extended to surgical knowledge. Indigenous peoples in several regions performed trepanation, drilling holes in skulls to relieve pressure or treat head injuries, with survival rates that wouldn't shame modern neurosurgery. Archaeological evidence shows healed skulls demonstrating that patients survived these procedures and recovered sufficiently for bone to regrow around the surgical opening. This requires understanding of sterility, pain management, and post-operative care that supposedly didn't exist outside European medical traditions. You're examining coca leaves now, which your guide chews to manage altitude sickness during mountain travel. She explains the difference between traditional use of the leaf, which provides mild stimulation and altitude adaptation, and concentrated extraction that creates problematic compounds. The knowledge embedded in this distinction reveals a sophisticated understanding of pharmacology. Indigenous peoples recognize that route of administration, dosage, and preparation method all affect a substance's impact on human physiology. The medical knowledge encompasses more than just pharmaceutical plants. You're learning about dietary treatments for specific conditions, physical therapy techniques for injuries, and mental health interventions that modern psychology is only beginning to appreciate. Indigenous healers understood that treating patients required addressing physical, psychological, and social dimensions of illness simultaneously, a holistic approach that Western medicine would eventually rediscover and rebrand as integrative healthcare. The guides discuss diagnostic techniques that involve observing subtle signs that European-trained doctors would dismiss as superstition. But when you watch carefully, you notice they're tracking real physiological indicators, changes in skin color that suggest circulatory problems, alterations in breathing patterns that indicate respiratory issues, and behavioral shifts that signal neurological concerns. They've simply developed observational skills so refined that their conclusions seem intuitive rather than analytical. You can almost smell the bitter alkaloids in the plant your guide is preparing now, explaining its use for digestive complaints. The preparation involves specific timing. harvesting at particular seasons, processing within certain timeframes, and storing under controlled conditions. This level of detail demonstrates empirical testing across generations, careful documentation through oral tradition, and systematic knowledge accumulation that deserves recognition as genuine scientific methodology, even if it didn't involve written records or laboratory equipment. The conspiracy wasn't about whether indigenous peoples use plants as medicine. Even the most dismissive European doctors acknowledged that much. The hidden truth was that indigenous cultures had developed sophisticated medical knowledge through rigorous observation and testing, creating pharmacological understanding that rivaled and sometimes exceeded what European science had achieved through supposedly superior academic methods. You're standing on a dock in the Mediterranean, watching divers prepare equipment for an expedition that most archaeologists consider a waste of time and resources. The year is 1953, and conventional wisdom insists that underwater archaeology represents a contradiction in terms. Anything truly important wouldn't have ended up at the bottom of the sea, experts argue, and even if significant artifacts did sink, the saltwater environment would have destroyed them centuries ago. But the divers preparing to descend don't share this pessimism. They've heard stories from sponge fishermen and local sailors about shipwrecks containing amphorae, the clay jars ancient peoples used for transporting wine, oil, and other goods. These humble containers might reveal information about ancient trade routes, economic systems, and cultural connections that written records never captured because they seem too mundane to document. You watch as the first diver disappears beneath the surface, following bubbles that mark his descent. The water here is remarkably clear, allowing visibility that makes underwater exploration feasible if not exactly comfortable. Minutes pass with the peculiar slowness that waiting always creates. Then the diver surfaces, excitement evident even through his breathing apparatus. He's found something, not just scattered pottery shards, but an organised shipwreck with cargo still arranged as it was when the vessel sank perhaps 2,000 years ago. The conspiracy theory that underwater exploration would eventually prove was that ancient maritime trade operated on a much larger scale than historical records suggested. Conventional wisdom held that ancient shipping was limited, risky, and confined to coastal waters where sailors could keep land in sight. The idea that regular trade routes crisscrossed the Mediterranean, that ships routinely carried massive cargoes across open water, that maritime commerce formed the backbone of ancient economies, all this seemed like romantic exaggeration rather than historical fact, but the shipwrecks tell a different story. You're examining the first recovery now, a bronze statue so perfectly preserved by the marine environment that it looks like it could have been submerged last week rather than millennia ago. The copper in the alloy created chemical conditions that prevented bacterial degradation. The statue spent 2,000 years at the bottom of the sea and emerged in better condition than bronzes that survived above ground, exposed to air, water cycles, and human handling. The cargo itself reveals the scope of ancient trade. This single ship carried wine from one region, olive oil from another, and manufactured goods from a third location. The amphorae bear stamps identifying their origins, creating a map of commercial connections that stretched across the entire Mediterranean world. Some jars travelled thousands of miles from their production sites, suggesting regular trade routes that connected diverse cultures in sustained economic relationships. You're diving now yourself, following the archaeologists who are mapping the wreck site with careful precision. The ship's remains rest on the seabed like a time capsule, preserving a moment from ancient commerce. The wooden hull is mostly decayed, but the cargo that survived shows you how merchants organised their vessels, heavy items low in the hold for stability, fragile goods packed with protective materials, everything arranged to maximise the space, available while maintaining seaworthiness. The conspiracy extended beyond simple trade routes. Underwater archaeology revealed that ancient peoples built harbour facilities far more sophisticated than textual sources suggested. You're swimming over the remains of a Roman port now, seeing underwater construction that demonstrates advanced engineering knowledge. Stone blocks fitted together with waterproof cement, breakwaters positioned to protect ships from storms, and mooring systems designed for vessels much larger than the modest craft that historical accounts described. The preservation underwater often exceeds what survives on land. Organic materials that would have rotted away in terrestrial conditions, wood, rope, and leather, remain intact enough to study their construction. You're examining wooden parts of the ship's hull that show the techniques ancient shipwrights used to create vessels capable of crossing open water while carrying enormous loads. The planking reveals a sophisticated understanding of how wood flexes under stress, how to join pieces to create waterproof seams, and how to design hulls that balance cargo capacity against sailing performance. The hidden truth that underwater archaeology exposed was that ancient maritime technology was far more advanced than conventional histories acknowledged. Ships didn't simply hug coastlines, limiting themselves to short journeys with frequent stops. Navigators developed techniques for crossing open water using celestial navigation, seasonal wind patterns, and accumulated knowledge about currents and weather. Shipbuilders created vessels that could survive storms powerful enough to sink modern craft. Merchants established trade networks that functioned with impressive efficiency despite the absence of modern communication technology. You're surfacing now, lungs grateful for fresh air after breathing through the apparatus underwater. The afternoon sun sparkles on wavelets, and you can see the support vessel, where archaeologists are cataloguing the morning's discoveries. Each artifact recovered tells part of a larger story about ancient commerce, about the movement of goods, ideas, and people across distances that supposedly represented impossible barriers to regular contact. The ships themselves demonstrate technological sophistication that rewrites understanding of ancient capabilities. You're examining technical drawings now based on hull remains recovered from multiple wrecks. The designs incorporate principles that wouldn't be rediscovered until the age of sail. Hull shapes that minimize drag, keel configurations that improve stability, and rigging systems that allow sailing against the wind through careful tacking. Later discoveries would reveal even more impressive finds. Ships carrying bronze computers, the Antikythera mechanism, that demonstrated mechanical sophistication centuries ahead of what historians thought possible. Wrecks from the Bronze Age containing tin from Cornwall and amber from the Baltic, proving that trade routes spanned Europe millennia before written records documented such connections. Underwater cities show that ancient peoples built permanent structures in shallow marine environments, creating harbour facilities that served as commercial hubs for centuries. The conspiracy wasn't about denying that ancient peoples travelled by sea. Everyone acknowledged that much. The hidden truth was that maritime technology, navigation knowledge, and commercial organisation had reached levels of sophistication that challenged narratives about primitive ancients, slowly developing capabilities that modern societies perfected. Ancient mariners weren't cautious coastal sailors making tentative journeys along familiar shores. They were confident navigators who crossed open water regularly, carrying commercial cargoes that sustained complex economic systems spanning entire seas. You're in a map collection in Istanbul, carefully unrolling a document that cartography experts insist must be a fraud or a curiosity rather than evidence of anything historically significant. The Piri Reis map, created in 1513, shows details of coastlines that European explorers supposedly hadn't discovered yet. But what really makes scholars uncomfortable is how accurate it appears in places where accuracy shouldn't have been possible. With the tools and knowledge available to 16th century cartographers, the conspiracy theory that makes the academic establishment so uncomfortable is simple. Ancient civilizations possessed geographical knowledge far more extensive than conventional histories acknowledge. Someone, somewhere, had accurately mapped coastlines, and perhaps even portions of continents that Europeans wouldn't officially explore for centuries. This knowledge somehow survived. Fragmentary, corrupted, but recognizable, in maps that later cartographers created using sources they claimed derived from antiquity. You're examining Antarctica's coastline on the Piri Reis map now. The shape matches the land underneath the ice sheets with unsettling accuracy, land that modern science didn't map until the mid-20th century, using sonar and ice-penetrating radar. How could a 16th century Ottoman admiral have depicted this coastline as it appeared before glaciation? The conventional explanation that it's a distorted representation of South America's coast doesn't quite satisfy when you look at the specific features that seem to match subglacial Antarctica. The map contains notes explaining that Piri compiled it from approximately 20 source maps, some of which he claimed dated to the time of Alexander the Great. Most historians dismiss this claim as exaggeration or misunderstanding, but the accuracy of certain sections makes you wonder what those source materials actually showed. You're studying the African coastline now, traced with precision that European navigators supposedly didn't achieve until after decades of exploration and surveying. The rivers appear in correct positions. The coastal features match reality more closely than maps that European sources created during the same period. Someone clearly had better information about African geography than official exploration records suggest should have been available. The conspiracy extends to other maps from the same general period. You're examining the Orontius Phineus map from 1531 now, which shows Antarctica centred at the South Pole with a remarkably accurate shape and size, again depicting the continent as it would appear without ice coverage. The mountain ranges correspond to subglacial features that modern geology identifies through methods unavailable to Renaissance cartographers. The conventional explanations for these maps feel increasingly strained the more you study them. Yes, cartographers sometimes copied errors from previous maps, creating persistent inaccuracies. Yes, map makers occasionally invented features to fill empty spaces, but the specific accuracies, the precise positions of geographical features that remained unknown to European explorers, suggest something more interesting than random luck or artistic license. You can imagine ancient mariners carefully recording coastlines as they explored, creating charts that later generations copied and recopied, introducing errors while preserving enough accurate detail that Renaissance cartographers could create surprisingly precise composite maps. Perhaps Phoenician sailors ranged farther than classical sources recorded. Perhaps Polynesian navigators shared geographical knowledge with traders who carried it westward. Perhaps civilizations that left no written records nevertheless mapped their discoveries with sufficient skill that fragments survived into historical periods. The hidden truth isn't necessarily that ancient explorers circumnavigated the globe, or that lost civilizations possessed technology rivaling modern capabilities. The conspiracy that conventional wisdom couldn't accept was simpler. Human geographical knowledge before European exploration was far more extensive than the historical record preserves, and this knowledge survived in fragmentary form through oral, traditions, copied maps, and cultural memory that official histories dismissed as legend. You're examining Chinese maps now, showing maritime routes across the Indian Ocean that supposedly didn't exist before European contact, but the detail suggests regular travel between Asia and Africa, established trade routes, and geographical knowledge accumulated across centuries of navigation. The maps contain practical information, locations of harbours, notation of dangerous reefs, indication of seasonal wind patterns that only comes from actual experience sailing these waters repeatedly. The Polynesian navigators provide perhaps the most convincing evidence that pre-modern peoples achieved geographical knowledge on par with anything European exploration accomplished. Their maps, made from sticks and shells, encoding information about currents, wave patterns, and island locations, demonstrate sophisticated understanding of ocean navigation. They crossed thousands of miles of open Pacific, settling islands from Hawaii to Easter Island to New Zealand, using navigational techniques that didn't require written records or complex instruments, but nevertheless worked with impressive reliability. You're sitting in a university library on a quiet evening, watching the last sunlight fade from windows that overlook a campus much changed from its founding centuries. Around you, books contain knowledge that was once lost, then recovered, then sometimes lost again before finally finding secure homes in academic institutions that preserve and share it. The story of how humanity rediscovered forgotten truths creates its own narrative of persistence, curiosity, and the slow accumulation of understanding. The pattern repeats across civilizations and centuries. Knowledge emerges through careful observation and testing. Disasters, natural or human-caused, destroy the institutions that preserve this knowledge. Fragments survive in odd places. Copies that scholars saved, oral traditions that communities maintained, and practical applications that people continued using. even after theoretical understanding disappeared. Eventually someone notices the fragments, recognizes their significance, and begins the patient work of reconstructing what was lost. You're reading about the recovery of Greek mathematical and philosophical texts now, how Islamic scholars preserved works that Christian Europe had lost or destroyed during chaotic periods following Rome's collapse. These scholars didn't merely preserve the texts, they added their own commentaries and discoveries, advancing knowledge that European institutions would later reclaim and develop further. The transmission of knowledge followed complex paths, crossing cultural and religious boundaries, surviving periods when certain ideas seemed dangerous or irrelevant to the societies that held them. The rediscovery of ancient medical knowledge followed similar patterns. You're examining a medieval manuscript now that shows surgical techniques derived from Roman sources, but preserved through Arabic translation. The original Latin texts had been lost when libraries burned, when monasteries dissolved, and when warfare scattered collections that represented centuries of accumulated learning. But the knowledge survived its wanderings, eventually returning to European medical practice enriched by the contributions of every culture it passed through. The conspiracy that conventional wisdom resisted was that knowledge doesn't develop linearly, always advancing, never retreating. Understanding accumulates, but it also disappears. Civilizations achieve sophisticated insights, then lose them when circumstances change. Other societies independently develop similar ideas, or they recover lost knowledge from fragments that survive destruction. The actual history of human learning involves advances, retreats, parallel development, recovery, and synthesis in patterns far more complex than simple narratives of progressive improvement. You can feel the weight of all these books around you, each one containing knowledge that someone fought to preserve, that survived periods when it seemed destined for permanent loss, and that returned to human awareness through persistence and often accident. The library represents not just current understanding, but the accumulated effort of countless individuals who believed knowledge mattered enough to protect, copy, translate, and transmit despite obstacles and dangers. The environmental wisdom of indigenous peoples provides another example of lost and recovered knowledge. You're reading ecological studies now that confirm practices indigenous communities maintained for centuries, controlled burning that prevents catastrophic wildfires, crop rotation systems that preserve soil fertility, and water management techniques that sustain agriculture in marginal environments. For generations, European agricultural science dismissed these practices as primitive. Then, ecological research revealed that they embodied sophisticated understanding of ecosystem dynamics, often proving more sustainable than the methods that replaced them. The recovery continues in your own time. Archaeologists keep finding evidence that requires revising historical narratives. Linguists decode writing systems that preserve knowledge from cultures that disappeared. Scientists discover that traditional medicines contain compounds with genuine therapeutic value. Each discovery confirms that human achievement extends deeper into the past than any single generation realizes, and that knowledge develops in more places and times than conventional histories acknowledge. You're thinking about the Antikythera mechanism now, the ancient Greek computing device recovered from a shipwreck, showing that mechanical sophistication existed centuries before historians thought such technology possible. For decades after its recovery, scholars couldn't explain how it worked. The device sat in museums, recognized as important but not understood, until modern imaging technology allowed detailed examination of its gears and mechanisms. Even then, recreating it required sophisticated engineering knowledge, demonstrating that ancient craftspeople possessed skills that their society valued enough to support, but not to document in texts that survived. The pattern teaches humility. Every generation thinks it understands the past, that it knows what ancient peoples could and couldn't achieve and what knowledge they possessed or lacked. Then new discoveries arrive, forcing revisions, revealing that the past was more complex, more sophisticated, and more interesting than simplified narratives suggested. The conspiracy theorists who insisted that ancient peoples deserved more credit than conventional wisdom granted often proved correct, though sometimes for reasons different than they imagined. As you prepare to leave the library, you notice the comfortable weight of knowledge accumulated around you. These books, these preserved fragments of human learning, represent victories against entropy and chaos. Someone cared enough to write this information down. Others preserved it when easier options involved letting it disappear. Still others translated, transmitted, and eventually printed it in forms that could survive across centuries and continents. The knowledge available to you represents countless small acts of preservation, each one affirming that understanding matters, that truth deserves protection, and that the effort to maintain and transmit knowledge serves purposes more important than any individual lifetime. The slow rediscovery continues. Somewhere tonight, someone is examining evidence that will revise understanding of what ancient peoples achieved. Somewhere, a fragment of lost knowledge is being decoded, translated, or recognized for its significance. The conspiracy theories that turned out to be true remind you that healthy skepticism about conventional wisdom serves truth better than unquestioned acceptance of what authorities claim. The past keeps revealing itself to be more sophisticated, more accomplished, and more interesting than any single narrative can fully capture. You're walking home now through evening air that carries hints of approaching autumn. Above you, stars shine with the same light that ancient astronomers observed, mapped and predicted with tools that seemed impossibly primitive yet somehow worked. The Mayan mathematicians were seeing these same constellations, calculating their movements with precision that rivals modern instruments. The Polynesian navigators used these stars to cross oceans, encoding knowledge in songs and sticks and stories that European science initially dismissed as primitive. The ancient engineers whose roads and cities and harbours still function centuries after their creators died, proving that sophistication doesn't require the specific technologies that our era takes for granted. The real lesson isn't that ancient peoples possessed mysterious lost technology or secret knowledge that modern science hasn't rediscovered. The conspiracy theories that turned out to be true teach something subtler. Human intelligence, given time and motivation, develops sophisticated solutions to complex problems, regardless of specific cultural circumstances. Knowledge accumulates wherever people pay attention to their environment, test their ideas against reality, and pass their discoveries to future generations. The diversity of human achievement across cultures and centuries demonstrates that there are many paths to understanding, many methods that work, and many ways of being sophisticated that conventional wisdom in any particular era might fail to recognize or appreciate. You're home now, settling into familiar comfort with the satisfaction of a journey completed. The stories you've travelled through tonight, lost cities that weren't myths, ancient knowledge that deserved respect, civilizations that achieved more than history's initially credited, remind you that reality often proves more interesting than either skeptics or enthusiasts imagine. The truth resides somewhere between absolute dismissal and uncritical acceptance, in the patient work of examining evidence, revising theories, and acknowledging when conventional wisdom needs updating. As you drift towards sleep, you're thinking about all the knowledge still waiting to be recovered, all the evidence not yet discovered, and all the conventional wisdom that future generations will revise as they uncover truths that this era's conspiracies only hint at. The investigation continues, as it always has, as it always will. Somewhere, someone is examining a fragment of the past that will eventually reshape understanding of human achievement. The slow work of rediscovery proceeds, one careful observation at a time, building toward insights that won't fully emerge for years or decades, but that will eventually add to the accumulated understanding that each generation inherits, revises, and passes along. The past remains alive in its influence on the present, in the knowledge that survived to shape current understanding, and in the mysteries that still wait for explanation. The conspiracy theories that prove true remind you that humility about what you think you know serves truth better than certainty. The human story keeps revealing itself to be more complex, more accomplished, and more surprising than any simplified narrative can capture, and that complexity, that persistent ability of the past to surprise and teach, provides its own quiet comfort as you settle into rest, knowing that tomorrow will bring new opportunities to learn, revise, and appreciate the sophisticated achievements of people who came before, people whose names are lost but whose discoveries, encoded in monuments and maps and mathematical systems, continue to speak across the centuries if you're willing to listen carefully to what they're saying. Sweet dreams, my friends. Albert Einstein was born on March 14th, 1879, in the modest city of Ulm in the German Empire. His father, Hermann, managed small electrochemical ventures, and his mother, Pauline, nurtured a love of music. Contrary to later myths, he wasn't a poor student, rather, he disliked rote memorization and preferred exploring ideas on his own. At age 5, he received a simple compass. Its unwavering needle, guided by an unseen force, left him spellbound, hinting at hidden laws in nature. In school, he often seemed preoccupied, building intricate houses of cards or lost in thought. Though teachers labelled him indifferent, he was quietly constructing mental pictures that reached far beyond mundane lessons. Music also shaped his early life. Pauline insisted he learn violin, and though reluctant at first, he found a kinship with Mozart's compositions. This link between artistic harmony and orderly principles of the universe captivated him. Even as a child, he sensed that creativity and logic could coexist productively. His family's moves, first to Munich, then to Italy, created in him a sense of displacement. Rather than fitting snugly into any single cultural or academic mould, he became an observer, questioning everything around him. During a stint at a Catholic elementary school, he briefly embraced religious devotion. Yet he soon gravitated toward a more personal sense of wonder, one unbound by strict doctrine. Later, he would speak of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the unfathomable mysteries of existence. The German educational system clashed with his inquisitive spirit. Teachers focused on memorization, while Einstein was enthralled by independent exploration. He pored over geometry and calculus texts in his free time, often outpacing his peers in conceptual understanding. One tutor noticed his knack for dissecting problems from multiple angles, an early sign of the thought experiments he would later make famous. Meanwhile, Hermann's business pursuits met with limited success, adding financial strain to the household. Yet in that uncertainty, Einstein found pockets of freedom. His parents rarely scolded him for daydreaming. Instead, they recognized his inclination to probe and analyze. When he built card towers, it was more than play. He studied balance, structure, and resilience, qualities he would apply to his theoretical work. Overlooked details of his youth further illustrate his distinctive perspective. He once spent hours trying to visualize how a beam of light might appear if one could race alongside it. These musings were embryonic glimpses of the relativity he would formalize years later. Far from mere fanciful flights, they were a training ground for a mind unafraid to question conventional frames of reference. Another seldom noted aspect was his relationship with language. Raised in a multilingual environment, German at home, occasionally Italian outside, he developed a nuanced appreciation for words. Later in life, he would craft carefully balanced scientific papers where clarity took precedence over flourish. But as a boy, he simply recognized that words were imperfect vessels for ideas, sparking a habit of visualizing concepts to grasp them more deeply. By his early teens, Einstein grew increasingly restless with formal schooling. The Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich, with its strict regimen, clashed with his burgeoning interests. Feeling stifled, he began to defy conventional academic paths, in a decision that alarmed his teachers. He left school before graduation and followed his family to Italy. To some, it looked like a rash move, yet it was an act of self-determination, fueled by a longing to learn without constraint. During this period, he explored philosophy as well, delving into Kant's works and pondering the nature of reality. Such readings reinforced his conviction that genuine understanding required more than reciting facts. He craved first-hand encounters with the puzzles of the universe, from the motion of planets to the properties of light. Though his childhood did not revolve solely around science, he played violin, enjoyed walks, and showed flashes of humour. It was imbued with a special kind of curiosity. He was neither the hapless student nor the overnight prodigy that later narratives would portray. Instead, he was a reflective, somewhat solitary child who found meaning in probing life's deeper questions. His early experiences, compass in hand, cards neatly stacked, violin tucked under his chin, crystallized into the core of a worldview that would soon turn the scientific world on its head. Ultimately, the disparate strands of his youth would unite in a bold questioning of the established order. few recognized how far his curiosity would carry him. Einstein's choice to abandon the Luitpold Gymnasium before graduating startled his teachers, but he felt stifled by rote drills. He rejoined his family in Milan, where Hermann hoped to save his faltering business. Finally freed from rigid school routines, Einstein studied math and philosophy on his own, devouring Kant's works and nurturing an obsession with the universe's hidden structure. Still, the need for formal credentials loomed. In 1895, he applied to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, known for its forward-thinking curriculum. Although he excelled in math and physics, he flunked the entrance exam's other parts. Undeterred, he spent a transformative year at the Cantonal School in Aarau, Switzerland. This school's progressive ethos welcomed curiosity and debate, an environment in which Einstein thrived. Living with the Winterler family, he formed close bonds. He briefly romanced their daughter, Marie, but also made lifelong friendships. Armed with improved preparation, he passed the Polytechnic entrance exam in 1896 and pursued a teaching diploma in math and physics. Zurich's intellectual pulse invigorated him. By day, he endured lectures. By night, he wrestled with scientific texts or debated theory in cafes. Less enthralled with rote note-taking, he favoured independent study. Though he admired some professors, others saw him as dismissive and unruly, a reputation that would later cost him solid references. During this period, Einstein met Mileva Maric, the only woman in their physics cohort. She was bright and tenacious, undeterred by an academic world largely unwelcoming to women. Their bond intertwined intellectual exchange and romantic attraction. Letters between them reveal lively dialogues about abstract science and the deeper questions of existence. Critics sometimes question the extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work, but it's certain she engaged in stimulating discussions at a formative time in his career. Einstein graduated in 1900. Despite his clear gift for physics, job prospects were scarce. Dismissed by some professors as headstrong, he received only lukewarm recommendations. Over the next 2 years, he subsisted on tutoring gigs and part-time teaching roles, struggling to pay rent. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mileva grew more serious. They had a daughter, Liesel, whose fate remains one of the murkiest aspects of Einstein's life. Records suggest she may have been adopted, but details are sparse. Financial anxiety gnawed at him, and paternal disapproval of Mileva added stress. Yet his scientific passion never dimmed. Whenever he found a spare hour, Einstein tackled research problems in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. Despite their lack of widespread attention, these small papers demonstrated Einstein's capacity to critically examine conventional assumptions. A modest beacon of stability arrived in 1902. Einstein secured a post as a technical expert, third class, at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. While many might view patent reviewing as mundane, the job offered a predictable schedule and a steady wage, precisely what he needed. Crucially, it also left him mental space for independent thought. Far from being a lull, this period set the stage for his most significant breakthroughs. Bern itself was unassuming, but it possessed an understated cultural vitality. Einstein, ever sociable in an understated way, found a small circle of like-minded acquaintances. They shared books, debated philosophical ideas, and sometimes playfully referred to themselves as the Olympia Academy. The group's informal spirit aligned perfectly with Einstein's own approach, freewheeling, yet anchored by a deep respect for rational inquiry. Meanwhile, his personal life moved forward. He and Mileva married in 1903, hoping to create a steel home. Their union was hardly perfect, fraught with the usual challenges of newlyweds, compounded by Einstein's preoccupation with science and ongoing money worries. Still, having a supportive partner with a keen interest in physics likely encouraged his intellectual wanderings during these formative years. Between 1902 and 1904, Einstein churned through patent applications by day, evaluating new inventions for novelty and feasibility. At night, he scribbled equations and chased the big questions that had haunted him since childhood: the nature of light, the structure of time, and whether the cosmos had fundamental certainties. Little did anyone suspect that his quiet hours in Bern would yield a series of scientific papers that would upend centuries of accepted physics and elevate a once-errant student to the front ranks of modern science. In a few years, he would unleash a torrent of revolutionary ideas, proving that unorthodox paths can lead to remarkable destinations. Settled at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, Einstein was officially a clerk reviewing applications for new inventions. Unofficially, he was a theorist probing the bedrock of physics. The job's predictable routine left him time to explore the mysteries of light, motion, and energy, questions that had haunted him since childhood. His personal life had stabilised somewhat. He and Mileva, now married, lived modestly, mindful of every expense. Their son, Hans Albert, born in 1904, added new responsibilities. Yet Mileva's own physics background made her a supportive confidant for Einstein's musings, though the precise scope of her influence remains debated. In 1905, Einstein unleashed 4 seminal papers in Annalen der Physik. The first explained the photoelectric effect by treating light as particles, helping seed the future field of quantum mechanics. Next came his work on Brownian motion, using statistics to confirm the existence of atoms and molecules. Then, in his special theory of relativity, he shattered the old notion of absolute time, proposing that simultaneity depends on an observer's motion. Finally, in a spare but dazzling note, he offered E equals mc squared, revealing the profound equivalence of mass and energy. At first, these radical ideas met mixed responses. Some scholars found them too speculative, others grasped their seismic potential. Over time, the consensus grew. Einstein had transformed physics from the inside out. His reputation slowly spread, though he remained a patent clerk until 1909. He yearned for an academic post but faced challenges. He lacked the usual pedigrees, and some professors gave tepid recommendations. Eventually, the University of Zurich appointed him as a lecturer, opening the door to a more formal scientific community. Mileva managed their growing family, which now included a second son, Eduard, while Einstein wrestled with teaching duties and ongoing research. But their marriage started to show cracks, strained by the financial pressures and Einstein's single-minded devotion to work. Despite domestic tension, his scientific profile rose swiftly. Younger physicists marvelled at his knack for taking earlier insights, such as those from Hendrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré, and unifying them into a cohesive vision. The outcome was more than a patchwork of theories. It was a radical recasting of how energy, space, and time interlock. He left Bern for Zurich in 1909, then moved to Prague in 1911 for another professorship. Mileva followed, but the demands of uprooting and the complexities of raising children chipped away at their partnership. In Prague, Einstein refined his thoughts on gravity, hinting at a broader framework to come. Though overshadowed by cultural and political tensions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the city still offered pockets of intellectual ferment. Einstein found colleagues intrigued by his work and critics skeptical of it. He thrived on debate, defending his theories with calm conviction. By 1912, he was back in Zurich at the Polytechnic, now as a professor. This time, he delved deeper into the mathematics needed to extend relativity to gravitational fields. His collaboration with mathematician Marcel Grossmann was vital, laying the groundwork for what would become the general theory of relativity. While special relativity had reconfigured space and time on a flat stage, Einstein now aimed to show how massive objects could warp that stage itself. In parallel, tensions at home worsened. Mileva's hopes for her own scientific contributions had faded into domestic obligations. Einstein's growing fame meant invitations to speak and collaborate, pulling him away for extended periods. At times, letters reveal a coldness creeping into their marriage. He could be absent-minded, impatient, and increasingly dismissive of Mileva's emotional needs. The personal costs of genius were mounting, even if the broadest world was beginning to admire him as a visionary. By the end of 1912, Einstein's ambitions were clear. He had cemented a reputation as the mind behind special relativity, and he was on the cusp of unveiling a more comprehensive framework to explain gravity. Universities courted him, and scientific societies began to laud his insights. Yet beneath this rise lay private discord. Tensions that would escalate once his career carried him to Berlin. For now, though, Einstein's path led inexorably toward one of the greatest intellectual feats in history, fueled by that same restless curiosity that once made him walk away from gymnasium classes and question the simplest wonders of nature. Despite turmoil, his momentum was unstoppable. The stage was set for him to finalize a theory of gravity, a masterpiece that would reshape humanity's view of the cosmos. In 1913, the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin-Base beckoned Albert Einstein with a prestigious post that required minimal teaching. By 1914, he was in the German capital, poised to perfect his theory of gravity. Yet the move magnified personal and political tensions. His marriage to Mileva was fracturing, and Europe stood on the brink of war. A pacifist at heart, Einstein found himself at odds with the fervent nationalism gripping Germany. Unperturbed by the storm outside, he pushed forward on general relativity, aided by mathematician Marcel Grossmann. Their goal was to show that gravity arose from curved space-time, a radical notion demanding complex tensor calculus. By 1915, Einstein had refined the field equations describing how mass deforms space-time and how that curvature dictates motion. A triumph soon followed. The new theory explained Mercury's orbital quirks better than Newtonian physics. Overjoyed, Einstein wrote to a friend that his heart shivered upon seeing the data align with his calculations, but his personal world was unravelling. Mileva struggled in Berlin's stifling atmosphere and felt increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, Einstein grew close to his cousin, Elsa Löwenthal. Letters show Mileva's despair and Einstein's emotional withdrawal. She took their sons back to Switzerland, and the marriage ended in divorce. He later wed Elsa, igniting gossip about his private life. Even as general relativity gained traction among physicists, his personal reputation became fodder for public speculation. World War I had also splintered scientific exchanges. While many German intellectuals endorsed the war, Einstein stood nearly alone, signing anti-war petitions and voicing pacifist views. His stance stirred resentment at home. Still, foreign scientists such as the British astronomer Arthur Eddington recognised the significance of Einstein's work. Eddington's 1919 eclipse expedition tested whether starlight passing near the Sun would bend according to Einstein's predictions. The measurements matched, electrifying the global press and dethroning Newton in the public eye. Overnight, Einstein became a symbol of modern genius. Newspapers everywhere featured his thoughtful gaze and unruly hair. Invitations rained down from universities and societies. While he believed in sharing knowledge openly, he disliked the frenzied attention and grew uneasy with Germany's renewed nationalism. Post-war turmoil fanned political flames, and Einstein's pacifism drew ire from right-wing groups. Nevertheless, the validation of general relativity cemented his place atop the scientific hierarchy. Even skeptics admitted that his calculations matched observable reality in a way no previous theory could. With Mileva in Zurich caring for their sons, Einstein found both freedom and loneliness. He married Elsa in 1919, relying on her to manage his crowded schedule and mitigate public demands. As the 1920s dawned, Einstein was heralded as a visionary whose equations recast the universe as a pliable fabric shaped by energy and mass. These notions paved the way for cosmic models that would soon suggest an expanding universe, involving astronomers like Edwin Hubble. Initially, Einstein proposed a cosmological constant to keep the universe static, but later deemed that idea a mistake, a rare admission of error from a man idolized for brilliance. Meanwhile, he turned his attention back to quantum mechanics, a field he had inadvertently sparked with his photoelectric paper. Newcomers like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger advanced ideas that clashed with Einstein's comfort zone. He balked at the probabilistic nature they proposed, insisting there must be a deeper deterministic layer. Thus began the famed series of debates with Niels Bohr, with Einstein challenging the notion that reality might hinge on randomness. By mid-decade, Einstein's travel schedule ballooned. He toured the United States and parts of Europe, drawing huge crowds. Statesmen, celebrities, and fellow scholars courted his presence. In Germany, however, he faced mounting hostility from nationalist factions who derided his theories as Jewish science. Unfazed, he pressed on, confident that empirical evidence would outlast prejudice. His personal realm, now tethered to Elsa, offered stability. She shielded him from ceaseless demands, allowing him to pursue his ideas in relative peace. Yet the creeping political tide would soon overshadow even Einstein's lofty pursuits. At the dawn of the next decade, Einstein found himself a global icon, yet behind that fame lay deeper struggles and fresh challenges that would shape his destiny. The 1920s were a whirlwind for Einstein, blending scientific milestones with worldwide acclaim. Ever the restless thinker, He spent these years grappling with quantum theory while maintaining his fascination with relativity. Though his general theory of relativity was universally hailed, he grew increasingly uneasy about the indeterminate flavour of quantum mechanics. To him, the idea that fundamental processes could be governed by pure chance seemed incomplete. Einstein's public image soared as he toured Europe and North America. Lecture halls overflowed. Audiences were drawn not just to his ideas, but also to his persona, rumpled suits, mischievous humour, and an aura of introspective brilliance. Journalists clamoured for interviews, often distorting his words into simplistic soundbites. Despite Elsa's best efforts to safeguard his privacy, the cult of personality grew. Politicians hoped his presence would lend prestige to their events, and luminaries from other fields sought his endorsement. Beneath the accolades, Einstein remained wary of fame. He believed that genuine discovery flourished in quiet reflection, not in the spotlight. Whenever possible, he escaped to the Alps or the countryside, revelling in mountain walks and violin practice. Music provided a counterbalance to the rigours of theoretical work, reinforcing his belief that art and science shared a quest for harmony. Meanwhile, in academic circles, the quantum revolution thundered on. Physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Max Born claimed that probabilities lay at the heart of physical reality. Einstein countered that God does not play dice, questioning whether randomness was the final word. Their debates, polite yet intense, fueled a new era of theoretical exploration. The young quantum guard revered Einstein's contributions but insisted that his skepticism missed the theory's core elegance. At the same time, Europe was experiencing social and political upheavals in the aftermath of World War I. Germany's Weimar Republic veered between fragile democracy and looming chaos. Hyperinflation devastated the middle class. Extremist factions, including the nascent Nazi Party, exploited economic despair, promoting xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Einstein, as a Jewish intellectual and an outspoken pacifist, became a prime target for nationalists. Hate mail arrived with disturbing regularity, accusing him of undermining Germany's scientific heritage. Despite these threats, Einstein refused to hide. He rallied for disarmament and international cooperation, endorsing pacifist causes that were deeply unpopular among nationalist circles. His celebrity magnified the visibility of his stance, making him a lightning rod for political hatred. Some colleagues implored him to be more guarded, but he believed moral convictions outweighed personal safety. In 1922, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, not for relativity, surprisingly, but for his earlier explanation of the photoelectric effect. By then, the Nobel Committee had become wary of the ongoing debates about relativity, yet they could not ignore his contributions to quantum theory. When news arrived, Einstein was travelling in Asia. He embarked on a tour that took him to Japan, where he was met by enthralled crowds and showered with gifts. Notes from that trip reveal a man torn between gratitude for the adulation and a desire for solitude. Upon returning to Germany, Einstein found the political climate darker. The early stirrings of Nazi ideology were creeping into universities and public discourse. Although he tried to remain above petty bickering, vicious attacks on his un-German physics intensified. Right-wing publications branded relativity a hoax. Some of his lectures were disrupted by hostile demonstrators, and rumours of assassination plots circulated. Elsa, deeply concerned, urged him to consider emigrating. Yet Einstein hesitated. He felt a profound connection to German-speaking intellectual life, despite recognising its dangerous currents. He also clung to the hope that reason and goodwill might prevail. When not entangled in politics, he continued refining his approach to quantum puzzles. He developed thought experiments aimed at exposing hidden variables or revealing contradictions in the quantum framework. Each new exchange with Bohr underscored the chasm between Einstein's quest for determinism and the Copenhagen school's acceptance of uncertainty. By the late 1920s, Einstein's stature had grown colossal, but so had his disillusionment with Europe's volatile mood. Whispers of an eventual departure grew louder. In public, he spoke calmly about the spiritual crisis afflicting the continent. Privately, he pondered where his future lay. The man who had once roamed Italy in his youth, yearning for free thought, again stood at a crossroads. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein's predicament crystallized. The Nazis targeted Jewish scientists as scapegoats, accusing them of corrupting German culture. For Einstein, an internationally admired thinker yet domestic pariah, remaining in Germany became untenable. Acting on Elsa's urgings and his own sense of imminent danger, he left Berlin for what would become a permanent exile. Stopping briefly in Europe, he announced his resignation from the Prussian Academy. The move was both symbolic and pragmatic. He refused to serve an institution bent on persecuting him. Although his name still commanded respect abroad, in Germany his books were publicly burned and officials seized his assets. Nazi propaganda labelled him the arch-enemy of true science. Unfazed by personal attacks, Einstein worried about friends and colleagues trapped in a regime that suppressed free thought. He soon found refuge in the United States, accepting an appointment at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton offered serenity and intellectual autonomy, with no formal teaching duties. The Institute's wooded campus and quiet community reminded Einstein of the tranquility he once treasured in Switzerland. He took up residence in a modest house on Mercer Street, where curious townsfolk would spot him on daily walks, unruly hair, pipe in hand, lost in reflection. Yet exile weighed on him. Though grateful for safety, he missed the vibrant cafes of Europe and lamented the plight of Jewish refugees barred from many countries. He became an outspoken advocate for civil rights and international cooperation, determined to counter the Nazi threat. He supported various relief organizations assisting displaced scholars. Letters from this period reflect a mix of relief, sorrow, and moral urgency. Scientifically, Einstein continued to question the underpinnings of quantum mechanics. He collaborated with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen on the famous 1935 EPR paradox, asserting that quantum theory was incomplete. This paper challenged the Copenhagen interpretation by suggesting that spooky action at a distance conflicted with the principles of locality and realism. Though intended to reveal quantum mechanics' shortcomings, the paper instead paved the way for future breakthroughs in quantum entanglement research, ironically fueling the very field Einstein doubted. Meanwhile, global tensions escalated. As Nazi Germany expanded its militaristic ambitions, Einstein was drawn into geopolitical concerns he had tried to avoid. Friends cautioned him about the possibility of an atomic bomb, highlighting the dire consequences if Hitler's regime managed to harness nuclear fission first. Ironically, it was Einstein's own mass energy equivalence E=mc² that foreshadowed the destructive power of splitting the atom. Alarmed by such prospects, he allowed Hungarian émigré physicist Leo Szilard to draft a letter in 1939, alerting US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to the possibility of a German atomic program. This letter, bearing Einstein's signature, catalyzed the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself never worked directly on atomic weapons. Regret haunted him. In later recollections, he lamented that had he foreseen the scale of devastation nuclear arms would bring, he might never have signed the warning. Yet at the time, Einstein's pacifist leanings clashed with realpolitik, a painful contradiction he carried to the end of his life. Princeton gradually became home. Einstein strolled its streets in tattered sweaters, occasionally offering an impromptu violin performance for friends. He fielded letters from admirers worldwide, often replying with brief but thoughtful notes. Photos from the era show a gentle-faced figure, equal parts grandfatherly and inscrutable. He advised younger scientists, although his own research shifted away from mainstream physics. Fixated on unifying gravity with electromagnetic forces, he pursued a theory of everything that increasingly isolated him from the cutting-edge work on quantum fields. Outside the academic sphere, Einstein gained a voice in public debates. He spoke out against racism in America, comparing it to the anti-Jewish sentiments he had witnessed in Europe. He supported civil rights activists and forged friendships with prominent black leaders, despite the era's pervasive discrimination. Occasionally, he faced criticism for meddling in social issues rather than sticking to science. But Einstein considered moral responsibility inseparable from intellectual freedom. As World War II raged, Einstein's heartbreak was twofold. Germany, once his intellectual cradle, had become a synonym for barbarity, while the Allies were forced to develop weapons of unprecedented lethality. He could only watch from afar, offering moral support and condemnation of fascist ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, Albert Einstein's status as a global icon solidified. Yet his latter years were marked by reflection and a sense of unresolved questions. Despite pushing physics towards quantum theory, he remained resistant to its probabilistic core. Though the Manhattan Project had validated the destructive potential of E=mc², it also weighed heavily on his conscience. He loathed the arms race that followed and spoke openly against nuclear proliferation. Living in Princeton, he continued his quest for a unified field theory, an ambitious bid to reconcile electromagnetism and gravity under one framework. He toiled over complex equations, convinced that nature possessed an underlying simplicity. Critics, meanwhile, argued that he was out of touch with emerging quantum field theories. Undeterred, Einstein pursued his unification program almost in solitude, likening himself to a lone traveller on a winding road. Younger physicists acknowledged his genius, but often parted ways with his methods, embracing instead the quantum approach he had always found unsettling. Beyond science, Einstein's voice resonated in global debates. He championed a supranational government to curb the risk of nuclear war, advocating collective security over nationalism. Despite controversies, many admired his stance, seeing in him a moral compass shaped by first-hand experience of authoritarianism. He wrote letters to world leaders, sometimes scoring partial victories, often meeting polite indifference. Yet he pressed on, believing that scientific insight conferred a duty to safeguard humanity from its inventions. His private life in Princeton had a gentle routine. Each morning brought a steady stream of letters seeking his opinion on everything from cosmic theories to personal woes. He obliged when he could, but dismissed frivolous requests. Afternoons often involved slow walks or reading classical literature. Evenings might find him improvising on the violin, seeking solace in music's structured freedom. Friends found him warm but occasionally aloof, an introvert who valued genuine conversation yet disdained small talk. Elsa's death in 1936 had left an emotional gap that he filled through companionship with his stepdaughter, Margot, and a circle of close confidants. His older son, Hans Albert, pursued an engineering career, while younger son Eduard battled health challenges that Einstein struggled to comprehend, but he remained steadfast in providing financial and emotional support from afar. As the Cold War dawned, Einstein found himself in a complicated political environment. Paradoxically, the FBI kept files on him, viewing his pacifist leanings and global outlook as potentially subversive. Rumours circulated that he was sympathetic to communist causes, though he consistently denounced Stalinist oppression. Instead, Einstein championed universal human rights. He grew vocally critical of McCarthyism, branding it an assault on intellectual freedom akin to the political witch hunts he had fled in Germany. By the early 1950s, health issues nudged him toward a quieter pace. Yet his mind remained agile, and he sometimes engaged in public letters urging scientists to unite for peaceful endeavours. He admired younger luminaries like Kurt Gödel and conversed with them about the nature of logic and mathematics. But he found little common ground with the new wave of particle physics. Students worldwide still saw him as an emblem of pure genius, while Einstein himself downplayed personal accolades, insisting he had simply followed his curiosity wherever it led. In 1955, Einstein experienced internal bleeding from an abdominal aneurysm. Though doctors recommended surgery, he refused, declaring that it was his time to go with dignity. True to form, he spent his final days revising a speech he intended to deliver for Israel's 7th anniversary, reflecting his long-standing support for Jewish communities while advocating peaceful coexistence. He died on April 18, 1955, leaving behind notes and half-finished equations in search of that elusive unified field. News of his passing reverberated across the globe. World leaders and fellow scientists paid tribute to the man who had reshaped our understanding of space, time, and energy. Yet Einstein's legacy extended beyond equations. He embodied the principle that moral conviction and intellectual daring can and must coexist. In death, he became even more iconic, his name synonymous with visionary genius, and his photograph instantly recognizable as a totem of human possibility. Today, Einstein's work undergirds technologies from GPS to nuclear power. His debates about quantum mechanics remain at the heart of physics, pointing toward frontiers in entanglement and information theory. In that tension between breathtaking discovery and ethical uncertainty lies the fullest measure of Albert Einstein's singular, complex legacy. Frederic Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, with Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms. Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frederic's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frederic's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies, broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. He realized that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Frederic was different. Far from the typical parlour show-off, he conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world, one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognized the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline, guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socializing kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, the Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage. Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalize on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe, hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realized how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicenter of European art, intellect, and revolution. For Frederic Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters, and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social maneuvering as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasized musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertizing, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticized him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, he forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle, adopting a man's attire and openly criticizing social norms. Their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered, hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticized it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At Nohant, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations. Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, the same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, they sustained a delicate equilibrium, each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, Tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nahant were initially meant to be restorative, yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalized in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling, each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city. When a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage, Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation. Though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes. The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lacked the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths, and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that had made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. His polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul. While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords. In the realm of piano performance, his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. Festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, the frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remain staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps in language, culture, and time. Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Artur Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato, chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways, sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity. That a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalized whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town, and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship, and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Zhelezova Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love, and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Frederic Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother, Arik Burka, seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on Earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest. He consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The Tuluid civil war that erupted after Mongke's death pitted not just brother against brother, but competing visions for the Mongol future. While most historical accounts frame this conflict through military campaigns, the deeper struggle occurred in the halls of governance and finance. Kublai's 4-year campaign against Arik Berke featured an innovation that distinguished it from previous Mongol succession disputes: the systematic use of economic warfare. Controlling the agricultural heartland of northern China, Kublai restricted grain shipments to the Mongolian steppe, where Arik's supporters struggled to feed their families and livestock. This approach minimized direct military confrontation while steadily eroding his opponent's base of support. Throughout this conflict, Kublai demonstrated unexpected restraint toward captured enemies. After his final victory in 1264, he spared Arik's life, a mercy uncommonly extended in Mongol politics, though Arik would die mysteriously just 2 years later while in Kublai's custody. This initial clemency was notable for a man whose grandfather had created mountains of skulls across Central Asia. The war's resolution left Kublai as Great Khan in name, but the empire's fracturing had begun. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Ilkhanate in Persia, acknowledged Kublai's position with decreasing sincerity. Each pursued increasingly independent policies, rendering the title of Great Khan more symbolic than practical beyond East Asia. This reality shaped Kublai's vision. Rather than exhausting resources trying to reimpose central authority across the sprawling Mongol domains, he focused eastward, turning his grandfather's conquest into something new, a Chinese-style dynasty with Mongol characteristics. In 1271, at the age of 56, Kublai made this transformation official by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty. The name itself, meaning origin or beginning in Chinese, signaled his intent to establish not just a continuation of Mongol rule, but a legitimate Chinese imperial regime. This declaration came with a comprehensive adoption of Chinese imperial institutions, from 6 administrative ministries to elaborate court rituals. Yet beneath the Chinese imperial facade, Kublai maintained distinctly Mongol power structures. He instituted what historians later called the 4-class system, arranging his subjects in a strict hierarchy. Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asian Muslims and other non-Chinese peoples, the Semu, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system ensured Mongol military and political dominance while incorporating useful talents from all groups. Kublai's administrative innovations were practical responses to governance challenges. Unable to read Chinese himself, he commissioned the creation of the Faegi's Pe script, a writing system that could transcribe multiple languages, including Mongolian and Chinese. This script appeared on official seals and currency, allowing communication across linguistic divides within his administration. His legal system represented a similar hybrid approach. Rather than imposing Mongol customary law universally or adopting Chinese legal traditions wholesale, Kublai created a tiered system where different ethnic groups were judged according to different legal standards. Mongols answered to traditional Mongol law, Muslims to Islamic law, and Chinese to modified Tang dynasty codes. Perhaps most revealing of Kublai's intellectual character was his establishment of the Muslim Astronomical Observatory in Beijing. While previous rulers might have consulted astrologers before campaigns, Kublai assembled a multicultural scientific team, including Chinese, Muslim, and even European scholars, to improve calendar systems, develop navigational tools, and study celestial phenomena. This institution reflected his genuine intellectual curiosity and recognition that knowledge from diverse traditions could serve practical governance. The Khan's personal habits similarly blended traditions. While maintaining the Mongol custom of hunting expeditions, Kublai transformed these into elaborate affairs combining Chinese imperial pageantry with steppe traditions. His hunting park at Xanadu, made famous centuries later by Coleridge's poem, featured not only game reserves but also agricultural demonstrations and botanical collections, reflecting his interest in natural sciences. By the time he consolidated his position as Emperor of China, Kublai Khan had evolved from a Mongol prince with Chinese tutors into something history had not seen before. A ruler equally comfortable discussing Confucian ethics, Buddhist cosmology, and the practical logistics of cavalry warfare. Perhaps most revolutionary was Dadu's religious landscape. Previous Chinese capitals had hierarchically arranged temples reflecting imperial orthodoxy. Kublai instead created what might be considered the world's first deliberately multi-religious imperial capital. Buddhist temples stood alongside Taoist sanctuaries, Confucian academies, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, and even a Jewish synagogue. This arrangement wasn't merely tolerant, it was strategically pluralistic, allowing the emperor to draw legitimacy from multiple religious traditions simultaneously. The city's demographic composition reflected equally revolutionary thinking. While traditional Chinese capitals segregated foreigners in designated quarters, Dadu integrated multiple ethnic neighborhoods throughout its urban fabric. Specialized craft districts developed where artisans from across the empire, Uyghur papermakers, Persian astronomers, Tibetan Thangka painters, and Chinese porcelain masters lived and worked in proximity, creating unprecedented cultural exchange. Security considerations shaped the city in distinctive ways. Unlike previous Chinese capitals where the imperial precinct stood at the center, Dadu's palace complex was positioned against the northern wall, allowing for an emergency escape route to the Mongol heartlands if rebellion threatened. The imperial hunting preserve adjacent to the city served dual purposes: recreation for the court and a buffer zone that could be rapidly militarized in crisis. What's rarely appreciated about Dadu is how its construction stimulated technological innovation. The massive demand for building materials accelerated the development of mass production techniques for standardized bricks and roof tiles. The need to transport these materials efficiently prompted improvements in canal boat design and lock systems. The imperial workshops established to furnish the palace complex became facilities for technical exchange, where Persian glass-blowing techniques merged with Chinese porcelain traditions. By the time foreign visitors like Marco Polo arrived at Kublai's court, Dadu had already transformed from a construction project to a functioning imperial capital. Its population surpassed 500,000, making it among the world's largest cities. Its markets offered goods from as far away as Madagascar and Scandinavia. Its libraries housed texts in dozens of languages, and at its center sat a ruler whose very environment now reflected his unique position, neither fully Mongol nor Chinese, but something history had never witnessed before. While Kublai Khan's continental conquests earn prominent attention in most historical accounts, his maritime ambitions and their spectacular failures reveal perhaps more about the limitations of his imperial vision than his successes on land ever could. The Khan who conquered the Sung dynasty did not simply inherit China's existing naval capacity, he dramatically expanded it, creating the largest maritime force Asia had seen up to that point. By 1274, Kublai controlled over 5,000 ships, from river patrol vessels to massive ocean-going warships. His shipyards along the Yangtze and in Korea constructed vessels that dwarfed anything found in European waters during the same period. What drove this continental ruler toward maritime expansion? The answer lies partly in economic calculation. By the 1270s, maritime trade routes connected East Asia with Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East in a network that transported more wealth than the traditional Silk Road ever had. Controlling these sea lanes promised greater revenue than taxing caravan trade. Additionally, Kublai recognized that naval power could outflank regional rivals who might block land routes. The expeditions against Japan in 1274 and 1281 represent more than failed conquests. They mark critical turning points in East Asian military history. The first invasion fleet comprised approximately 900 ships carrying an estimated 23,000 troops, including Mongol, Chinese, and Korean contingents. Contemporary Japanese accounts describe these vessels employing technologies unfamiliar to Japanese defenders, including early explosive weapons derived from Chinese gunpowder developments. What's seldom acknowledged is how these invasions accelerated military technology transfer across East Asia. The Korean shipwrights drafted into Kublai's service brought their distinctive hull designs and sailing techniques into Chinese shipyards. Mongol cavalry tactics were adapted for marine landings. Chinese siege engineers developed floating platforms for their trebuchets. This cross-cultural military synthesis created entirely new approaches to naval warfare. The infamous kamikaze or divine wind typhoons that scattered both invasion fleets have become central to the narrative of Kublai's Japanese campaigns. However, evidence suggests the second expedition in 1281 faced significant problems even before the storm struck. Coordination between the Korean and southern Chinese fleet components proved nearly impossible due to different maritime traditions and command structures. Ships designed for different waters, the relatively protected Korean coast versus the open East China Sea, found themselves inappropriately deployed. Archaeological excavations of the invasion fleet wrecks near Takashima Island have revealed fascinating details about Kublai's naval technology. The recovered vessels show a surprising standardization of construction techniques, suggesting mass production methods that anticipated European shipbuilding approaches by centuries. Recovered weapons include sophisticated composite bows designed specifically for marine combat and early grenades with ceramic casings, technologies that would not appear in European naval warfare until much later. Less known than the Japanese campaigns were Kublai's naval expeditions to Southeast Asia. Between 1278 and 1287, he dispatched multiple fleets to various parts of what are now Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia. These expeditions faced challenges different from those in Japan. Tropical diseases decimated northern troops, and dense river systems negated the mobility advantages of Mongol cavalry once they landed. The campaign against Java in 1293 represented the furthest extension of Kublai's maritime reach, nearly 3,500 miles from his capital, and encountered unique difficulties. Local understanding of monsoon timing gave Javanese forces a decisive advantage. When Kublai's fleet arrived, they found harbours empty of trading vessels they had hoped to capture, and coastal areas already harvested of food supplies. The 1293 expedition ultimately returned with tribute but failed to establish lasting control, demonstrating the logistical limitations of projecting power across such distances. What truly distinguished Kublai's maritime ventures from previous Chinese naval operations was their hybrid nature. His fleets incorporated personnel and techniques from multiple traditions: Chinese navigational knowledge, Korean shipbuilding, Mongol command structures, and even Muslim navigators familiar with Indian Ocean conditions. Ships carried multiple types of provisions to accommodate diverse crews, including kumis, fermented mare's milk, for Mongol officers alongside rice for Chinese sailors. Perhaps most tellingly, these naval expeditions altered Kublai himself. Court records describe him becoming increasingly fascinated with maritime technologies. He personally interviewed returning captains, collected nautical maps, and commissioned treatises on Southern Ocean navigation. The Khan, who had begun his career as a steppe horseman, eventually developed such appreciation for maritime affairs that he established specialized schools for navigational astronomy and map-making in his capital. Yet despite these innovations, Kublai's maritime ambitions ultimately represented imperial overreach. The failed campaigns consumed enormous resources. The second Japanese expedition alone is estimated to have cost nearly 2 years' tax revenue from all of Korea. These expenses, combined with the massive costs of building and maintaining Dadu, placed strains on the imperial treasury that would have long-term consequences for Yuan dynasty stability. Among the overlooked dimensions of Kublai Khan's rule was his pioneering use of food as an instrument of statecraft. The imperial kitchen became a microcosm of his broader imperial project, a space where cultural synthesis wasn't merely symbolic but tangibly experienced through daily ritual and sustenance. The court's dining practices reflected Kublai's complex cultural positioning. Unlike previous Mongol rulers who maintained strict nomadic eating habits even after conquests, Kublai orchestrated elaborate culinary performances that strategically deployed traditions from across his domains. Court banquets featured carefully choreographed sequences of dishes representing different territories: steppe kumis followed by northern Chinese wheat buns, southern rice preparations, Central Asian pilaf, and Persian sweets. Archaeological excavations at the Yuan Palace complex have revealed specialized kitchen areas for different culinary traditions, each with distinct equipment and dedicated staff. The Imperial Food Service employed over 12,000 people, including hunters, farmers, butchers, cooks, servers, and food tasters, making it one of the largest court departments. This elaborate system served both practical and symbolic functions, ensuring the Khan's security through careful food preparation while demonstrating his dominion over diverse resources and traditions. Kublai maintained certain Mongol dietary customs that visibly distinguished him from Chinese emperors. He continued the steppe tradition of the White Feast, featuring dairy products, alongside the Red Feast, featuring meat. His preference for mare's milk, airag, and dried meat strips proclaimed his Mongol identity, even as he adopted Chinese administrative practices, yet he strategically incorporated Chinese imperial food customs when politically expedient, particularly during ceremonies attended by Chinese officials. What distinguished Kublai's approach from simple cultural accommodation was its systematic nature. Court records detail elaborate protocols for determining which culinary traditions would be featured at which events, with specific foods functioning as diplomatic signals. When receiving emissaries from Tibet, the court served butter tea prepared in the Tibetan style, despite the Khan's personal dislike for it. Muslim diplomats were presented with meals prepared according to halal requirements, overseen by Muslim cooks maintained specifically for such occasions. The Khan's personal dining regimen combined medical theories from multiple traditions. His physicians included practitioners of Chinese medicine, Islamic Unani medicine, and traditional Mongol shamanic healing. Each contributed dietary recommendations that were synthesized into the Khan's eating plan. Contemporary accounts describe medicinal soups combining Chinese herbs, Central Asian spices, and ingredients from as far as India, prepared according to schedules aligning with both Chinese cosmological calendars and Islamic medical timing. Kublai's famous hunting expeditions at his summer capital of Xanadu, Shangdu, featured elaborate outdoor feasting that merged Mongol traditions with imperial Chinese ritual. These events, which could involve thousands of participants, followed precisely choreographed sequences. The Khan would first honor his ancestors with traditional Mongol offerings, then participate in the hunt itself, culminating in a feast where animals killed during the hunt were prepared using techniques from multiple culinary traditions. The multicultural composition of Kublai's court created unprecedented culinary exchange. Chinese techniques for fermenting vegetables spread northward into Mongolia. Mongol methods for preserving meat influenced Chinese practices. Persian fruit cultivation techniques transformed gardens around Dadu. This cross-cultural exchange accelerated the development of what would later be recognized as distinct regional Chinese cuisines. Some of Kublai's most effective diplomatic deployments of food occurred during his interactions with foreign emissaries. According to Marco Polo's account, visitors were first served familiar foods from their homelands, prepared by cooks who specifically researched foreign techniques, before being gradually introduced to Mongol and Chinese delicacies. This culinary progression mirrored the broader diplomatic process of establishing comfort before negotiation. One of Kublai's most significant culinary innovations was the development of imperial food supply chains that connected distant ecological zones. Specialized imperial farms around Dadu cultivated fruits and vegetables from across Eurasia. Fast horse relay stations, primarily developed for military and administrative communication, were adapted to transport perishable delicacies. Court records note shipments of fresh seafood from the Yellow Sea, reaching the imperial table within days of harvest, and fruits from tropical southern provinces arriving in edible condition at the northern capital. Archaeological evidence from Yuan dynasty elite tombs reveals the material culture supporting this culinary cosmopolitanism. Burial goods include Persian-influenced metal serving vessels alongside Chinese porcelain and Mongol ceremonial cups. This material hybridization reflected the lived experience of dining at Kublai's court, where the vessels themselves communicated political messages about cultural synthesis and imperial reach. By the later years of his reign, Kublai's court cuisine had evolved into something distinctly different from both traditional Mongol fare and Chinese imperial dining. It represented a third tradition, a Yuan court cuisine that embodied in edible form the Khan's vision of universal rule transcending ethnic and cultural boundaries, a sensory embodiment of his new type of empire. Beyond his military campaigns and architectural ambitions, Kublai Khan's most enduring innovation may have been his transformation of how information moved through and shaped his vast domains. Under his direction, the Mongol Empire evolved from a conquest state into an information empire whose administrative sophistication would influence East Asian governance for centuries. The cornerstone of this transformation was Kublai's development of the world's most extensive postal relay system. Building upon the Mongol Yam network established by Genghis Khan, Kublai systematically expanded and formalized this communications infrastructure until it encompassed over 1,400 postal stations across East Asia. Unlike earlier iterations that primarily served military coordination, Kublai's postal system became a comprehensive information network supporting administrative governance. What made this system revolutionary was its unprecedented speed and reliability. Official communications could travel up to 250 miles per day, a pace unmatched anywhere else in the medieval world. This goal was achieved through a precisely organized relay system, where stations were positioned approximately 25 to 30 miles apart, the distance a horse could gallop at speed before requiring replacement. Special passport tablets, paisa, issued in silver, gold, or platinum indicated the bearer's authority level and determined how many horses they could requisition and how quickly local stations needed to respond. The scale of this operation was staggering. Historical records indicate that at its peak, the system maintained approximately 300,000 horses, employed tens of thousands of riders and station personnel, and delivered not just messages, but also officials, tax shipments, and commercial goods deemed important to imperial interests. The entire system operated under the jurisdiction of a specialized ministry whose records documented every horse, rider, and parcel in motion across the empire. This communications infrastructure enabled another of Kublai's innovations: standardized administrative reporting. Local officials throughout the realm were required to submit regular reports on population, agricultural production, weather conditions, and local events according to standardized formats. These reports flowed upward through provincial centres to the capital, creating what historians now recognise as one of history's first systematic government information gathering operations. The bureaucracy Kublai established to process this information was equally innovative. Unable to staff the entire administration with Mongols, who lacked experience in managing sedentary populations, he created a multi-ethnic civil service that included Chinese scholar officials, Uyghur financial experts, Persian astronomers, and Tibetan religious administrators. Most notably, he established specialized training academies where officials from different backgrounds learned standardized administrative methods, creating institutional knowledge that transcended individual cultural traditions. Particularly significant was Kublai's approach to language within this bureaucracy. Rather than imposing a single imperial language, as most conquering regimes did, he developed a sophisticated translation system. Key documents were produced in multiple scripts, including Chinese, Mongolian Fagspa script, Uyghur, Persian, and Tibetan. The Imperial Secretariat included dedicated translation bureaus for each major language group within the empire, ensuring that directives from the centre could be accurately implemented across diverse regions. The wealth of data flowing into Dadu enabled novel approaches to governance. Kublai pioneered large-scale statistical compilation to monitor agricultural production, population trends, and tax collection efficiency. When unusual patterns appeared, such as unexpected population declines or harvest yields, specialized investigators would be dispatched via the postal system to assess conditions directly. This feedback loop created a more responsive imperial administration than previous Chinese dynasties had achieved. Perhaps most remarkable was Kublai's development of paper currency as an instrument of economic integration. While paper money had existed in China previously, Kublai expanded its use and standardized its implementation across his territories. The notes issued under his authority, backed by silver reserves and carrying stern warnings against counterfeiting, facilitated commerce across regions with different traditional currencies and commodity standards. These notes represented more than economic policy. They were information technology that allowed the centre to influence distant markets. By controlling the quantity of currency in circulation, the Khan's financial ministers could respond to regional economic conditions more quickly than physical commodity money would allow. When Marco Polo described these paper that passes for money to European audiences, he was documenting not just a curious foreign practice, but one of history's most advanced economic control systems. The information infrastructure extended beyond government administration into the realm of scientific knowledge. Kublai established specialized bureaus for astronomical observation, cartography, historical documentation, and medical research. Each was tasked with systematically collecting and synthesizing knowledge from across Eurasia. The Astronomical Bureau, for instance, combined Chinese calendrical traditions with Islamic mathematical techniques and Tibetan astrological concepts to create more accurate predictive systems. By the middle of Kublai's reign, this multifaceted information system had transformed governance across East Asia. Officials who might never travel to the capital nevertheless operated within standardized protocols established there. Regional variations in administration certainly persisted. The system was too vast for perfect uniformity, but the overall effect was a degree of integration previously unachievable across such diverse territories. As Kublai Khan entered his 7th decade, the contradictions inherent in his imperial project began to manifest more acutely. The years between 1280 and his death in 1294 reveal a ruler grappling with the limitations of his vision and the mounting costs of maintaining the world's largest empire. While historical accounts often attribute the challenges of Kublai's later years to personal decline, his increasing corpulence, episodes of gout, and deepening reliance on alcohol, closer examination reveals systemic pressures that would have challenged even a younger, more vigorous ruler. The very success of his Chinese-style administrative state created unsustainable financial burdens that the empire's economic base struggled to support. The construction and maintenance of Dadu alone consumed resources on an unprecedented scale. The imperial household, with its 40,000 servants, required vast sums simply for daily operation. The postal relay system, vital for administrative control, maintained hundreds of thousands of horses requiring constant fodder. The military garrisons positioned throughout the realm demanded regular payment. Archaeological evidence from late Yuan dynasty administrative centres shows increasing sophistication in financial record-keeping, likely a response to mounting fiscal pressures. These economic strains manifested in policies that gradually undermined popular support for Yuan rule. Tax collection became increasingly aggressive. The issuance of paper currency, initially a brilliant financial innovation, evolved into a problematic dependence as the government printed more notes than its silver reserves could credibly back. By the late 1280s, inflation had become a serious problem in core provinces, eroding the purchasing power of government stipends and merchant revenues alike. Environmental factors compounded these challenges. The 1280s witnessed a series of natural disasters across East Asia, floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the southern provinces, and unusually harsh winters in the northern regions. Contemporary Chinese records describe these as heaven's disapproval of Yuan governance, reflecting growing ideological resistance to Mongol rule. Modern climate research suggests these events coincided with a cooling period that affected agricultural productivity across Eurasia, creating systemic pressures no ruler could have fully addressed. Kublai's personal response to these mounting difficulties reveals much about his character in these final years. Rather than retreating from his multicultural governance model, he doubled down on it, recruiting additional foreign experts, particularly Muslim financial administrators, with experience managing complex economies. This decision, while pragmatically sound, further alienated Chinese elites who resented being passed over for these positions. The Khan's later military campaigns reflect a similar doubling down on established patterns despite diminishing returns. The Burmese expeditions of 1283 to 1285, while ultimately extracting tribute, required disproportionate resources for limited strategic gain. The Java campaign of 1293 stretched imperial logistics beyond sustainable limits. These operations suggest a ruler attempting to maintain the momentum of expansion, even as the core empire's foundation showed signs of strain. What's seldom appreciated about Kublai's final years is his apparent awareness of the contradictions in his position. Court records document increasing periods of withdrawal to his hunting lodge at Xanadu, where he would surround himself with Mongol companions and engage in traditional steppe practices. These retreats seem less recreational than restorative, attempts to reconnect with his cultural roots amid the increasingly complex demands of ruling a predominantly Chinese empire. The Khan's relationship with his chosen successor, Temür, who would rule as Emperor Chengzong, offers further insight into his late-life thinking. Unlike earlier Mongol transitions where potential heirs competed militarily for succession, Kublai arranged an orderly transfer of power through bureaucratic channels. He engaged Chinese ritual specialists to formalize Temür's position, creating documentary legitimacy that would withstand challenges. This approach represented a final embrace of Chinese administrative traditions over Mongol customary practices. By 1292, with his health clearly failing, Kublai faced rebellion in the southern Chinese provinces and growing unrest in his Mongolian homeland, where many traditional nobles resented his Sinicization. His response to these dual pressures was characteristically balanced, dispatching Chinese-style bureaucratic investigators to the south while sending Mongol military commanders to reassert authority in the north. When Kublai Khan died in February 1294, he left behind an empire fundamentally transformed from what he had inherited. The cosmopolitan administrative state he constructed had permanently altered East Asian governance traditions. The commercial networks he fostered had created new patterns of trade that would outlast Yuan dynastic control. The cultural synthesis he embodied had demonstrated possibilities for multiculturalism that challenged traditional assumptions about ethnic and cultural boundaries. What ultimately undermined Kublai's imperial project was not any single policy failure, but the inherent tension between Mongol military power and Chinese administrative complexity. His personal charisma and cultural flexibility had temporarily bridged this divide, but sustaining this balance proved impossible for his successors. Within 3 decades of his death, natural disasters, economic mismanagement, and growing Chinese nationalism would combine to end Mongol rule in China. Yet Kublai's legacy extended far beyond the Yuan dynasty's relatively brief tenure. The administrative geography of modern China still reflects boundaries established under his rule. The concept of China as a multi-ethnic state rather than exclusively Han Chinese traces its roots to Yuan governance models. The integration of Central and East Asian cultural traditions that characterizes northern Chinese cuisine, architecture, and art finds many of its origins in the cultural policies of his reign. Perhaps most significantly, Kublai Khan's rule marked a pivotal moment in global history, when the world's largest land empire attempted to transform itself from a conquest state into a sustainable administrative system. The ultimate failure of this transformation in no way diminishes the ambition of the attempt or its lasting influence on subsequent political formations across Eurasia. As the winter winds swept across the steppes in 1294, they carried away a ruler unlike any before him, a man who had bridged worlds and reimagined what empire could mean. The great Khan was gone, but the world he had remade would never be the same.